Good morning. Today is July 8th, 2025. I am Kathy Hopkins, District 5 Representative and Chair of the Board, and I now call the July meeting of the Kansas Board of Education to order. Welcome to those in attendance and listening online. Thank you. We have 10 members seated at the board table. Thank you, everybody. We're all here in it together. Commissioner Watson is on my immediate left with Vice Chair Danny Zeck next to him. Scott Gordon is the KSDE General Counsel, who is on my right, and he is taking Mark Ferguson's place, our board attorney. But Mark is also on Zoom with us today as well. And then our board secretary, Deborah Bremer, who will be at the far right end of the table when she's done with her duties. The mission statement for the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silent reflection or prayer. Let us rise and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I hope everybody had a wonderful 4th of July celebration, and thank you to the board members who remembered and wore their patriotic attire. Okay, I am ready to receive a motion pertaining to the minutes of the June 10th and 11th, 2025 State Board meeting. Betty. Second? Dennis? And all in favor? Opposed? Present not voting. Okay, that's 9-0-1. And may I have a motion now to approve the agenda, or do we have any changes? Motion to, okay, Melanie. And second? Debbie? All in favor? Was that all of us? I'm sorry. My brain is whirling. Okay. So we have a 10-0 vote? Okay. All right. Okay. It looks like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. We need a full approval of the consent agenda. Second, Betty. So Melanie, Betty, all in favor? 10-0 vote. Thank you. All right. I think we are now ready for Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Looking out, I almost felt like, we needed to tee up, a little Yankee Doodle Dandy and start singing. I know we're going to do that later, Mr. Porter. I know you're going to lead us in that, but I feel inspired by all of you. I want to say, there we go. Thank you and Dennis, thanks for putting the poverty simulation together. I know that was a long afternoon for you, but thank you for being in attendance and discussing. I think it was really good to hear from the parents about their experience in school and how that impacts them. So thank you for doing that. So I'm going to blend roles today. Some might say, Melanie may say I do this all the time, but I'm going to be a commissioner part-time. I'm going to go back and be a history teacher a little bit because that's just ingrained in me. And I've been thinking a lot about this. And so I'm going to jump roles back and forth a little bit this morning as I share a few things with you. You know, like every month, you have a variety of things on your agenda to discuss, and how do you put this together for kids. It's always so interesting because as we listen to those parents talk about, you know, the challenges with their kid or the challenges that they had in school, I thought, okay, we're going to be here for the next 2 days talking about issues around how does this play out with 500,000 students. And then you all bring that perspective. I think one thing, you know, I thought about a lot yesterday is our own, how we were raised or not raised or brought up, plays such a role in what you bring as an adult to the table. And, you know, no one's apologetic for that. It's just what we do. So thank you for the work that you do. I'm going to talk, this is the commissioner side of me, because as a history teacher, could not tell you much about AI except, I'm sorry, how, you know, I cannot do that, you know, when I couldn't close the door in Space Odyssey. So I'm going to give you a little bit of what a commissioner thinks about AI based upon what I've just been observing, reading, and seeing in the last 60 days. All right? 60 days. First of all, Microsoft cuts 6,000 and then added another 9,000 employees to be cut, or approximately 4% of their workforce. All right, some of that was Xbox. Let's put that in perspective because that's not selling as well. A lot of that was directly attributed to AI. Here was the quote that we are making Microsoft using artificial intelligence to make workforce more efficient. And Microsoft CEO says that 20 to 30% of our company's coding is being generated by AI. So we don't need as many people writing code. All right, now, I'm not here to make any is this good or bad? If Ryan were here, our IT director, he would say, AI is not very good at coding right now, and it takes a lot of oversight. I'm just here telling you what Microsoft did and how I look at that, right? As I look at that from a commissioner standpoint. So the earnings report for Microsoft in April said this: cloud and AI are essential inputs for every business to expand output, reduce cost, and accelerate growth. In fact, the tech industry today is putting more money into AI development than any other sector that they have, followed closely by cloud services. Now that's all sectors of technology, of the technology sector. So in an email from the president of the Microsoft division for developing tools, she wrote, just like collaboration, data thinking, and effective communication, using AI is no longer optional. It's core to every role and every level. And she told managers that AI should be a part of your holistic reflection on individuals' performance. Again, I'm not passing judgment. I'm just giving you, this is Microsoft in the last 60 days, one of the top tech companies in the United States and in the world. And in fact, as you know, in Congress, just again in the last 60 days, a debate in Congress over were we going to allow states to set limits on AI, or the companies were pushing to have a federal limit and not allow states to do that because of the complexity of that. And that did not go forward, at least at this time. So states can still do that, but a lot of conversation about the future of AI. So again, here's some other CEOs. Anthropic says, we predict AI will be writing 90% of our code within the next 3 to 6 months. All right, now that's the top end. All right, that could be, we could call that, Danny, the headline that maybe someone wants to write. Now, the Anthropic CEO did say that, but that's not reflective of what most tech CEOs are saying. CEO of IBM suggested closer to 20 to 30% by the end of the year, which is what Microsoft said, right? somewhere around 30%. Zuckerberg at Meta, Facebook, Instagram predicts 100% of the company codes will eventually be written by AI soon, whatever that means. Google says AI will write over 30% of its code by the end of the year. Found that, so tech jobs are shrinking as we speak because of AI. Do you remember? Jim and Melanie will remember, and I would guess that even Kathy and Danny and Betty and Dennis will remember, not too long ago, everyone's saying everyone needs to be a coder. We need to teach coding to every kid. Not saying we should or should not, but now the question, should that be? This gets into what should we do in the classroom, right? Limited time with kids, 500,000. Where should we spend our time in a world that's changing, Connie, so fast, it makes my head spin. In the last 60 days, go to Google, type in a search. The first thing it will do is do an AI and then give you the traditional Google. I say traditional like it's been there for 30 years, Mr. Porter. But right, it's saying Google. We're having discussions in our agency as we redo our website. How much will AI play a role in search versus the traditional search? I think every company's doing that. And certainly the billions of dollars that are being put into research around AI development, I think we just have to watch that and we'll have to talk about that. I know we'll be talking about that when Peyton and Jake talk to you about screen time and some future topics. AI is going to be one of those. So as commissioner, I can tell you why I use AI some. I'm not a big user. We met with University of Kansas that was talking about how they may use it in development of their site. And so think about then, what skills should we teach in school, right? What skills then should we teach? Should we teach AI? Should we teach coding, Michelle? These are things we have to wrestle with in 2025 trying to project. So now I'm just going to shift a little bit to the history, okay? What should we teach? You look at this photo, my guess is right off the bat, you're just, hey, here's two old men meeting up. Andrew Roth on the left, Jack Moran on the right. And this is a meeting that they recently had, as written about in NPR, that they had at the University of Southern California, USC. But they had met 80 years ago. 80 years ago. All right? And Andrew, as they met, said to Jack, you look a little older than last time we saw each other, 80 years ago. So I want to tell you a little bit of the history story, and then we'll get into what skills should we teach. So I want to first tell the story of Jack, all right? Jack was 17 when he enlisted into the Army to join World War II. He was born in 1925. And in his tour of Europe, he was a part of the Battle of the Bulge. Now, I'm not, as a history teacher, I want you to know every detail of the Battle of the Bulge, but I'm going to spare you that, Madam Chair, today, and just tell you it was one of the more horrific battles of World War II on the European front. And he tells the story for 4 days they were in a foxhole being bombarded by the Germans with no food and no water. And what he was most grateful for, other than his comrades, right, his fellow soldiers, is that it snowed. It was really cold, and they had water because it snowed. Otherwise, they would have had no water. They were literally isolated at that time. And he said, and eventually we win the Battle of the Bulge, we push the Germans back only to march 20 more miles, and we're going to do it again. 17 years old when he enlisted. All right? So that's his story. Andrew, it's not his story. Andrew was born in Hungary. He's not an American. He was born in Hungary. At age 17, Andrew and his family were arrested and taken to Auschwitz. Now, many of you, the kids that I would be teaching today, Auschwitz wouldn't mean anything. For many of you, you'll remember Auschwitz was a concentration camp and one of the most severe ones that Nazi Germany ran at that time. As the Soviets were moving from coming in from one direction and the United States and its allies were coming from the other direction, Auschwitz was one of the Soviets' targets to try to liberate that camp. So the Germans started to move people out of Auschwitz later on in the war, and Andrew was fortunate enough to get moved to Buchenwald, another concentration camp, where he tells the story. Again, 17 and his family tells the story that they lined up, his whole family, and they were directing certain people to go to the right, the guard, and certain people to go to the left. He said, I don't know why. Again, I don't know the reason, that most of his family was told to go to the right. His uncle was told to go to the left for some reason. And then he was up and he was told to go to the right, but he was confused and he went to the left. And the guard didn't stop him. Tells the story. But he and his uncle lived. The people that went to the right did not. So he tells a story about how fortunate he was. Then on April 11th, 1944, Jack and the American GIs come into Buchenwald and liberate the camp. And he sees Andrew. Okay? April 11th. So here is the camp. Now this is not Andrew. Okay? Full disclosure. This is the camp at Liberation. This is what the people that lived in the camp looked like, emancipated. And what was really interesting that USC actually had when the two men met, this just in the last couple of weeks, they had this document, which was the original arrest document issued to Andrew and his family per person, and it's in German, so you have to know German to read it. But it basically says you're going to Auschwitz and then Buchenwald. And where it says the reason for arrest, what was the reason for arrest? You're a Jew. So they met, liberated. Andrew, since that time, and we'll talk a little bit more in just a second about them, their meeting. April 11th was the liberation. He changed his birth date to April 11th. So long after, we could argue the greatest generation, right, Burl? Maybe. Tom Brokaw called it that, the greatest generation. Two 17-year-olds on two distinct continents have a chance meeting because of circumstances done by other people, right, to put them in that meeting. And 80 years later, they get to meet again. So we can talk about the World War II and all the battles, history, people get into the battles. And we can talk about the Holocaust. I just think when you put a name, a face, a person still living, because most of this generation has now passed on, that it's pretty powerful. So what does that have to do with AI? And what does that have to do with us, right? Other than maybe some good history. And it again comes back to what skills do we teach in school? Well, you set some new graduation requirements, and it seems so long ago, Michelle, that you did that. And yet the sophomores this year will be the first class to graduate under those graduation requirements. They haven't even fully taken effect yet until the sophomore class gets to graduation. And you remember, Melanie's going to remember this really well because she chaired that. It's English language arts, including communication. All right? When you listen to people talk about what are the skills needed today, Michelle, I think about your own kids because they're, getting close to that young adulthood status. It's communicate. Can I write? Can I communicate? Can I put down a phone? Can I have can I engage people? I just was listening to a podcast. So I tell my kids all the time, I want you to go up to strangers. I want you to have a conversation because these are skills that you will need in your life. Never more important, right? As we do this, never more important. And that was important for you, the state board, to make sure that was there. You kept or you added STEM elective, but you didn't say it had to be science or math. You left that open. So maybe you could be, but it could be whatever was done in that school. So do we want to do AI in the future? I don't know, but that door was left open, not knowing what that would do. You went from a PE credit to a half credit PE, half a credit of health, and you added some things like financial literacy, and you also put something called the post-secondary assets into. So, whoops, it looks like this. That's the changes. Yet to be. So I'm trying to think, Melanie, you're going to help me. We started the task force. Do you remember the year? Because I'm asking that truly. Because 21, we're in 2025. The sophomore class will be. See the years in the making, and yet I think look how forward-looking this was to try to say what are the skills that are going to be necessary. And it looks like, interesting enough, as strong as STEM careers are, and we think still will be because of ag, Dennis, and especially in Kansas, a humanities of social studies and English are becoming even more important in an age of critical thinking, which AI still can't do very well. Maybe soon, Danny, it will, and it will really scare us, but it can't do it very well. And we want kids, how do we develop that? AI is going to be there, kids are going to use it, adults are going to use it, right? How do we develop the skills that students are going to need, though, to transition to be successful adults? So it comes back to Jack and Andrew, right? Both, Jack is right at 100 years old, and Andrew's approaching 98. They're both approaching 100. What are the skills that two 17-year-olds needed to navigate a world long ago? And we're talking about what skills a 17-year-old is going to need to navigate a world that we don't even know yet. That's always true. And you're trying to predict that with no certainty at all. But I think that Jack and Andrew can give us a little insight to the skills that are probably still going to be necessary in a technological world going forward. Show up, hard work, care about other people, communicate well, and I think that's maybe the lesson that they help us get to. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd welcome any questions.
Dennis?
I love history too, Dr. Watson, and I'm just hopeful that we don't lose those stories, for that next generation. And I really personally feel like it would be wonderful if local districts would have some kind of maybe not a mandatory project, but give some kind of direction for juniors and seniors to write, to do something to reflect on the past generations and something they have learned from history that would keep that alive and maybe do it in cursive, not generate an AI report.
Right.
So, there's skills that can be brought together that would really just carry on and move those things that we know are important for critical thinking and move those forward and that they retain those. So I personally am concerned about the one-to-one technology in the classroom, and I hope to have more of that conversation as we talk about this and go forward.
Melanie?
I'm going to need to borrow your mic.
Lovely red sweater to go with your blue and white dress, Melanie. We were
was-
all trying to figure out the red, white, and blue.
This was the only red I owned
This
that
is
I
really
could
good.
do. Thank you so much for all of that. I'm going to take us away from the history piece. Sorry, but I've got to go back. I've got to circle all the way back around to your AI. And when we're talking about what skills do students need to have, they need to have computational thinking skills. So yes, there were conversations about all kids should be learning how to code, not because they need to be able to code because they're all going to be coders when they grow up, but because they need to understand how the internet is built. It's that deeper understanding of why are we here, what are we trying to accomplish, and if they're not learning about AI, if they're not learning AI literacy, just like a few years ago we were talking about, what do we call it, media literacy during COVID, these are things that are critical, and I don't see them as often as I would like to in schools. And so the one-to-one is really challenging because on the one hand, we know that when students are sitting in front of a computer, it's a huge distraction for them in the classroom, same with the phone. But at the same time, we have to make sure that they are given the opportunity to pursue learning some of these skills when the time is right. Thank you.
And probably the discussion that you'll have is what's developmentally appropriate and what should
Right.
we be looking at. You know, I think, again, the reason I told you the story, because I don't think it's going to be we go back to the era that Andrew and Jack lived in. We're not. But what values can we take from that in a world that's going to be very different? And how do you help meld that in policy for young people?
Yeah. Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to do a story here. As board members, we get emails. And I got an email from a recent graduate from a school in my district. And I read this letter. It was 6 pages long. It had footnotes, it had laws and everything in it, you know, from a senior that had just graduated. So I sent it to the department. They investigated it, and they talked to the gentleman that wrote this. Come to find out it was AI generated. So I'm thinking kids are already there because he was smart enough to put in what he wanted in the letter, and they went in and found the laws and all the documentation he needed to make his appointment about his education not being what he thought it should be. And so it's already here, and are the students going to start using it to generate other papers in education? So that'll be a task for the teachers to find out if these things are AI generated or are they actually written by the students. So as far as I'm concerned, it's already in education. It's in our schools.
Yes.
And it only took one student to figure out how to do it. And how many others are piggybacking on what he learned. Thank you.
Betty?
I love your outfit today.
Well, thank
so
you.
patriotic.
And thank you for the presentation. This is just an add-on because oftentimes we will say, we are teaching kids for jobs that we don't even know exist. And it's very easy to say that. Then when we think about, okay, we're really in that, it gets a little scary. We are teaching kids, and how can we teach them for something that we know nothing about? I mean, it is a challenging time, but it's also an exciting time when you think of how do we prepare for this? I think futuristic, but I'm frightened when I think of everything is going to be controlled and I had an individual that said, told me at the last conference, it would be great if we thought about AI as IA, intelligence accelerated. And if we put it in that perspective, it's a little easier to accept. That was just a little note I wanted to add to your
Thank you.
presentation.
Thanks,
Thank
Patty.
you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. And I liked what you said on the making sure it's developmentally in the right place. Communication ability and writing abilities are always necessary. And if we have that foundation and we build from there, that's a different story. So I appreciate you made sure you added in that piece of when it's inappropriate, when are they ready for it? So that's a big deal. Danny has a comment.
we need to make sure we look at ourselves, because ever since this is AI, and how many years have we been using this? So we need to look at ourselves and the problems that this has caused with future generations. And in the work area, just like Amazon now is getting rid of humans in their warehouses and using robots to move everything around, because they will actually work for the 8 hours that they want them to work. I mean, this is a
deal.
huge deal. I know I've been preaching that, but what's the fine line?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay. We will now move to Citizens Open Forum. During the Citizens Open Forum, the State Board of Education provides an opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:31 a.m. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. We also ask that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics and not on individual people. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. Any board questions will be for clarification only. And our first speaker will be Jamie Finkeldye, and the second one will be Dr. Mary Sinclair. Hopefully I'm reading that right. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Jamie Finkeldye. I'm the president of the Kansas Association of Independent and Religious Schools. We represent about 35,000 students in non-public schools, Christian, Catholic, Independent, Muslim, Lutheran, and Seventh-day Adventist. About 90% of those schools are state accredited. About 10% are not. I'm here today speaking on behalf of those 10% of schools that are not state accredited. And we are asking that we have a chance to be on the agenda in the next month or two to propose some regulation changes to licensure as it pertains to non-accredited schools. We have brought this issue up with the Professional Standards Board. It's been discussed there. No action has been taken by that board, but we would like to bring that to you. 3 in particular. One is mentoring. So if you, as you know, you get your initial license when you graduate, then you have to have 2 years of mentoring in a state accredited school before you can get your professional license. We would propose that you continue to use what the board has, which is the recognized K-12 accrediting agencies. So there's a site on your website where the board approves alternate accrediting agencies. If a school is accredited by one of those agencies that you approve, that teachers teaching in those schools have the chance to have their mentoring complete if they have a mentoring plan on file with KSDE, and then those students could matriculate up into a professional license. Similarly, we would request that schools that are accredited by a nationally recognized, approved by you form that has a approved PDC plan with KSDE be allowed to have their own professional development plan or their own committee. So right now, if you belong to one of those schools like Elyria Christian or Independent School in Wichita or Trinity Academy, things like that, you can't go to your PDC. You have to go to another state accredited school to get your PDC. We would like that opened up a little bit. And finally, accredited experience, that teachers who teach there would have accredited experience if it's recognized by you. I do have some handouts up here that you can look at, and we would love to have a chance to talk about this more fully with the board and discuss the implications of how we can do that. It's really kind of looking at an expansion of accreditation. It's, right now it's either state accredited or not accredited. Most states in the country have state accredited, accredited, and not accredited. And we would like further discussion on expanding the definition of accreditation well within your guys' purview. We do believe there are non-accredited schools that should not be accredited, And I stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next will be Dr. Mary Sinclair, and following her will be Kim Whitman.
Madam Chair, Mr. Brewer, is it okay to have these passed out, the handouts?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Good morning. My name is Mary Sinclair, and thank you for the opportunity to address the State Board on behalf of the Kansas PTA. I would like to take this moment to share a recent publication we prepared for our members. You should each have a copy of this issue brief on what NAEP scores tell us. The National Assessment of Educational Progress, or NAEP, is a national database that shapes state and federal education policy. We want our members to understand what these data mean and don't mean, the appropriate use of this data to accurately inform policy that support Kansas kids. The essential takeaway of the NAEP data is that Kansas students have consistently performed at or above the national average going back over 20 years. As you likely know, NAEP is a national standardized test and a lag indicator of state-level academic achievement based on a random sample of students in grades 4 and 8, administered every 2 years in every state. So NAEP results are reported using 3 achievement levels: NAEP Basic, Proficient, and Advanced, set by a panel of teachers, education specialists, members of the general population. Of these 3 performance levels, NAEP Proficient often grabs the most attention. We know that the meaning and use of this word is significantly different for parents and the general public than for psychometricians and the NAEP board. According to the NAEP website, NAEP Proficient does not represent grade level performance, but rather a standard set much higher than that. While the use of the term proficient by parents and the general public tends to mean being capable, good at something in the context of education, being on track at grade level, but not necessarily the valedictorian. So let's take a look at these tables. This data are straight from the NAEP website, reporting statistical comparisons by state on the percentage of students performing at or above each achievement level in relation to the national average. So green means the states perform above the national average, yellow is performing at the national average, red below the national average. On any given test, say 4th grade math, in any given year the test was administered, dating back to 2003. We can see that Kansas consistently performs at or above the national average. Using the NAEP basic cut scores, Kansas scores above the national average 68% of the time period and never scores below the national average, the red. Kansas also consistently outperforms Florida and Arizona, the 2 states with the largest and most established universal voucher programs. Using the NAEP Proficient cut scores, on the backside, Kansas scores below the national average only 2% of the time, the red. Compared to Florida, scoring below the national average 27% of the time, and Arizona 64% of the time. You will also find 2 addendums to the issue brief, one that compares Kansas to Florida and Mississippi, the 2 states that retain 3rd graders for low assessment scores, and another set of comparable tables for the 6 regional states being reviewed by the Education Funding Task Force with the inclusion of per pupil spending per state. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, next we have Kim Whitman, and after her will be Emily Brownlee.
Chair Hopkins, Dr. Watson, and members of the board, thank you for your service to the students and families in Kansas. Dr. Watson, I really appreciate the commissioner's report that you shared and the conversation by the board. My name is Kim Whitman, and I'm here to discuss developmentally appropriate device use in elementary schools. I'm going to start by asking you 7 yes or no questions. Please seriously consider how you would answer each of them. Number 1, should elementary students have unrestricted access to an internet browser at school? Yes or no? Number 2, should they see real-time news headlines which are often mature or upsetting? Yes or no? Number 3, should schools utilize educational applications that display ads that are often inappropriate? Yes or no? 4, should schools utilize EdTech platforms that sell student data? Yes or no? 5, should students play non-educational games on school-issued devices? 6, should time on a device replace recess and physical activity in elementary school? Yes or no? 7, should elementary students be able to access random videos that often contain inappropriate content at school? If you answered no to these questions, you agree these practices aren't appropriate. Yet most districts never pause to ask these basic questions before issuing one-to-one devices every year. Districts may ask how much screen time is too much, but they should be asking, are these tools and products developmentally appropriate for our youngest learners? Districts are missing the mark by not asking this critical question. This past year, I had the opportunity to serve on a tech action team for a school district in Kansas. We were charged with setting age-appropriate screen time guidelines. When I presented research showing pre-K children needed 0 minutes on a screen, I faced resistance and was told, we must make a recommendation based on the tools the district provides. The result, 4-year-olds were allotted 30 minutes per day on a school-issued device, despite independent evidence favoring hands-on sensory learning. The same district purchases new iPads every 3 years for every elementary student to the tune of $9 to $12 million. That's millions of dollars funneled into devices that do more harm than good for our youngest learners. Chair Hopkins, Dr. Watson, and members of the board, our districts have lost sight of what is developmentally appropriate in their technology investments. Please establish clear, age-appropriate technology standards. Our children's education and their future depend on your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Emily Brownlee, and following her will be Erica Sheets.
Good morning. My name is Emily Brownlee, and today I am requesting that the board put the topic of one-on-one devices in schools on next month's agenda. In 2019, award-winning journalist Nellie Bowles said, quote, "Human contact is now a luxury good," end quote. While our Kansas school children are screen-bound at their desks, children of Silicon Valley tech executives are, ironically, shielded from the harms of the devices that their parents help create. Just miles down the road from the headquarters of many leading technology companies is the Waldorf School of the Peninsula, a private school located in the heart of Silicon Valley. The students at this school, many of whom are children of big tech execs, are neither allowed phones nor given one-on-one devices during the school day. The lower school has zero technology, and the high school has only a computer lab. Is it not telling that the designers and sellers of these technologies forbid their usage during their own children's school day? To prove this point, the following few paragraphs are taken from the Waldorf School of the Peninsula's technology philosophy. Quote, "Today's children spend far less time than earlier generations engaging with other children, caring adults, and nature. The lure of electronic entertainment in our media-infused society influences the emotional and physical development of children and adolescents on many levels and can detract from their capacity to create a meaningful connection with others in the world around them. Brain research tells us that media exposure can result in changes in the actual nerve network of the brain. Waldorf educators believe it is far more important for students to interact with one another and their teachers and work with real materials than to interface with electronic media or technology. By exploring the world of ideas, participating in the arts, music, movement, and practical activities, children develop healthy, robust bodies, balanced and well-integrated brains, confidence in their real-world practical skills, and strong executive function capabilities," end quote. So what do Silicon Valley tech execs know that millions of parents and educators do not? They know that screens flood young brains with inhumane amounts of dopamine, leading to depression and addiction. They know that all wireless devices emit man-made electromagnetic radiation, which invades developing brains. They know that screens send unnatural and overstimulating messages to the nervous system, contributing to hyperarousal and triggering fight or flight responses. They know that screens erode executive functioning skills, which include problem solving, organizing, focus, working memory, stress tolerance, self-control, and self-motivation. The time has come for us to take back our children from big tech, and now with AI barging into the classrooms, we have a historical decision to make. Are Kansas schools going to fully embrace toxic screens or fully embrace humanity? Our children hope we choose the latter. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Sheets.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. Thank you for having me. My name is Erica Sheets. I am here representing parents in Johnson County, Kansas, who organize through our Moms for Liberty chapter. You may be familiar with the latest Supreme Court decision, Mahmoud v. Taylor, which made it crystal clear that parents have the right to opt their children out of things in schools that conflict with their religious beliefs. My recommendation and our ask is that this board include a standard to require all Kansas schools to have such opt-out policies in order to be eligible for accreditation. Amazingly, many schools do not have these policies in place. And so this is the perfect opportunity for guidance from this organization. In addition to that, in many cases where schools do not allow parents to opt out illegally, they are also risking their federal funding, which is worth millions of dollars to most of our school districts, certainly to the larger ones. In addition to that, we were here in May requesting a 10-year review of board outcomes, and I know the board has been working on that in some ways. I'd like to be able to be put on the agenda to provide an information presentation for the board to be able to consider some information in your decisions around this topic, either in the next month or the following afterwards. Just a reminder that despite information we heard about the NAEP scores, KSDE's own information about Kansas students demonstrates that over 68% of Kansas students are below the effective level 3 in math. Over 66% of students in Kansas are below the effective level 3 in ELA. And over 60% of Kansas students are below the effective level 3 in science. So there's all kinds of things that we can talk about of what data and numbers means. But in case you need an additional piece of information on this, higher education reports that 40 to 60% of incoming freshmen require remedial classes before they can even start their college level classes in reading and math. And so for as much as we want to talk about what does this level mean, what do these rates mean, what does this performance mean, the bottom line is that we're headed in the wrong direction and we need to make some changes. And while it has got to be tough to guess the future, now the future is here from what we set up 10 years ago. And I think it's worth taking a look at what can be adjusted to make sure that our children have the knowledge and abilities that they're really going to need. My time is up. I would love to, if I may ask for maybe 10 seconds to share a Holocaust resource you might want to consider from Dr. Watson's presentation. There is a virtual tour that's live led by a docent in Poland through a museum, a nonprofit. It's a 2-hour tour of Auschwitz. Wow. That includes actual video, actual pictures of it live, in addition to historical video and pictures as well. I've personally done this tour twice, and I have pitched to high schools in my area to really consider something like that. So
thank you. I appreciate that.
If they don't know about it and it doesn't mean anything to them, it means we need to teach them. So I'm available for questions.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. The State Board Citizen Open Forum is closed at 10:49 a.m. We thank the speakers for taking the time to come and share your thoughts and your ideas with us. Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda is Dr. Harwood and Dr. Hess about the Kansas Department of Education budget recommendations for the 26-27.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for having us back. You remember that last month we talked about a presentation of the budget recommendations. Just as a reminder, state law requires the state board to submit budget recommendations to the governor, which is what we would be working towards. You may remember that last year the legislature started a parallel budgeting process that we may be asked to participate in. We'll have to see whether it goes, but the state law requires that we provide this to the governor. The state law also requires that the state board make recommendations for the funding of schools. So that's what we're working on right now. The way the state budget typically works is they start from last year's budget, and so that's kind of where we're at. And then the recommendations are either increases or decreases from there. So from what we talked about last week, we're actually only going to talk about the things where we are proposing a change, which would be a possible enhancement to the budget. There are a number of different types of motions we're going to talk about, and I'll kind of go through each of those as we go through. The first one is very different from the rest of them because we're not asking you to talk about a particular amount of money because of the way the law is set. So I'll explain that. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll proceed, and I'm happy to take questions. And if you decide we need to take a break in there, we can do it between any of the topics we have. All right. So the first one are the consensus estimates. So this first one is about what the base is, and the base is the base aid for student excellence. The formula for that is in state law, has been since the 17-18 school year. And so in this one, the estimates based on a 3-year average of inflation was a 4.4% increase this year. And then the estimate is a 2.9% increase for FY27. Again, we are talking about the FY27 budget, even though we're only 7 days into the FY26 budget. That's already been approved, and now we've moved on to 27 already for these requests. The next part just shows that this would be about almost $4 billion, which is an increase, I think, of about $111 million from FY26. The reason it says it's no additional cost is the legislature has already adopted last fall's consensus estimates for FY27. So this is why we're not talking about particular amounts of money, because that amount could change because the consensus estimates will happen again in November and then again in April. And actually, this is based on the April consensus estimates. The legislature, because they adjourned before those were available, theirs are still based on the November consensus estimate. So they change, so that's what we'll get through it. This is supplemental state aid. So this is actually property tax relief, because what it does is it decreases the amount that school districts have to raise locally in order to have the funds they're available through their local option budget or supplemental general fund. And so you can see that's an increase of about, that'd be $16 million. Next is capital improvement state aid. This is bond and interest state aid. You'll notice that there is not a projected increase in this. In 2015, there was a significant change to capital improvement state aid, which means that there is a lot less capital improvement state aid for bonds that have been passed since 2015. And so because of that, as those bonds get paid off and the new bonds don't get as much state aid, it's decreasing the amount over time. So the 2015 bonds, when there were a lot of 2015 bonds, won't get paid off for 20 to 25 years. Once those start to get paid off, it'll decrease very significantly, but we're not expecting any increase for this year. Capital outlay state aid, so this is often confusing. Capital improvement state aid is bond and interest. Capital outlay state aid is actually capital outlay. This one works a little bit differently, whereas capital improvement state aid is also a property tax relief, because now districts don't need as much local property tax to pay the bond payments. In this case, this is an addition to whatever the the district levies. They can levy up to 8 mills, and this adds a percentage on top of that. The reason for that is equity for school districts that have very low valuations per pupil. The additional funding makes up for their inability to raise similar amounts of money with a similar mill levy. So that's what the purpose of that is. So what we're going to talk about then is that these are all the major categories of consensus estimates. Because these will change in November and then change again in April, what we're asking the state board to do is to recommend the adoption of the consensus estimates for state foundation aid, supplemental state aid, capital improvement state aid, and capital outlay state aid. This means that between now and when we actually have our budget hearings during the session in April, we will change the amount based on the November consensus estimates. The last couple of years, that's been lower. It will depend on what's happened with inflation since April through November, but that's how that works out. So be happy to stand for questions for this one.
Okay, Michelle, and I do have one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. Are the State School for the Blind and School for the Deaf included in any of that?
They are not. The State School for the Deaf and the State School for the Blind are each separate state agencies. So their budget is considered separately.
So they're factored, I mean, it's coming from the legislature, but it's not,
Right.
it's totally, it's not in any of these, okay.
No, so what we're doing is talking about KSDE's budget, and then, which is mostly aid that goes through the public schools. School for the Deaf and School for the Blind are funded totally separately, and so that they will have their own budget hearings before legislative committees, and then those decisions get made that way.
Okay, thank you.
Debbie, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to piggyback on that, though, the State School for the Deaf doesn't live in its own little bubble. I'm sure the State School for the Blind is the same, that they have relationships with those local schools where they sometimes share that educational responsibility. Am I correct? I'm kind of looking to Michelle because she's got a lot of experience. I just wondered if, I mean, is that taken into account that sometimes some of the needs that those kids have at the School for the Deaf, they might be enrolled there, but they're also doing things at their local schools? I don't know how that is counted. I'm just curious.
So 2 ways, Debbie. First, let's just talk about if they live in the Olathe area. They may be attending some of the time at the Kansas School for the Deaf, some of the time in Olathe, for example. So Olathe would then go through this process as whatever time that students there would get funded on this formula. And then the School for the Deaf would be, they're funded also for the proportion of time on a different formula that they would go to the School for the Deaf. It's a little bit different than if they're getting services. Let's say they live in Conway Springs. They don't physically go to the School for the Deaf, but the School for the Deaf consults and offers services, outreach services. That student is counted entirely in Conway Springs, and then the School for the Deaf or the Blind, it works both ways, again gets state aid to serve those kids, but it's a separate formula.
So to summarize, so budgetarily, the School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind are completely separate from KSDE. There is overlap in services. There are School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind both receive state funding to provide services to students in public schools. And then there also are relationships between public schools and the School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind to pay for services. But the budgetary process at this level is separate, and then the service model can be a little bit more overlapped, but the budget process is not.
Okay. On the supplemental state aid, which is also the LOB, which drives me crazy, by the way. Too many names for the same thing. So I have just continuously been trying to nail down to get a full understanding. Could you go back to that slide? Because I think that would help me a little bit. So you were talking about, sorry, say it again.
Okay. So the way supplemental state aid works is that the LOB or the supplemental general fund in the district is limited to a percentage of the general fund up to 33% based on what the local school board adopts. Supplemental general fund is tax equity, because if a school district has a very low average valuation per pupil, it would take a really big mill levy to have access to the same funding that another district could do with a much smaller mill levy. So what this is a recognition of that difference in tax equity or assessment equity. And so if a district has a supplemental state aid or state aid average for LOB of 33%, then basically the state pays for 33% of whatever the LOB is,
Okay.
and then they raise locally the rest of it. And that the percentage that a district gets is based on their average valuation per pupil.
Okay.
And I think it starts at the 81st percentile, and anybody above the 81st percentile doesn't get any state aid, and then it increases as you go farther down the list.
But literally, the funds they get in this part goes into the LOB only.
And so in this situation, it does not give the district access to any more funding. It just decreases the mill levy required to get the same level of funding.
Gotcha.
So this actually is a property tax equity portion, doesn't do anything with educational adequacy or equity.
Right.
It's really about tax
Finances.
rates.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? Otherwise, we will do this section at a time. So if you're ready to make a motion, it is written, or I think Frank has it on the screen. Betty?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I move that the State Board of Education recommend the adoption of consensus estimates for state foundation aid, supplemental state aid, capital improvement state aid, and capital outlay state aid for fiscal year 2027.
Okay. Do I have a second? Melanie? Okay. Any other discussion anybody has on the subject? Nope. Okay. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 opposed? Present not voting? 2. 802. Okay, that passes. And the next on the list.
All right, the next is special education, which will not be quite that straightforward. So state statute requires that the legislature appropriate 92% of excess costs for special education. So just to make sure everybody understands, that does not mean that they're paying 92% of the costs of special education, because you subtract out all the federal funding, including Medicaid reimbursement, and there is a portion that is subtracted, that is the state aid, the general state aid that you just voted on, that districts get for the special education student being in the district. So on average, districts are going to cover between 20 and 30% of special education costs. So it's not 8%, it's more like 20 or 30%. So this has been at different times across the year, So in 2010-11 was the last time the state actually met the 92% obligation, and you can see they did that with $54 million worth of federal funds, which would have been ARA funds from the 2008 recession. So over the time, you can see that some of those are federal funds, some of those are not. This past year, there was $2.5 million worth of federal funds that did not carry forward. And so you'll see there was actually a net increase for this year of $10 million, or $7.5 million, whereas the year before, there was a net increase of $73 million. So that's just kind of a history there. Another one I wanted to point out, we used to always talk about the special teacher reimbursement. A lot of districts call this CAD aid. There are actually 4 different categories to CAD aid, special teacher reimbursement being one of them. So one of the things that's happened is that has declined dramatically. The reason for that is that for 24-25, no additional funding went into categorical aid. We came up with the other process that you approved in June of last year, which is local contribution models, special education state aid. I should have never called it local contribution model because we have lots of things called local contribution, so that was a mistake. So because of that, the cost of transportation has gone up, and the number of teachers that get hired has gone up. And because of that, then what's left over for special teacher reimbursement is less. And so we estimate next year at $29,600 if all of the money that got put into special education had gone into the categorical aid formula instead of the new formula, it would actually be $35,000. So that's one of the things we have to help school districts understand is that the special teacher reimbursement went down quite a bit, but there's another funding stream. So in the last slide, when we were talking about percentages, the local contribution state aid is included in those percentages, along with any federal funds that the state puts in. This would not include like IDEA funds that come to us from the feds and we send on. That's not included. That's subtracted out before you get to the excess costs, but it's not part of the state can only use federal funds that they got to put in to pay for that part to count. So, to get to, so actually, let me kind of go forward a little bit and we'll kind of talk about, and then I'll come backwards. So the motion that was a recommended motion is based on what the state board has done the last 3 years. So 3 years ago, the state board recommended that the legislature appropriate funding over a 5-year period to get to 92%. That has not happened. But then the next year, the state board said, okay, let's do it over 4 years. And then the next year, they said, okay, let's do it over 3 years. So if you follow the pattern, you would say we need to get to 92% over 2 years. That would be about $120 million. I would say it's unlikely that you would get $120 million. The other thing would be is that you wanted it to be at 92% by 2028. It's likely that the special education funding formula will change before 2028. So it also may not be as meaningful to say we get there by a certain year because the target may move by that time. So the other ways to think about this, so you could pick any one of those years and say, we want to have it funded at 92% by this time. The other options are to look at, oops, I went too far. Just looking at a specific amount or a specific percentage. So when they added $73 million for 24-25, the estimate was, and we'll know this after we get 24-25 done, was about 75% of excess costs. So you could say, well, this the 25-26, we're actually going to slide backwards probably to somewhere around 71%. So you could say, well, we need to get back to where we were, and that'd be about $50 million. It's an election year again. So the last election year, we got $73 million. When it was an election year, we got $10 million. So there may be more of an appetite for more special education funding because it tends to be an election issue. So you could say, well, maybe we want to get to $80 million, or sorry, 80%, which would be $92 million. So if you say a percentage, we will adjust the dollar amount based on the estimates that we do again in November. Those don't change in April like the other ones do because inflation is not involved. So you could pick a year like we've done in the past. You could say, no, we think you should be around this percentage. Or you could just say, well, if I want to be between 75 and 80, let's just say it's $72 million. Those are kind of the options. What I should have said at the beginning, the other option is no motion, and then you request, you don't have a request. So the idea that we didn't put an option on there to request nothing, because that doesn't take a motion. That would just be, if you don't make the motion, the request doesn't make it on there. So happy to stand for questions on any of those, because again, that was a little bit more complex than the last one.
Watson?
Frank did a wonderful job of explaining a very complex subject that's different than the other funding. I just want you to think about how this plays out if you're in a school district, and I'll even think about it as a parent. So you're in a school district, and most of you represent school districts that are in declining enrollment, because that's more than those that are increasing. But Michelle, think about Spring Hill, because they're actually increasing. So you have a decreasing enrollment, you have decreasing funding going to special ed, and then you have increased cost of special ed determined by an IEP. The business manager, the superintendent are trying to figure out, how am I going to juggle all this money, because I have an obligation to meet the IEP needs that I have to meet. So I'm going to have to take money somewhere else to go meet that need, and that money may be shrinking on me. And so when you hear that playing out locally at a local board, that's the discussion that they're having based upon, in part, the decreasing money coming from both the federal, or at least the stable money coming from the federal, and the decreasing amount from the state going into special education. It can get really lost in a hurry, but this is why it's been important to fully fund state cost, and we would argue the federal cost should be fully funded too, of special education, because that is a mandate from both the federal and the state level that every school district must meet that obligation to the IEP. They cannot not meet that.
So just to put that in perspective about how much money we're talking about statewide. So I said that states should, or local districts should really plan on paying for about 20 to 30 or so, 25% of special education costs. Because that average for 23, 24 was 44%. So because of that, districts had to spend local funds in the tune of about $220 million. So that would be the shortfall. And so it goes back in there as $197 million if they did 92% in 1 year. So that just gives you a perspective about what is being spent from general fund or LOB supplemental general fund to pay for special education expenses that would not be required if the state were meeting its statutory obligation.
Right. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, not my wheelhouse, but last month, you'll remember, I asked for all 286 district CPA files in a working file format, which I was told is not available through our department here. And the reason I wanted that is because I have my team, because it's not me, trying to figure out the federal funding and balancing that out. And right now, we can't do that. We did, through open records, we did get this. So I have these numbers, my team does at least. And what I'm bothered by in this is that we're supposed to be funding to reach a certain percent, but we don't even have track in our department here of all the federal funding that goes directly to the schools, like Medicaid and things like this. They get a lot of direct payments from the federal government that we're not accounting for because we can't get these numbers.
So that is accounted for in the excess cost formula. KDHE provides the consensus estimate group with the amount of Medicaid reimbursement that was given to districts, and that is subtracted out from the total expenses before the excess cost is calculated.
And there's actually three federal reports that we were not able to get the numbers for. So if we can't get them from here, I don't know how you're getting them from here because we asked for them, but.
I said they came from KDHE.
Oh, KDHE, okay. So, but I'm just saying that there's not a transparency on these numbers for parents, for schools. I also have issues that it seems that we incentivize IEPs for the schools. So they get more money if they can figure out how to make a kid have an IEP. Some, obviously a lot are legit, but schools get more money for IEPs. That's why I understand from parents, teachers, that we sometimes have IEPs that are probably extraneous.
However, the IEP they're going to operate as a net loss because they're losing money on providing those services. They're not getting reimbursed for all of the services, let alone an additional amount that would make it profitable.
I don't know if that's accurate. I'd have to look at that. So,
I mean, that's the way the system is set up.
Betty?
Thank you, and I'm not sure, this may be a question for either one of you. When we were talking about declining enrollment, are we not seeing an increase in special education? Do we have any of that information?
So we have that information, and so yes, there, although head count has seen some declines, FTE has actually stayed flat or increased, and the same would be true for special education. There's been some increase in that. I don't know exactly what it is off the top of my head, but that's the trend.
I was trying to track because, again, when we get in this area, it's so many moving parts that it's hard for anybody to keep up with it. But if funding special education is mandated, and then we're seeing a decrease in the head count, funding is pulled from gen ed to, if we're short, but we're seeing that drop. I'm trying to process what that actually means, and then when we look at how special education is actually funded, I wonder, I mean, we've made recommendations that's never really been adhered to, and I'm wondering, does it really even matter? They have their own whatever that they're looking at, and do you even know what they are looking at when they come up with the numbers of how special education is going to be funded? I mean legislature when I say they.
Okay, thank you.
So I will say 2 years ago, the $75 million was very close to what either the governor's recommended increase was or the state board's recommended increase was. Last year at $10 million of SGF, I don't know that there was something specific. It had more to do with the overall state budget. And looking at the large increase in the base, and that, the idea was discussed that because the districts are getting so much in a base increase that they could afford to cover more of the special education costs. They said the same thing about mentor teachers and professional development.
Get a follow-up? Sure. So actually, from a legislative perspective, it sounds as though they feel they're funding special education going through another door?
So there are people in the legislature that say they are already fully funding special education. According to the law, that is not correct, but there are other things that get talked about. It wasn't necessarily that they were funding special education through the base, but that because of the increase in the base, some probably felt like that there wasn't money for another increase, and the base is actually required in law, and the special education is, though the 92% is required in law, it also says subject to appropriation. Mm-hmm. So I think there is some thinking that if we don't feel like we want to appropriate enough funding or the statutorily required funding, it may be to some people that they had reasons to not fund special ed as much, even though they were funding general education higher. And in the end, as we talked about, because state and federal law require special education services be provided, then that has to kind of come out of the pot first.
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start by saying the schools do not get more money for IEP students. They do not. I have 2 students of my own on IEPs. I sit in those meetings every year, and just anecdotally, I will share that year over year, I can sense the strain that is being put on that gifted teacher, the SPED teams that meet. I sense it from the administration this is a hardship, especially in our bigger, denser districts, Betty. And they are seeing more students coming with more needs. We know that they have, over the past several years, identified many more students with dyslexia and other needs that require additional interventions, additional teachers, and never mind the countless paraprofessionals that you need. I mean, just pause for a moment and think about the needs of each of these students that are coming in on a daily basis saying, I need additional differentiation from the rest of my classmates. This is a huge burden on districts. And this board, historically, in my time here, every year we have this conversation, and we have continually said to the legislature, please, as Frank pointed out earlier, fully fund special education at the 92%. I think the number one phone call that I get as a board member from constituents, parents in my district, comes back to IEPs and special education concerns. And they run the gamut. They are students with all levels of disabilities. Some of them have very high needs. And parents call me because they are struggling inside of that system in many different districts, trying to get those needs met. And it is hard for a district to make a decision to go ahead and hire more staff. Let's bulk up these services when the money's just not there. So what you have are teachers that are working cases for a great number of students because they really can't make that decision to add one more person. So I see this as one of the board's highest priorities. I mean, I am all about the 92% on this one. We've got to do what it takes to get there. And the legislature has to hear this message from us. Thank you.
So Melanie, in the spirit of discussion, which we need to have in the middle of this, because obviously we have a lot of different ways of looking at this. So if you say you're looking for the 92%, you are then asking the legislature to add $197 million to the budget. So just want to make sure I understood that's what you were saying. And considering we got 10 this year and 75 last year, yeah. Then I sit in reality too, so I guess there's that too. Dennis? Sorry, yes.
To answer that, I too would like to sit in reality, and I think it would be great if we could have that conversation and figure out what we can come to a consensus on at a board that will move us forward. Thank you.
Dennis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Frank, could you give us a little description, the difference between Western Kansas and Eastern Kansas as far as how the money is spent? I mean, districts in Western Kansas tend to share SPED.
Well, they have cooperatives, right?
Cooperatives, so that would help us, I think, to, at least in my mind.
So the majority of districts in the state are part of an interlocal or a co-op, and they function basically the same way. And so in that situation, basically, we'll talk about an interlocal. They employ all the, or the vast majority of the special education staff. So the reimbursement goes to whoever incurs the cost. So the special teacher reimbursement would go to the interlocal or the co-op because they employ the people. So in many ways, it happens the same way across the state. The difference being there are some larger districts that operate their own special education. And really, it's just an economy of scale. Most smaller districts can't, it's not reasonable for them to have their own speech pathologist because time is short. The problem with that is that they also then incur higher costs in speech pathologists because they have to pay so much time for them just to drive from place to place. So in some ways that increases the cost. They have to hire more people to cover the same number of students that a more densely populated area can. But the mechanism is very much the same, just whether or not you've pooled together so you can share staff and share expenses. What that helps you do is that mitigates the fluctuation from a very high need student moving in or moving out. Whereas the larger districts don't need that because they already have those economies. I mean, we have a number of our larger districts are serving more students than a couple of co-ops put together. So that's the big difference.
Can I just ask then, is there a trend of lower enrollment in these interlocals where there's less, where there's a lot more transportation? Or have you seen a trend there?
So, yeah, the trend is that the more rural the district, the more declining enrollment you see. That's not true. We have some large suburban district or urban districts that are declining as well. The smaller you are, a couple of students here or there makes a much bigger difference than if you're really large. So what happens then is if you have declining enrollment and you have fewer students, then you would have fewer costs, you'd have fewer IEPs. The problem they get into is that sometimes it's harder to adjust staffing because even though you have 2 less speech language students, you still need the person that was doing the job. You're getting reimbursed on that person's employment, not on the student's IEP. So you're getting partially reimbursed based on the expense you already have.
So really the cost is driven by the number of staff and not so much the students that are being
transportation is the other one. Okay. So the more sparsely populated you are, the more transportation costs you're likely to have per student. They get reimbursed 80% of that. And then if you have catastrophic students, so students that have to be, the expense has to be more than double the special teacher reimbursement before you can even qualify. So basically you get reimbursed for about 75% of costs you have above $100,000 for one student. So that can, that number has stayed the same statewide. It's been pretty consistent between, $1.3 and $1.5 million statewide. It shifts around who has the students, but other than that, it's not. Then the largest portion is special teacher reimbursement, which goes to whoever employs the person providing the services.
So, quick question, board. Do we need a break to sit in this for just a minute and then come back and try to get this through with the rest of the budget? Yes. Everybody? Yeah. Okay.
If I could just ask a quick question first. Could go back to the catastrophic category for me, and because I do know that a lot of times families will move to the urban districts when there is the catastrophic because they can get better services. Yet I'm struggling with how that's funded. Could you cover that briefly again?
I will say that I gave a very brief overview. It's a complicated thing. It's basically you can get twice the amount of the special teacher reimbursement. You have to subtract that out. You subtract out all of the federal and state funds you get for that student being there. That's typically about $100,000 is a guess there. And then you can get reimbursed for 75% of the expenses above that amount. So you'd have to spend the first $100,000, and then you get $75,000 if it was $200,000 for the services. And a lot of families that have students with significant needs, especially if they're also medical needs, are relocating oftentimes for medical reasons, as much so, if any, for the educational or the special education issues as well. So,
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 10:40 or 11:40. Sorry, 11:40. We're not all seemingly present, but we're still back. Okay. To continue our conversation on special education state aid and what our recommendation would be, I'm going to go ahead and throw out there, and then anybody can do what they want with it. So during break, which was very helpful, I would sit personally in that 80% mark, using the percentage, as you said, because those numbers fluctuate. So that's kind of my initial thought after the previous discussion. So anybody want to jump in on that, or what do we got? Mr. Porter?
Yeah, I think it's important for us to say special education is important. There is an excess cost. It's been underfunded for years. I think it's unreasonable for us to ask for $190-something million right now because it's not going to happen. Whatever we request may not happen, but I think that what you just recommended is very reasonable. And at some point, if you want me to, I'll make that motion.
Okay, well, it's up to you on the motion, and I don't have any names on the list, so we can always discuss after as well. Melanie?
If I may, I wanted to go back in time just a little bit and talk to the board about how this is different. This is a different presentation than we had last year, because last year we looked at the governor's budget, and this year we're not doing it that way. For obvious reasons, things have shifted a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think that's a.
So we will make recommendations to the governor, then she will make her own budget. So we have always done this ahead of the governor's budget. The big difference for the legislature is they looked at their own budget bill and then talked about the governor's recommendations kind of on the side.
Yeah, so I feel like in the past, the slides that this board have walked through there have been more of them, more detail on some of these items, and we made very aspirational recommendations. I see this, especially, to Jim Porter's point, as we're in the midst of the school funding task force meetings. I think that this is an opportunity for us to really, as a board, kind of pause and look at the slides in front of us, of which there are only a handful. We've got, if you look at your suggested motions, there's special education state aid, CTE transportation, the mentor teacher program, professional development, and national board certification, before we get into some of the others. And so I was just going to suggest that we may want to be judicious in which recommendations we make and really decide what's most important to us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No, and thank you, and that's very true, because we have to keep the whole picture together. Like, in the end, how much, and in special ed, I mean, it's kind of one of those, it's just that big pocket, obviously, but there are other things on the list.
And in keeping with that, since we probably do need more discussion, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. So, do you have a thought for moving forward?
I was actually going to agree with Mr. Porter and you, Madam Chair. I like the 80% number.
Okay.
Thank you.
In that case, I'll remake the motion.
I'd be
Do I
happy
have
to
a
second that.
Jim makes the motion for the 80%. Melanie is seconding that. Do we have any further discussion on that particular thought before we take it to a vote? Dennis?
So we're looking at an amount and not the year?
Correct. We're going to look at what we were talking about was just looking at that 80%, not looking at the whole
92
phase-in thing or anything like that because of the formula being on the table with the legislature. So,
And I just point out, because of the motion was for 80%,
right,
currently that estimate is 92 million.
but that's an estimate.
That will change after, so we will stick with the 80%. We'll keep the board up to date on what that is, but that gets redone in November.
Right, because October is when you know what all the costs were. Okay. Okay,
And I've always recommended a phase in, but since the formula has changed, that changed the calculus. So that's the reason I'm not doing that again this year.
right, right. Okay, then I will say, all in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, glory to God. 10-0. Moving along. Thank you, sir. What a break will do. See, just need a mental break.
The good news is that the rest of them are not nearly so complicated.
Right.
The next one is CTE transportation. So just as a reminder what this is, a long time ago there was this thing called Senate Bill 155. It's really called Excel and CTE. What this does is partially reimburses districts for providing transportation to junior colleges and technical schools for certain technical coursework for students. And so you can see that for the last several years, including 25, 26, it's been 1.482388. I don't know why it's that number. We think it would cost, and that's been about 66%. We think it costs about another $800,000 to fully fund the reimbursement. This would be one of those things where this stayed in. So I think it's what the state board needs to think about is it stayed in, so we're happy with that. Or do we ask for the enhancement? We have asked for the enhancements before. The difference with this one over the ones we're going to talk about in this is not in statute. So this happens in it's just as part of the budget. There is not a statutory requirement to provide this transportation reimbursement. It started when they started paying for the courses to the technical schools and the junior colleges. So.
Okay. So the option is, we can just leave it where it is. We don't have to make any motions. We can just say we're good. Or do we want to ask for more?
And I would just say at $800,000, I don't know that it'd be beneficial to say, let's ask for $400,000. And I mean, when you're talking about the size of budget we have, I think you're going to get all of it or none of it in that regard. So.
Okay. So, thoughts? Do I have a motion? Or do we have a non-motion? Okay. Well, I think we'll just keep moving then.
Okay.
Okay.
So the next one I think is probably more important to the state board, specifically because state board put in regulation that a initial licensed teacher has to have a mentor in order to get to the professional license. And so for years it was $1.3 million or something close to that. You'll see that we didn't always spend all of it because we have to come as close as we can based on how we prorate it. So we put together two options. One is go back to the $1.3 million that was removed for 25, 26, or ask for it to be fully funded at $2.3 million. What that would provide is a $1,000 stipend for teachers that are mentoring teachers in their first 3 years. When we prorate it, we do $1,000 for the first year teachers, $1,000 for the second year teachers that we can, and this year we got to about a little less than $500 for the third year teacher. I think is what it ended up being.
Okay. And I know I looked it up, but I forget, what does the statute say that you have listed there?
So what this does is it provides, so I will say that the mentor requirements for the licensure change are less than the mentor requirements for reimbursement. So the law says what the requirements for that mentor, and it's subject to appropriation. So there's like a mentor that to get reimbursed can only mentor 2 mentees, no more than that. The requirements are stricter about, are they in the same building? How similar is the licensure and those kinds of things?
Okay. Okay. Any comments, discussion, motions? Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Harwood. So I'm just wondering, we are either asking for a reinstatement of the 1.3 million that was in the budget but had been eliminated, or an additional 1 million in addition to that in order to accommodate future needs
No, to
or
fully
meet the third year?
To fully fund
for
all 3
all 3
years.
years, okay.
Always before, we've had to prorate, and a lot of times we don't give anything to the third-year mentor because there's just not enough funding. And so, I guess I should have pointed this out. You could ask for any amount that the state board wants to ask for. I put these numbers in because, one, to get back to where we were, or two, to fully fund the program. I would say this one, as I said, started with, is that this one is much more tied to state board requirements. And so I think it would be an important gesture from the state board to the districts that, since you require that to happen, that the state reimburse them for the mentor positions.
Thank you.
Okay. Dennis?
Madam Chair, would this be tied to then what Shane has been telling us, that they're hoping that this apprenticeship thing grows to 500 or so? Is this tied to numbers at all?
No, this is any new to the profession teacher
Okay.
that gets their initial license has to have a mentor to work with them before they would be eligible for their professional license. What this does is it reimburses districts up to $1,000 per mentor. And again, we focus on first year, and then we try to do as much as we can for second and third year.
Okay.
So the apprenticeship thing is different, other than if they get to an initial license, they would have to have a mentor after they get the initial license.
Okay, well, I am personally going to make a motion if nobody else is interested. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of $1.3 million for the mentor teacher program for fiscal year 2027, which would at least bring us back to where we were before. Beryl, second. Any other discussion? Melanie? I'm sorry, Debbie.
I'll just say it again. We've heard over and over that this program makes such a tremendous difference in teacher retention.
Absolutely.
So many times.
Yeah.
Thank
Debbie?
you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with that. I know that this is a very, very important thing. I just want to discern, though, it is already funded at some level, correct, with teacher licensure. Because I do know we've had the conversation about teacher mentor in other funding.
So it had been funded until this year. It is no longer being funded for 25-26. It was taken out of the budget. The state board requires that the districts provide a mentor, but does not reimburse anything for the cost of those mentors.
So there is no other source of funding for teacher mentor program other than this vote right here.
Or general fund or supplemental. I mean, the district could choose to do that. For this year, we've told districts, you are required to provide mentors for your initially licensed teachers. There is no requirement to pay them.
Because we don't have any funds to give them. Yeah.
I would say that most districts already have it in their negotiated agreement and will be doing it anyway. But for this year, they have lost the reimbursement for that.
Yeah.
And this is a request to reinstate that reimbursement.
Okay. Ready to vote? All in favor? Oh. For the 1.3. Yeah. All in favor? Looks like we are unanimous, 10-0. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to actually, Dr. Harwood, take a pause and come back to this at the end of the day. We're going to sandwich it in under, well, we'll make it number 18 is what we'll do, because we need to get to lunch and we still have one other agenda item to hit. So thank you, sir, but we will come back. And up next, we're going to talk about the persistently dangerous schools definition. And Bert Moore, I was going to say, I didn't see you hiding back there, and I thought it says Bert, but I didn't see her.
I'm hiding.
And Gabby. So thank you.
Welcome. Yes, Gabby's here and helping me. We understand that you were looking for the definition and some further information. So the next slide will have the definition. Here you go. So persistently dangerous schools is a component of the Every Student Succeeds Act, or Elementary and Secondary Education Act. It's been in the statute for many, many years. Kansas defines a persistently dangerous school is if they, for 3 consecutive years, have 1+ students expelled for a federal gun-free schools violation, and 2% or 5 students, whichever is greater, utilize the individual option to transfer. And that is within the LEA, and that is in the regulation. 2% or 5 students are expelled for violence related to offenses, including crimes against persons which constitute the commission of a felony, including the murder, aggravated assault, battery, criminal threat, hazing, kidnapping, robbery, burglary. You can read it. It's a long list. So this would then, after 3 years, this school would be defined as persistently dangerous. And that is done by my department, where we look at the discipline data every year, and we look at the ESI data, we look at the discipline data, and we're looking for any incidents that may show that there is a pattern that is leading to a persistently dangerous school. So I wanted that to be clear. And then the Dear Colleague letter, which is on the next slide, they recently republished information on persistently dangerous schools. On May 7th, they came out with this, citing existing law requires a state to provide options. And I just gave you what our state definition is. So we do provide options. Local LEAs must provide a school choice option for students who attend an elementary or secondary school the state has determined to be unsafe, persistently dangerous, based on state-determined criteria. Or if a student has become a victim of a violent crime as determined by state law while on the grounds of the school the student attends, which means that the student would have transfer rights within that LEA. So some of the options that are available on the next slide. It requires states to establish and implement a statewide policy that students in either of the 2 described circumstances be permitted to attend a safe public elementary or secondary school within their LEA or the resident district. The Dear Colleague letter notes that as a general matter, states with full open enrollment policies that have protocols for defining and identifying persistently dangerous schools and have clear communications to alert parents whose children attend the unsafe schools or have been the victim of a violent crime fulfill the ESEA's statutory requirement, and that is to allow transfer. So the open enrollment on the next slide. We've always allowed parents to apply to attend school districts they don't reside in, and in 2022, the legislature passed the bill, sub for House Bill 2567, to require school districts to allow for the enrollment of non-resident students if space is available and the student is in good standing, and provisions went into effect for last year. So we already have that transferability, and we've had it for many years. Mm-hmm. So that gives you some background information on that. This will, as a result of your request, be on the ESEA Council agenda that Twyla Sprouse leads. She has a 16-member council that looks at Elementary Secondary Education Act requirements and regulations, and they plan the agenda. And so we plan to discuss it at the next quarterly meeting, which will be scheduled soon.
Okay. And Debbie, your comments?
Got it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay. First, I was wondering if you could tell me how many persistently dangerous schools we have in Kansas.
None.
None, okay. And then I was reading through this unsafe school choice option. Is that what's tied to this? The No Child Left Behind, May 2004?
Mm-hmm, the 2004
That's what's
document.
tied to it. I wanted to make sure I had the right thing. So in here, it talks a lot about your SEAs and LEAs. How do you define SEA?
That's a state education agency, and that would be the Kansas State Department of Education. A local education agency would be a public school.
Okay, and who defined that?
That's defined in statute.
It's in statute? Okay, maybe at some point in time you could let me know where that definition is. I've always just kind of wondered that, who decided that and when. So the other thing that's required in here is a representative sample of LEAs. Is a sufficient number of LEAs that when taken as a group typify the demographic and other characteristics of the LEAs in the state? And I've always seen LEAs as the local school board, as defined by local school boards, local education agencies. But you're saying it's actually the schools.
Correct.
It's
Okay.
the public school district, and on the...
Well, there's a difference between public schools and the district.
Well, public schools within districts.
Right.
That's
Okay,
an LEA. An
okay,
LEA
so-
is the district.
Right, and so on our Kansas health standards, we have kind of the same thing. That's why I was thinking it was going for it. And on it, the ones that are dated 2018, it actually lists out what LEAs were involved. I think, though, that's school district. I don't know if they did schools or school districts. I'd have to go back and look. But I was wondering if we had that list of the LEAs that were involved in the last setting of the persistently dangerous school definition.
We can go back to the archive. I understand from Dean Zykes, who's been here the longest, that it would be filed in an archive because it's been that long ago that this was set in standard, which is not on site. It's in a file that's been housed elsewhere.
Okay,
But
and
we
I
can-
do
we
think we're
can find
supposed
it.
to do it every year. Every year, we're supposed to be revisiting this
Every
definition.
year, my department looks at measurement of which school buildings would meet persistently dangerous school. And as I said, the ESEA Council will be addressing this at their next meeting, which has LEA representatives on it.
Okay, I wrote a lot of questions
That's
down
all
here.
right.
Let's see here. And then it also suggested that we should be pulling information from law enforcement. You said ESI and discipline data. What's ESI?
Emergency safety interventions, that would be how many seclusions or restraints may have occurred in a school district for students.
Do you require the police to, in the schools to report incidences? Are they required by law to report them, or do they handle them in-house?
That's done in-house. So
Okay.
if you call law enforcement to take care of an issue that is a local issue that you're taking care of, but if it rises to an ESI or a discipline report, it goes into the count that we look at every year. So we
Okay.
would get it eventually if it was in the count. But we know if it's been a major altercation from the discipline data that we collect. And those would be dangerous students. So dangerous students can be handled through a variety of discipline measures. You've got suspension, you've got expulsion, you've got alternative programs, and you also have virtual programs that can be offered to those students. But for the school to be persistently dangerous, you're looking at major crimes occurring within that agency. And I will share that when this was enacted, we had a lot of gang activity going on in our country. And since then, we have character education standards in our state. And so when they get implemented, we work on the behaviors. We have positive behavior supports that we work on. So schools are aware of the need to work on behavior because behavior has to be taught.
Right. Well, I have actually a granddaughter who a child attempted to stab her, and it didn't go anywhere. Like, she had no protection. It was the student that tried to stab her was protected more than she was. So I have a lot of interest in how this is being reported. Are the schools actually reporting it? Are they reporting their drug offenses? I tried to pull up some school information on drug offenses and stuff like that. I do think that we need to address the definition, because the definition is truly, well, the federal definition, just be a victim of a crime, you're good. Okay, that's the federal, like this number 2. But our state definition, oh my word, and it's all and, so that I looked at the average size of a school is 299 students, so 6 incidences would be 2%. And I'm assuming number 3 is a whichever is greater parenthesis as well. It doesn't say that, but it says 2% or 5 students as well. But you would have to have in 3 consecutive years, which the federal standards ask for, keep that short, like a year. if any of these happen in a year. But we have it over 3 consecutive years, not even just 3 years, but you have to have 1+ students expelled for federal, oh, I'm sorry, I thought somebody over here was talking, federal gun-free school violation. Then the 2% or 5 students, which would be an average of 6, utilize the individual option. Could you give me a definition of individual option?
Individual option means the individual has the right to transfer in district to another building.
Right, but is that because they use the persistently dangerous school?
Yes. If they're identified building, then they have the right to request to transfer in the LEA to a different building.
So we had to have 6 on average students in a school qualify per the federal standards. So that it makes our definition then obsolete, because by the definition in here, in that Dear Colleague letter, it says you can be the state definition or you can be the federal definition. And our federal definition is just number 2. Just number 2 alone is the federal definition. And we're saying you have to be number 2 and 1 and 3, which is, we're not going to have any persistently dangerous schools in Kansas in that definition at all.
In that same paper, it says that only 5 states qualified as having persistently dangerous schools.
Well,
so it's not pervasive across the country.
Or tracked, because I'm not sure that we're getting all the information of like how many drug things. These are all supposed to be things that are readily available to the parents to see that we had all this. So I think just there's a lot of work to be done here is what I was trying to bring it to the attention of the board. I wanted this to be information, and my request was that next month we could look at possibly an action item to redefine something more reasonable, and especially like Mrs. Arnold does a lot on bullying. Bullying could be brought into this because a child that's being bullied consistently does not feel safe.
The parent has the right to ask for transfer when that happens already.
Okay, because of the federal standards?
No, because it's just the thing that districts have adopted. You can ask to be transferred from one building to another building at any time. You just meet with your administrator, and then the administration makes that decision based upon what information is shared.
And is that considered an individual option then?
Yes, that would be an individual option for a parent to ask for a student. I had it once or twice in my district when I had 2 elementaries. They didn't want the kids with certain kids because they seemed to just have problems together, and so we'd make that transfer.
Right. Well, I had...
And it wasn't required through a statute.
In my district, I mean, I've seen kids that were moved. I saw one parent just pull her kids out of school because the bullying wasn't stopping, and she did not get this information. I know she didn't. So I just think that we need to address this, so...
And Bert, you're saying that your next meeting, this is something that you guys will definitely
Yes, at the council meeting, we will
focus
address it, and
on.
we will look at the definition and see if we need to modify anything and take that recommendation from the council, and then we can bring it back to you.
That would be great. And you don't yet know when that meeting will be?
Twyla's setting it up. It'll probably be in September.
In September, okay. Well, thank you, I appreciate it. And thank you for the conversation, we appreciate that.
No, these are great questions.
Yes, okay. Well, with that, board, I'm sorry, I am so sorry, Connie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have just one question. When a teacher in a building commits a crime and a teacher in another building commits a crime and it's in the same district, is it the building that's judged? It's each building judged separately, or are they judged together as the district, or different?
If it's the adults, then that will depend on the district policy. Normally, if you have someone that commits a crime, they're put on paid leave, and then it goes before the Board of Education if they're going to take any formal action. That's the process that's normally followed. So I don't know that we would put them on a list at that point in time unless the crime was against youth in the building. That would be different.
Go ahead.
Connie, if someone, though, was suspended, put on paid leave, as Bert said, that triggers that they have to alert our general counsel from a license review. So then we investigate that to see whether or not that would pose revoking a license.
Thank you.
Thank you, Connie.
Thank you both.
Okay, with that, we are going to recess for lunch, and we will, thank you, Bert. We will be
Thank you.
back here at 1:30, Board. Thank you. Okay, we are back from our lunch break, and we are in for a treat. So we welcome Mary Lonker, new ELA program manager for KSDE, and Nathan McAllister, who's our history, government, social studies program manager, along with two students who will be reading a portion of the Declaration of Independence. Maribel Aldridge and Lucy Ross will be 8th grade students at Wamego Middle School this coming fall. After the reading, we're all invited to sing My Country, 'Tis of Thee with board member Porter accompanying us on the piano. As well, the Tonganoxie High School is providing a group of summer singers who will sing with us and then perform 3 more songs for us. Their teacher, Mr. Gifford, is with them. If we'll stand, please, for the reading.
In Congress, July 4th, 1776. The unanimous Declaration of the 13 United States of America. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall most likely to affect their safety and happiness. And the declaration closes with, and for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the Pilgrims spread, from every mountainside, let freedom ring. My native country, land of the noble free, thy name I love. I love thy rocks and rills, thy woods and templed hills. My heart with rapture thrills, like that above. Let music swell the breeze and ring from all the trees sweet freedom song. Let mortal tongues awake, let all that breathe partake, let rocks their silence break, the sounds prolong. Our fathers bow to thee, Author of liberty, to thee we sing. Long may our land be bright with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God our King.
Wonderfully, thank you.
Oh, you're good.
The cold wind is a calling and the sky is clear. have fallen, farewell to my sacrifice and all. You stole my love, fire upon you fly. You stole my love, fire, fire, oh, fire upon you, fire upon you, fire, fire, fire upon you, fire upon you, fire, 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 fire. You stole my love, you stole my love, fire, fire upon you, fire, fire. You stole my love, fire, fire upon you. You stole my love, fire upon you, fire. You stole my love, fire, fire. Yes, you would want to paint it to prove you for your love would die. Oh, and henceforth never longer be such a crafty wronger. But my disease such a fault, and farewell as I sin, all. You stole my love, fire upon you, fire. You stole my love, fire, fire. Fire upon you, fire, 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 fire upon you, fire, 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 fire. You stole my love, you stole my love, fire, fire upon you, fire, fire. You stole my love, fire, fire upon you. You stole my love, fire upon you, fire. You stole my love, fire on you, fire on you, my love. You stole my love, fire, fire upon you.
Thank you so much. Maybe before you get away from us, would you mind just quickly passing by the microphone, giving us your name and what grade you're going into?
Hi, my name is Ty Baldwin, and I'm going to be a freshman at Kansas State University. I'm Emma Schmidt. I will also be a freshman at KSU.
I'm Odette McLeod, and I'm going into my sophomore year.
I'm Allie Baldwin, and I'm also going into my sophomore year.
I'm Morgan Mellis, and I'm going into my junior year.
I'm Allison Bailey, and I'm also going to be a junior.
I'm Anna Heskett. I'm going to be a freshman at KU. Rock Chalk.
Mr. Gifford, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks for the invitation. I'm Tom Gifford, by the way. I'm going into my 40th year of teaching.
And I believe Connie, this is under her district and her hometown, helped Deborah find our performers, so we appreciate that so much. It was wonderful. And thanks for joining us with the country to Sophia. That was beautiful. Thank you. Hard act to follow once again. So next is our reading corner with Dr. Lori Curtis and her guests. Are you good to go?
Yes.
All right.
Well, it's great to be back here with the Reading Corner. I'm looking forward to this. And today's conversation or presentation, if you want to say that, is kind of based on what I heard in the new podcast we have with Dr. Watson and some of the educators as they talked about what really makes an exemplary summer school opportunity for kids. And so we started looking for those, and there's so many going on across the state, but I heard about this program that I want you to hear about today because we all want to be a champ, and this is called Champs Camp. They're going to talk to you about Champs Camp, and this is from Goddard Public Schools, USD 265, and they were able to take a community opportunity that they had and expand it to be, just as that podcast discussed, rigorous, fun, interesting for kids, and impact lots of students over the summer to really increase student achievement. So I'm going to let them introduce themselves and then tell you about Champs Camp, and then at the end we have a little video that they'll show you so you can hear what the students and other educators have to say.
Thank you, Lori. My name is Julie Canizzo. I serve as the Assistant Superintendent for Academic Affairs in Goddard, Kansas. This is my 12th year there.
I'm Stephanie Basham. I'm a Curriculum Instructional Support Specialist for the district.
Thank you for allowing us to come today and share about our summer learning programs. It's something that we're really proud of and are very excited to be able to share some of the details of our programs with you today. Just to start with the background of how we got started with summer learning, we initially began back in 2015 with a partnership with the YMCA. They came to us as part of our CT Advisory Council and said, we have this program called Power Scholars, and we would really like to partner with your district. It was a reading and math focused program that met 5 days a week with our teachers delivering the instruction for math and reading in the morning, and then the YMCA staff delivering more of a camp field type activities in the afternoon. It was open then to just 40 students in first grade. And so we did that with them the first summer. Great program. We had a lot of success with it in terms of math and reading, and a way to keep kids engaged over the summer. We continued that partnership for a couple of years with them and really saw the value and benefit of extending learning opportunities to students outside of the school day, outside of the school calendar, for those students and families who really wanted that extended learning opportunity. And so after 3 years with the YMCA, we really wanted to expand that program to offer it to more students. The Y with their grant program was capped at a certain amount of students. And so we went on our own and developed our own Power Scholars type program that became our Champs Camp, our K-4 Champs Camp program. So we've really been doing Champs since 2015 in our district, so for about 10 years, and have had a lot of students go through and seen a lot of growth. In 2017, our superintendent, Dr. Henry, really pushed all of us to dream big and wanted teachers and staff members to think about how do we continue to provide learning opportunities for our students outside of the school day that would continue their learning through the summer, after school hours, in a different way than maybe we do during the school year, and provide different types of opportunities for students. And so we sent out information to our teachers and our staff and asked them, dream big, send us your ideas, and let us know how you would like to see this program develop and what other offerings we could offer to kids that would be important. And so in 2017-18, we really expanded our summer learning opportunities. We always had a credit recovery program at our high school. We always had driver's ed, but how could we capitalize and have more opportunities for our students and families who wanted those opportunities extended into the summer? And so that's really where our summer learning program started. It started with our partnership with the YMCA, was really the catalyst for it, but then Dr. Henry's idea to really get staff involved in how do we make this even bigger and better and open it up to more students. And so you can see on the screen here, these are all of the programs that we offer during the summertime. I'll just give you a little bit of background of each one, and then Stephanie's going to talk to you specifically about our Champs Camp program and the success that we're seeing there specifically in reading and mathematics. So our Kinder Prep program actually starts next week. It is a jumpstart program for students going into kindergarten. We really initially focused on students who had never been to preschool or who scored certain scores on a dial assessment, like an incoming kindergarten assessment that we utilized. We this summer opened it up to all incoming kindergarten students. We have the staff to do that and be able to support that. And so it is an 8-day kind of prep program for our students who are going into kindergarten. We've really seen a lot of success with that program, not only in the academics piece, but even in the social aspect as well. Students feeling more comfortable and confident about leaving their parents and coming into kindergarten. So we've had a lot of success with that. Really proud of that program. That started with ideas from 2 kindergarten teachers in our school district, sent those ideas in, and then we've capitalized on that each summer with adding more and more students to it. You'll hear more in detail about our K-4 Champs program and our 5-8 Champs program. We've had K-4, like I said, for about 10 years now. We expanded that to our 5-8 students 3 years ago and have had a lot of success with that program. Both of those programs are during the summer months. The K-4 program runs a month long, and it is all day long, 4 days a week, and then our 5-8 program is 3 weeks, half days. The reason for that, at the 5-8 level, students have a lot more opportunities for summer camps and different types of things, and you lose their attention if you go with it too long. So we do part-time champs camp there where they come in the mornings and then they have time in the afternoons for other activities that they're involved in. We also have a STEM Academy. We are a Project Lead the Way school district, and so we offer a STEM Academy in the summer to grades 1 through 4. We have about 300 and some students enrolled in STEM each year, so it expands those science, technology, engineering, and math skills during the summer months and gives them opportunities to continue learning about STEM types of activities. We have a Goddard Kids Rock program, which is a 3rd and 4th grade music program. So our students are learning different instruments and how to play those kind of a modern rock type feel that they don't necessarily get during the school year. This is our first year we had a DARE program. So 2 of our police officers opened up a DARE program for our 4th and 5th grade students. It was wildly popular and it was fun to have our police officers interacting with our students in a different way during the summer months. Our Big Cat Summer Retreat, we've had this for many years. It's a middle school program. This one, each year, teachers turn in ideas for proposals for different types of sessions that they want to do. We have some sessions on reading and mathematics, different types of literacy things, robotics. We have a food world tour where students learn all about different types of foods and cultures and everything from all around the country and the world. So that's been really popular too. And what's fun with that is students can pick and choose what sessions they want to go to. So when we marry that with the 5-8 champs, you can see there's lots of opportunities for that particular grade level 5 through 8 to have during the summer months. We also do our credit advancement program at our high school level. So we offer lots of opportunities for our high school students to achieve credit advancement type courses in the summertime. Our students are already on campus a lot of times for sports, athletics, activities in the summer, doing practices in different types of camps. So we've really capitalized on having all of the students already on campus. We start that program at 10 o'clock, so they have time to finish their practices and activities and then start school from 10 to 12:30. It runs during the month, starts in May and runs through the end of June. It's been a really popular program. We also partner with WSU Tech for a credit advancement program where students can earn dual credit. Those are taught by our WSU Tech instructors, and they do a really nice job. It's given our kids a lot of opportunities to earn dual credit during the summertime. I mentioned credit recovery earlier. We have had that program for a long time for our students who need to recover some of those credits. They can do that in the summertime, taught by our teachers. And then, of course, our driver's education program, which has been really popular too. One thing that's unique about our summer learning program is that it's at no cost to our families. So we feel very, very strongly if we can break down those barriers that keep families and students from participating in things, we can get them there. And so we don't charge our families any fee for participating in summer learning. If they do dual credit opportunities through WSU Tech, there is a fee that's through WSU Tech, but everything else is free to our families. We also provide transportation for our families. So those are kind of the 2 big barriers, cost and how am I going to get my kids there. So we break down those barriers for our families. We also provide food service. So if they are there in the mornings, everyone gets breakfast. If it's our all-day programs, they get lunch as well or a snack too. We staff this with our best teachers. We have lots of teachers who apply to teach in our summer learning programs each year. We hire the absolute best. Those are the teachers we want in front of our students, and we have a great staff, so it's really hard to choose each year with everyone that's applying. But we provide opportunities for our teachers to work in the summer. We feel if we can get our best teachers in front of our students, continuing those learning opportunities in the summer, it helps with summer slide. It helps them maintain where they are in reading and mathematics and gives them opportunities to continue their learning. We also hire paraeducators to work with our students who may need additional support. Obviously, we hire our food staff. We hire bus drivers. We hire secretaries. We have nurses that help. So it's really a way for us to extend our school year for those families and students who want it. And it's been a really popular program that we have in our district and a great opportunity for our families and our students to stay engaged during the summer months to help with that summer slide and then also provide just additional learning opportunities for our students that they may not get during the school year. So we're really, really proud of the program. Really appreciate Dr. Henry's vision for inviting our staff to dream big. And this is all staff ideas, which makes it even greater that they came up with the ideas and that we're able to implement that. So we continue to refresh and do different things each year. Like I said, DARE was our first year for that this summer. And so they continue to submit ideas and we look at those and see what would best round out our summer learning opportunities. So Stephanie is going to talk to you a little bit more about K4 champs and 5-8 champs. Our Champs Camp programs just ended, and so a lot of our teachers are just now starting their summer break, but they were very gracious to spend some time telling you their thoughts about it. We have some parents and some students that you'll see in a video in just a little bit. They'll share a little bit more about Champs Camp. So, Stephanie.
Okay, so our K-4 Champs program serves kindergarten through 4th grade students, and we kind of start with our FastBridge assessment scores for their winter screener to kind of start to identify what students would qualify for Champs Camp. So based on how they score in the winter, and then also some teacher and principal recommendation, kids might score really great on a test, but they just need that extra little boost that we can give them in the summer. So we lean on our teachers to use their scores and then also just to recommend of who they think would really benefit. And they know the goal, our teachers know the goals of our program. So they kind of help us figure out the students that they'd like to invite. The K4 Champs is 19 days long, so it's about a month, and it's 4 days from 8:30 to 3 every day. This year we served 279 students, and with that, with our end of year screening or end of summer screening, we saw 93% of those students maintained or improved their risk level in their reading assessments that they took. So each class kind of focuses on a different portion of reading. So once we have all of their scores and once we have the kids identified, we then use their FastBridge spring scores to place them into different reading groups. So based on their particular needs. And then we have the staff to make the groups a little bit smaller and really hone in on what each kiddo needs. And then it's really met at their level. So we really find that to be a really beneficial way for students to see some more gains in the summer, or even just kind of stay where they're at and kind of reduce that summer slide. Our 5 through 8 Champs Camp program started about 3 years ago. We decided we were making such great progress with our K4, but then we didn't have any remedial programs for our 5-8 students, so we went on ahead and expanded it, and it's been great. So these serve obviously 5th through 8th grade. We do the same sort of identification process of using their winter FastBridge reading and math scores, and then teachers are obviously welcome to recommend students, and we kind of pull in some other screeners, and we'll get calls, and we'll talk through, and we think this student would be a great fit, even though maybe they don't fit certain qualifications. Those parameters are just there to kind of give teachers a starting point. So this one is only a 12-day program, so it's 3 weeks long, and it's just in the mornings. So this program, I oversee this program, and we focus just on reading and just on math. So each student will be kind of in like a middle school format program. They'll spend an hour and a half with a reading teacher, and then they'll switch and they'll do an hour and a half with a math teacher. Some start with math and then go to reading. So they're kind of intermixing between grade levels, and no matter what school, their home-based school they're from, we intermix the kids based on what they truly need. So a lot of times you might have some 5th and 6th graders in there with some 7th graders, but it's what they need and what will best serve them for those 3 weeks. So this summer we served 103 students, and of those 103, 88% of them maintained or improved their risk level in reading, which we found to be amazing for them. So really proud of them. We'll go on ahead and play this cute video.
The students don't have 8 different subjects, they have 2. The students don't have all of the different social aspects that they're constantly dealing with as middle level students during summer school. And so they can just focus on their reading or just their math. So we're able to really give them that learning that's right where they need to be. In reading, my students have all read at least one novel in 3 weeks, and that's building their confidence as well. So they're just excited.
One of my campers who barely attended regular school became my most improved student. At Champs, he came every day, thrived on our games and small groups, set ambitious reading goals, bonded socially, and gained more than 60 points in his A reading score in FastBridge. An extraordinary achievement in just 4 to 5 weeks.
I absolutely am a major champion for Champ Camp. We have dyslexia in our family. Mason is a 3rd generation dyslexic and dyscalculia. He does excel in math, but having this summer program is so amazing for him to continue and learning to foster his education.
It made me feel amazing. It made me feel like I was getting taught in a really good way, and that I just knew I was improving. I feel like I've grown in interacting with people and reading because we've been doing readers' theaters. I've been working and getting a lot better at reading the books and then answering questions about them. I like to read a lot, and reading is just fun because you get to read about everything that you like, feeling like you're actually inside of the book in the person's shoes. So like if you're doing a report on like tigers or something, there's always going to be a book about what you're doing on. So
that means I just had like a little risk and I needed help, and I grew, and it was like I was really excited and happy about it.
It's been a lot of help. Usually I don't read books in the summer, but I've been able to finish an entire like 300-page book within these 3 weeks.
To help them grow, to keep building that foundation of reading, and the same goes in math. So being able to celebrate that, it's so fun to see, because it's not always just what did I learn, it's what am I able to do at this point, and recognizing that, oh, I need help with this word, I know how to figure that out, I can ask for help, I can use my resources or my strategies that I've been taught, and then to see the success on them. It's not the slumped over, it's I got this, and it just changes their mindset.
Our student-aligned learning is a walk-to-learn model where it groups children using FastBridge data for targeted instruction in reading and math. Students rotate through different teachers and stations where they work on foundational skills tailored to their current levels. Teachers collaborate daily, sharing student progress, moving students between groups, and co-planning lessons to ensure each child receives appropriate challenges. With support from paraprofessionals, we can offer small group attention that delivers real results. Intensive data-driven grouping combats summer learning loss and often exceeds it. Engagement and culture is important. Active participation fosters deeper learning with longer retention. We weave fun into every day.
This extra time to just focus, I'm going to meet you where you're at, and we're going to go from there, and we're going to find fun ways to practice those skills.
Great. And what we have seen is through offering smaller groups and more targeted instruction based on exactly what they need, that these students are making huge gains in just 3 weeks. One of our students grew over 19 points, which is something we usually see in about a year's time.
No children in this day and age learn the same, and it helps some of the children in today's society get that little extra boost that they need.
And that's what reading is, it's that confidence. So I'm able to help them build that confidence to be able to reach those goals.
Truly, it's pretty amazing.
Thank you for letting us come and present about our summer learning, but particularly our Champs Camp. Thank you.
Thank you. How many students are in Goddard as a district?
About 6,400.
Okay. Wow, that was impressive. Thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any comments or questions they want to ask? Danny?
So how does your local district fund all this?
We do it through our general fund. So we have also used at-risk dollars, ESSER dollars in the past, but even before that, we have just made a commitment to it. It's a priority in our district. We see great value in it, and so we have just managed our general fund to be able to provide that opportunity for our students. So,
yeah. Thank you so much. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you for coming and sharing. Really appreciate it. That was exciting. I could actually talk a long time, but I'll stop. Thank you, Dr. Curtis. Okay, take a minute. Now for much more fun. Yay! Come on, we got to get the attitude, right? We got to be mentally prepared. State assessment cut scores. Beth Foltz, and I know your name, but it's not coming. Julie Ewing, thank you. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, well, Chair Hopkins, Commissioner, I thought you were going to leave this awesome presentation. And State Board members, thank you. Thank you for letting us come today and have an extended amount of time on your agenda. My name is Beth Foltz, and I'm the Director of Career Standards and Assessments, and we're here. We finally made it. what a journey it's been. For me, it's been a 5-year journey. We started planning the assessment that we delivered basically in March and April 5 years ago with the contract that we had with the University of Kansas. And we successfully administered the test. The tests were scored, and we're going to share today with you the process that we actually went through to ultimately culminate with the recommendation of new cut scores on our assessment. For you, it's been a year of learning assessment literacy. I've been here every month for the last year sharing with you different pieces of how you build a state assessment, right? So just a brief recap because we have a lot of things to go through today. We started with the standards. That's where it all begins, the standards that you approve as the State Board of Education. And then we, of course, had to look at those and make sure that there were any changes that needed to be made to them. And we came to you and asked you to change from balanced literacy to structured literacy. So we knew what we would need to assess on. Then we moved into the blueprints. So we spent time looking at the standards and making decisions on what parts of the standards should be assessed for our students. During that time, we listened to all the feedback on the assessment we had been giving, and I've talked to you about this before, a shorter test. Our test that we just administered was limited to 40 items per grade level, per subject. We moved to that passage-based assessment in English language arts, where the questions are related to the passages that the students read. We also heard that we could maybe have a little more exciting passages for the students to read, so we worked hard on that, interest levels on the passages, and then we adhered strictly on this test to making sure that the reading levels that the students were receiving on the ELA test were within the Lexile range of the grade level and the recommendation for the end of the school year. We have more technology-enhanced items and all new test items. Every single item that the students saw this year was a new test item that's been developed on this contract. We have standards-aligned mini-tests and interim assessments that all have new items. They're aligned to not only the standards, but to the blueprint. Teachers can go in and select the standard and have questions for them in the mini-tests. The interim assessments are totally aligned to the summative assessment. You voted and clarified the performance level descriptors, and we'll talk about that a little bit later in the second part of the presentation. And oh yes, let me not forget, one very important thing that's happened over this last 5 years is a shift in KISA. Right? So we now have the 4 fundamentals and the focus on academics. And every one of the fundamentals applies to the assessments that the students take at the end of the year. We have structured literacy, we have standards alignment. We've been doing a lot of work with the teachers on that. The balanced assessment system with the mini tests and interims, as well as we just heard how useful the FastBridge has been, so a lot of things that you're supporting there. And then, of course, that focus on high quality instruction and high quality materials that we try to bring it all together. The impact data that you're going to see during part 2 of the presentation will request that vertical articulation that the field has asked for a very long time. And that's the alignment between the grades on the assessment scores. So this month's presentation will consist of 3 parts. Part 1 is the standard setting. We'll go through that, and then we'll take a break, and I'll come back with part 2, where we'll actually go through the data that came from the recommendation of the standard setting panel, and then tomorrow I'll come back with the actual scale that we'll ask you to adopt in August so we can put scores out for all the students and parents. Dr. Egan presented the process of standard setting to you when she was here in May and facilitated the work of our standard setting work groups in June. Unfortunately, or fortunately for her, she's in Ireland right now, and so she isn't able to be with us. However, I have very competent people here that will be going through this whole process with you. The presenters today, Julie Ewing, Assistant Director on CSAS for Assessments, will be going through the process. Matt Copeland, he's been here to present to you several times from Assessment and Technology Solutions. Will actually go through the evaluations that we had at the conclusion of all this work. We have a technical advisory committee member here who acted as an outside observer to make sure we were following processes. And I want to give you a little bit of information on him, but then the final presenter for part one will be Dr. Grumman from Shawnee Mission, and he's also presented to you a couple times over this past year. So also joining us today, that won't actually have a formal part of the presentation, we have Susan Martin, the director of our project for assessments from the University of Kansas. Dr. Neil Kingston is here, and a new employee, Dr. Trey Vasquez, that we just had the opportunity to meet for the first time last week when they came over and shared some information with us. So a little bit of background on the new person presenting today before we start. Dr. Art Thacker is with Human Resources Research Organization, and that we refer to that as HUMRO in another acronym or abbreviation or whatever you can add to your long list of things we do in the assessment world, right? He started with them in 1997. Before joining HUMRO, he taught in a large urban high school and worked with the University of Louisville to implement national reforms in science and math. His degrees, we aren't holding it against him, particularly if you happen to be a basketball fan, but his degrees come from the University of Louisville and Kentucky both. Dr. Thacker is a chief scientist at HUMRO and project director for contracts with both Kentucky and Illinois departments of education. He's also worked on projects in North Dakota and Pennsylvania, and has been a psychometrician for multiple federal grants, NAEP, and the California High School Exit Exam. In addition, he's led multiple standard settings across the country, so he was an excellent choice for our TAC members to select to come and observe this process. And he actually helped us when we did this very same process with KELPA in 2020. So personally, I've known Dr. Thacker for many years from common national meetings and conferences. He brings a wealth of knowledge to our technical advisory committee, and we're just extremely pleased to have him observe this process and present his thoughts to you. So he'll be the third in this presentation.
Thank you, Beth. Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Watson, it is very good to be back. If I can do this slide there. There we go. I first wanted to say thank you. Because last month we asked you to sign certificates of appreciation for the panelists that participated in the standard setting, and you did that, and I thank you very much. We were able to hand those out to the panelists that participated at the end of standard setting, and they really enjoyed that. So that added a little bit of a touch to it. So thank you for that. Just kind of to give you a process overview of our standard setting. It was in June, feels like a long time ago, but we had two parts to our standard setting. The first 3 days we focused on 3 through 8 ELA and math, and then Thursday and Friday we focused on the 10th grade math and ELA, and then also science. We put these panels into groups, tables. They sat in different tables and were able to discuss and do some training. Before they even got there though, before they even walked in the door, we wanted to make sure that they had some criteria that were met. They were licensed. They had endorsements in their content areas and their grade level, so they were experienced, they were experts, and they knew their standards, they knew their stuff. We also wanted to make sure that they weren't just all from one part of the state. So when you signed your certificates, everybody had about the same number of certificates that you signed because we had panelists from all across the state representing your region. And we really thought that was very critical. We also didn't just focus on teachers that were in these panelists, but we also had instructional coaches, curriculum leaders, we had some administrators on the tables, and teachers with experience for special education and English learners. So we really covered a wide area. We had 141 people participate. And they didn't just show up on day one. They showed up every day to participate. And it was hard work. You would be very proud of the educators that represent your districts. They did a fantastic job. Now, as Beth said, Dr. Egan gave you a very detailed standard setting description when she was here in May, so I won't go that detailed. But I do want to just kind of remind you what our standard setting looked like and what each member had their part in that. We used the bookmark setting standard, and it's a structured method that recommends where people put the cut for each performance level. So we talked about, you gave us the performance level descriptors for level 1, 2, 3, and 4. And these educators went through an ordered item booklet that had test items placed in difficulty from least difficult to most. And they put a little bookmark. You know, when you're reading a book, you put your bookmark in where they thought the just barely student would be. If they were to take a test, what item would they really struggle with and wouldn't be able to move ahead? So they're putting a bookmark where they think that cut should be. Now, they didn't just do this once. They started on their own, placing the bookmark, and then they were able to talk about it with their table. Then they went back and looked at those items again. They then talked about it with the entire group in the room. They looked at data from current NAEP results. If it was high school, they looked at the ACT results. We looked at previous test administration results. We really wanted to get an idea to make sure that we weren't just doing this in isolation. The last part of our standard setting was articulation. And this was where one person from each table across the grades got together in a table, and they looked at all of the grades. So they looked at more of the bigger picture. They didn't just look at third grade and where they set the cuts, but they looked at all of the grades, and they wanted to make sure that it all flowed logically across the grades. It was telling the story not just for one specific grade, but across all grades. And that is very critical when we're looking at things not just at one grade. So that was a very high level overview of the standard setting, but fantastic successful standard setting that we had, and I know that we're going to hear a lot more in detail from Matt and Art, because Matt actually has some information about what teachers really thought about the process. So I will turn it over to Matt.
Madam Chair, board members, Commissioner, thank you so much. I'm Matt Copeland, Associate Director of Assessment and Technology Solutions at KU. It's great to be here with you again this afternoon. To summarize, the week-long standard setting event went off without a hitch. And it was one of the best experiences that I've experienced professionally in a long, long time. Dr. Egan did a great job. She came in, she trained everyone, she organized us, she gave us the overview of the process. The facilitators met with each panel. They really explained getting into the work and really kept us on task. But by far and away, the greatest resource and the reason that that entire experience was successful were the 141 Kansas educators who gave up multiple days of their summer and came and engaged in this work. They were a great group, and they engaged in some very high-level thought, some long days, 8-hour-plus days that we worked on this. And I point that out because at the end of round 3 of the bookmarking event and at the end of the articulation event, we did some surveys of what those educators thought and believed. And you can see here by our response rate that we did exceptionally well. These 141 educators stayed the entire time. And even at the end, when we were trying to keep them from running out the door, we asked them to do the survey, and they stayed and they did that. And they made some really profound insights. So one of the things we did on day 1 of each panel, we spent the entire day digging in and discussing the resources these panelists had at their fingertips to make these bookmark decisions. We looked back at the standards, and as Julie said, these educators knew their standards backwards and forwards. That was not the issue. What was new to them were the performance level descriptors. And these panels were an opportunity for these 10 or 15 educators to sit down in a group and really begin for each of the assessed standards to think about what is that level 2 child able to do that the level 1 child cannot? Or what is the level 3 child able to do that the level 2 child cannot? We spent 8 hours discussing and making chart paper and putting everything up on the wall to get all of that information correct. And at the end of that experience, we asked them which of those resources was the most helpful in placing those bookmarks. And of course, it should surprise no one that by far the most important and the most helpful was the classroom experience those educators had with their students and watching their students learn. But coming in right behind that were those performance level descriptors. Those educators loved that conversation. As long and drawn out and as hard as some of it was a phenomenal way for them to really build their understanding of what they were doing. Many of them said to us privately, "Can I take this back to my district? Can I have our staff, can I have our teachers engage in this same kind of process? I learned so much that I didn't know before." And you can see here, the Kansas standards weighed heavily as an important resource as well. Notice that the difficulty of the items, the whole reason we were there to set cut scores, came in the lowest. Not that it wasn't helpful, but that was the lowest. That really speaks to the content expertise and the professionalism of those 140 educators from across the state. We also asked them if they understood the task, if they understood the process of placing bookmarks. And you'll notice that almost unanimously they agreed. You'll notice that that one asterisk there, there was one person who didn't agree. One person, there's one in every crowd, right? And we actually had conversations with this person. These surveys were confidential. They were not, however, anonymous. Each participant had a panelist ID. We would talk to folks if they had questions. It was a great communication tool that we had to deal with that. And the person who said they disagreed didn't have strong reasons as to why. They just felt maybe there was something else out there that could have made it better. Just not knowing was the reason. Also, they really thought that the process gave them an opportunity to share their thinking. What makes sense in their classroom, in their school, in their corner of the state. And ultimately, when we asked if they felt the procedure was fair, again, almost unanimous agreement. We had that one holdout who just was unsure what else was out there that might have made it even better. We asked them how comfortable they were being able to explain and support the ultimate recommendations that those panelists made. And again, here you see almost unanimous agreement, either strongly agree or agree, that they can explain and they can articulate why those educators believed what they believed and why they set those cut points where they did. Overall, we asked them to basically rank how they felt about the experience overall. Did they understand their purpose? They did. We asked if the workshop, the experience of the week, helped increase their understanding of the Kansas assessments. It did. Maybe most importantly is that third row. They all unanimously agreed that their individual opinions were recognized, considered, and valued by the other panelists in that group. And that really goes again to the quality of the participants and the quality of the facilitation that we saw all week long. And you notice that last one as well. They valued the workshop as a professional learning opportunity as a professional educator. Not only did we get the information we needed to set these cut scores, but they got something out of it too. They walked away having learned about their standards, about their students, and about the process of assessment. Some of the nuts and bolts here, probably the most important thing at any event, particularly in the summer, is the food. You'll see this is maybe the one area where our numbers are not as strong. The food could always be better. To be candid, because these conversations were so deep and so labor intensive, I'm not sure there was enough caffeine and chocolate that ever could have satisfied that group of folks. The accommodations were appropriate. The workshop was well organized. Again, everything went off without a hitch. And that brings us to the articulation panel. So as Julie outlined again, one person from each table came together to talk basically across all grade levels, across all panels. So that group of 141 educators was whittled down to 24. And you notice here we did a very similar process where they were talking across their grade levels. Again, almost unanimously agreed. Everything was well organized. They had time to review their scores. They felt the procedure was fair. The PLD policy definitions were clearly communicated and helpful. And they looked back at their scores as applicable to make those articulation decisions. That one is interesting because really that was not part of articulation. Articulation, Dr. Egan gave them the instructions, set aside what you've already done, and now really look at it from a policy point of view. So even when encouraged to put their content expertise aside, put the PLDs aside, those educators came back to what they knew and what they understood to make the right decisions for students across the state. And finally, very similar questions. They felt comfortable explaining and supporting the comments and the recommendations of the panel. They felt that everything was reasonable. Again, they felt that their opinions were considered. And even articulation, which was the last hour or so on the last day, they felt that that too really broadened their understanding, their perspectives of the event and what happened. So with that, I will turn things over to Dr. Thacker and Dr. Grumman to share their insights as to the event as well.
Sir, before you step away, could I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
You said a couple of times that this was the best experience that you've had, and I don't know how long that encompasses or how many groups you've worked with, but I'm really curious if you have a why. Can you put a what was different?
I think probably the key thing, and what we heard from multiple panelists that served, was the time and space to really focus. Okay. The fact that we had 8 hours each day, and we didn't have a lot of distractions, and you had 10 to 15 educators who shared content, who shared grade level, and could really talk shop amongst themselves and learn about what worked well in their district or what worked well in a different district. It was that meeting of the minds that really made that opportunity hit home for a lot of those panelists.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Anybody else before we let him run away? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioner, board members. I'm Art Thacker, and it's my first time speaking to you, and I'm pretty excited to be here. I'll sort of start by foot stomping a thing that Matt said. So typically in my role as a measurement scientist, and particularly as a measurement scientist that works for a company that doesn't sell a test, I'm brought in by states when something goes wrong. So this was a very exciting, very fulfilling experience for me observing this standard setting because I wasn't brought in for that reason. Something hadn't already broken, and I got to see a standard setting go sort of as planned. And so I'll second what Matt said, just to sort of kick things off. I'll start by really quickly going over the role that I had at the standard setting. I was not a participant. I was not a facilitator. You know, my job was to be there as the observer. My background is in science. I've been a scientist for more than 30 years. And sort of the first thing that you do in science is you ensure transparency during the process. Science is not hidden. Science is open to scrutiny. And I think that that's one of the reasons I was there, is to provide scrutiny as necessary, or as, you know, as I saw it. So the other reason I was there to sort of verify that the advice and guidance from the technical advisors was addressed. So we've had a couple of meetings where Dr. Egan presented the method, and we got to ask questions, and we got to sort of probe down into the nitty-gritty details of how the standard setting works. And Dr. Egan answered those questions, took advice from the panel, and I got to see those sort of recommendations in action. I also got to monitor facilitation just to sort of help ensure that there was a common understanding among the facilitators and consistent guidance for panelists. One of the things that can go wrong in a standard setting is you can have facilitators sort of give slightly different definitions for key terms, and that can lead panelists to make differing decisions, or decisions that are not consistent with the other panels. And that was not the case here. I've you know, lamented that the facilitators here were better than the facilitators I typically use whenever I do standard settings. So they were quite good, very, very consistent, and the training for the facilitators was sort of spot on. And again, not the way that I would have done it, not the way that I've done it in the past, but Dr. Egan did training sort of well in advance and then immediately before each task, so that everybody got that sort of refresher on, this is what you're doing next, and these are exactly what the things that you're supposed to do. So the other thing I got to do was I reviewed the data as it came in from the panelists, and I got to sort of have that data as context to sort of reflect on the panelists' discussions as they got, you know, feedback back based on their initial cut scores and then subsequent rounds. I was also there just in case KSDE needed me to advise or answer questions or anything like that. And then finally, I prepare a short report for the department and then for the technical advisory panel, just sort of on what I saw and what I thought about it. All right, so next, I do want to talk just very, very briefly about the importance of standard setting. And as a good measurement scientist, I carry this around with me everywhere. This is my Standards for Educational and Psychological Testing. It is a book that is near and dear to all measurement scientists, but particularly to me because my old boss, Lori Wise, was the editor for this particular version. So, so it means a lot, and I'll carry it forever. But just really briefly, I want to talk about sort of the three main standards from that book that are reflected in your standard setting. And I'm not going to read these to you. There's a lot of language there. I'm going to quickly summarize them. But 5.21 essentially says that if you're going to do a standard setting, you should document the process very carefully. You should have a comprehensive report that describes everything about it. And I think you're going to get that. So the next one, 5.22, is just that you should use a reasonable process to collect participants' judgments. So if you invite in experts and you gather their judgments, you create a process that lets them do that effectively. And I think Matt just showed you some evidence that that happened as well. All right. And then finally, 5.33 says that if you're going to do a standard setting, you should link it to data, particularly data about student performance and student performance related to the standards and the performance level descriptors. And the performance level descriptors and the standards were at least half of everything that the panelists did. And the items and the way that the items were presented to the panelists made clear how students perform on the test on particular items within those standards, and the panelists were able to sort of reflect back on that and make determinations about that, what that meant in terms of which performance level students sort of landed in based on their test scores. So, all right. I'd be remiss if I didn't, give a little bit of background on Bookmark. You've probably heard this from Dr. Egan, but I wasn't here for her presentation, so I'm not 100% for sure that you've already heard this. But Bookmark is the most commonly used standard setting in education measurement. And it's used sort of all over the place. I've served as a peer reviewer multiple times, and it's the most commonly submitted evidence for standard setting. Bookmark's 30 years old. It was developed by Lewis, Mitchell, and Green back in 1996. Like I say, routinely used, routinely submitted as evidence for peer review, and routinely sort of accepted as evidence for peer review, assuming everything goes pretty well. It's been reviewed and described in some of the really key guides for educational research. The other book that's too heavy for me to carry around all the time is Educational Measurement by Brennan from 2006. There's not a new one yet, or I would have that one. And then Standard Setting, just the Standard Setting Guide by Cizik and Bunch, also from 2006. All right. I think you've already heard the key features, but I'll just, again, sort of foot stomp the importance of these particular key features. Bookmark begins by orienting panelists to rely on the standards and the PLDs as the criteria for assessing students. They set what students should know and be able to do at each level, and then they look at student performance in relation to that to make their bookmarks. It has multiple rounds of independent cut scores. Independent because after discussion, after the teachers and the panelists go through and talk about what they think, everybody does it on their own. And that's very important. It doesn't, it's anonymous. Nobody sees where you're putting your bookmark. Everybody does it on their own. They get to see the data after it comes back, but nobody knows who put which bookmark where. Panelists are given impact data that included prior test scores, NAEP and ACT data to place their decision in context. This is also really important. We want panelists to make decisions based on the standards and based on the performance level descriptors, but those cut scores and the way that student performance falls out has to live in context. And that context is important, and they should be given that, and they should think about that. And that happened in the third round of the bookmark process. And then finally, vertical articulation allows panelists to consider their cut scores in context across grade levels and adjust them to ensure sort of system level coherence and consistency. And again, there are good reasons for this, and I think the prior version of the test suffered a little bit because it wasn't as consistent and coherent as it could have been. Whenever you look at performance across grade levels, it's a little jarring how it goes up and down like crazy. And when that gets interpreted out in the field, people interpret that to mean, the fourth grade group isn't teaching kids as well as the third grade group if there are radical differences from one grade to the next. So, again, some key findings and observations that I have made just, sort of based on being there. I did wander around to each of the rooms. I tried to focus my time on when the panelists were having discussions, not whenever they were, sort of working independently. But I did visit every single group. I, sat in on substantial portions of every panel, and I'll sort of start by saying that the plan was submitted to the technical advisory panel, and Dr. Egan followed the recommendations, or she had really good reasons why she didn't, and she articulated those to the advisory panel, and all of that stuff was sort of agreed upon before she got started. The most critical discussion among the panel and the standard setting contractor was around when to show panelists the impact data. Now, you can show panelist impact data earlier, or you can show it later. The earlier you show it, the less focus panelists tend to have on the content standards and the performance level descriptors. They jump to context pretty quickly. So we recommended that they show it late, and they didn't get the impact data until round 3. The standard setting contractor, Dr. Egan, and I met to discuss item data and data requirements prior to the workshop. I've known Carla for a really long time, but we got together on a Zoom call, and she pulled up the data and sort of showed me everything that the panelists would see. We went through the item data and made sure that everything looked okay and according to Hoyle before we got started. Panelists spent the entire first day of the workshop reviewing the standards and creating threshold PLDs to reference during the item mapping exercises. And you heard a little bit about that threshold PLDs earlier. The current PLDs that you have, the ones that are published, represent the range of student performance within a category. A threshold PLD is the things that a student that is right at the cusp, a kid that just barely sneaks into the level 3 or the level 2. What can that kid do? Not what can the kid at the top of the range do, but what can the kid at the very line do? And that's a pretty common concept for standard setting. That concept is used across a bunch of different methods. I will say the panelist discussions were really rich and content focused. I was really impressed by your educators. They were excellent, and they did a really good job with a task that can be pretty tedious at times. So they muscle through the tedious parts, and I think that they really enjoyed conversing about content with each other. When panelists discussed their bookmarks after each round, the groups became more consistent in their descriptions of student performance in each category. And what I mean by that is, after round 1, the range of cut scores was pretty wide, and after each round, that range got narrower and narrower, meaning that the panelists were coming to sort of consensus on what a kid in that level can do. And then finally, the vertical articulation yielded more consistent cut scores across the grades than the cut scores on the previous summative assessment, which I think is very much a plus. And that is all I have.
Good timing. Okay. Thank you. I do have a question. Betty?
Yeah, thank you. And my question is kind of detached, but I really would like perhaps your input on that. Do you feel that the diversity of the panelists play an important role in where they align, or is that a significant factor?
Typically, we try and get panels that are representative of the group that they represent. I think in this case, I think the most important representation that we got was sort of geographical. I think that there's a fair amount of difference in the experiences of teachers in very, very rural schools and very, very urban schools, and they were all represented, in the panels.
So, follow up. So the diversity would really be more urban rural to give you a good reflection. I'm just curious.
I am not sure what diversity targets were aimed at. I do know that you had good diversity across the state. I don't know if there were other diversity targets that were used to select the panelists. I just don't know.
Yeah, and my question really wasn't just from the perspective of were these represented, but more just an overview. Do you feel like that plays an important role in determining the cut scores?
I do, actually. I think teachers come with very different experiences, and I think it's important to get sort of those different perspectives. If I were creating a standard setting panel for high school English language arts, I wouldn't want all AP English teachers. Right. I would want teachers that represent sort of the full range of student performance and the full range of the students that I intend to be measuring.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes. Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that thorough explanation. But Mrs. Arnold's question tapped into something that I've been wondering about on the slide where you showed, I believe it was 5.23. And I wondered if the descriptors or the questions were judged at all, or if it even came up, the impact of cultural relevance on some of the questions, if perhaps that was a consideration in determining where a cut score could fall, because some students may not have been able to answer a question based on the level of cultural relevance they were bringing to that assessment experience, or perhaps not. But I know for decades I've heard it that, well, these are more so probably related to nationally normed assessments, where if there's a bias that could occur when there isn't cultural relevance examined in the test questions. So I just wondered if that may have come up and may have impacted.
I can talk about how that happens, during item review. I did not hear, and I don't know for sure that it didn't come up, but while I was in the panels, I didn't hear any of the panelists reference that. There is, during item review, bias and sensitivity review, and that means that people, look at the items and they try and make sure that they're as unbiased and as possible. There's also data analysis that happens sort of after the fact, where we look at differential item functioning. So are items, do they perform differently for different groups of students? And we flag items for that, and ideally we remove them if they show significant differential functioning. But typically it's not a thing that is intentionally brought up during standard setting. That happens prior to standard setting, and hopefully the items are, sort of well functioning, as unbiased as we can make them, and all of that stuff before we get to this point.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
But once you get to that point, if you see any, you definitely look at those and see if there's something off about it. And I know you've talked about that before, Beth, so thank you. Appreciate
You're very
it. Debbie, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, Madam Chair, I just put my name up, and my question was for you, Beth. So I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. The descriptors, we voted to make some minor changes on that, but what I understood is it wasn't actually changing the substance of where those, levels 1, 2, 3, 4 fell. It was just more for understanding for the general population. Am I right on that? So that nothing actually changed in the standards?
So can we save that question to part 2 of the presentation?
Because you remember it.
It will be part of my presentation for part 2. So the performance level descriptors he's referring to, we haven't released those to the public yet. The teachers at the standard setting, it was the first time they got to see them. Now, we had those with the previous test, and they were out there, and we used them a lot for professional learning. But those descriptors actually go standard by standard and explain what the expectation would be for a student at levels 2, 3, and 4. Sometimes there's level 1, but oftentimes level 1's the absence of a level 2. So when you look at those, they'll be so through this whole process, there's some things that get revised, right? And so we'll go back once these results are decided, where you want to set the cut score and make sure that those grade level content specific descriptors for each standard align with the expectations that were set here. So it's all about verbs, and so you have to make sure you have the right verb at the right level. And it was very important then, when the teachers looked at that, to place their bookmark that they were looking at the verbs that were expected for a level 2 student or a level 3 student or a level 4 student. So we will. I'm going to let Dr. Grumman go through the rest of this presentation. I'll have a little bit of a wrap up and take a break before we do part 2.
Okay. Melanie, do you want to go ahead and?
Actually, I'll hold my question.
Okay. Hello.
A lot of forms of descriptors. So thank you, Beth, Dr. Watson, Chair Hopkins, members of the board. My name is Dan Grumman, and as you might recall from my prior visits in April and again in May, I represent the Kansas Assessment Advisory Council, which consists of district assessment coordinators representing school districts across this great state of Kansas. I'll open with a brief recap of the CAC's recommendations, the Advisory Council recommendations that were shared with the board a few months ago. The first was to bring the term proficient back into the language of our performance levels, which you voted on and approved in May. The second was to improve some clarity regarding what the assessments measure which I believe the standard setting process and what we're describing here really helps to support that clarity that we're trying to bring to the assessment. And the third recommendation was to encourage some of that vertical articulation that Dr. Thacker also described, meaning that the results do need to make sense across grade levels. I want to acknowledge the fact that developing, or in our case, enhancing a large-scale assessment system is a huge undertaking that takes a lot of time and involves hundreds of experts, including the best Kansas educators participating, contributing, and providing feedback along the way. So it's not just the standard setting that's part of this process. The list on this slide is a sampling of the ingredients that contribute to the Kansas assessment system. And like with all other areas of education, there is this cacophony of opinions on whether we're teaching the right standards, what it means to reach a level of proficiency on a particular standard, whether certain test items are good, items are bad, or even specific as whether students should be allowed to use a handheld calculator on the math assessment. Despite some of the stress that it creates, the fact that we provide space for this type of discourse is really a beautiful sight to behold, to have time and space for those voices to speak to each other and to come together and to come to some kind of a consensus on what this assessment means for us. So the standard setting process that I observed last month is one of these many steps where we invited a variety of educator voices, 141, into the process toward enhancing our Kansas assessment program. As the chair of the Kansas Assessment Advisory Council, I had the privilege of being invited to observe portions of the standard setting process. So for transparency, again, I was present on the first day, the Monday of that week, and on the third day, the Wednesday. And then again, to be crystal clear about my role, I was there to observe and learn and share my thoughts after the fact. So we want to make sure we're clear that it's these teachers, these educators that are having the discussions and making these decisions. All right, so it's not Dan Grumman, sitting and having conversations at tables with these educators. You may hear me say some things that overlap with the other slides, and I hope that's a good thing. You'll hear some different vocabulary, a little different perspective based on the notes that I took while I was there. So here's some basic setup items that I observed on day one. Okay, Dr. Egan and Beth Foltz opened with some introductions, a general overview of the process, established the why of why people were there, and some other general housekeeping items such as like what time was lunch. The group then went to their assigned rooms, and as noted on the slide, there was an ELA group assigned to grades 3 and 4, ELA grades 5 and 6, ELA 7 and 8, and corresponding groups for math. And then within each room, there were 3 table islands. Each was set up for about 5 to 6 people, and you saw the numbers, the more specific numbers on an earlier slide is how the rooms were arranged. There was built-in time for educators to introduce themselves, and if any two at a table had some similar backgrounds, the facilitator could trade them to a different table, or in most instances, the panelists had already sorted themselves into some heterogeneous groups. For example, if 2 people at a table realized that they were just from neighboring large districts, they were like, we're too similar, we maybe should, find a different spot to make a more mixed group. This might sound like the boring part, but I point all of this out to highlight the fact that every step of the process was intentionally designed to ensure that every group had the widest possible array of representatives. So we're talking about rural, suburban, urban districts, generalists and specialists like ELL and special education experience, as well as making sure that every table had at least one person with expertise across grade levels. So for example, those curriculum coordinators, instructional coaches, administrators, or reading teachers that were invited to participate. This process utilized what you all heard of as the bookmarking method, but as noted earlier, not a single bookmark was placed on day one. Okay? After all the introductions and setup, the teacher teams began with a review of the grade level standards. In this case, they started with just one of their 2 grade levels. So on day one, they really began with grades 3, 5, and 7, went through the entire process with those grade levels, and then repeated that process with grades 4, 6, and 8. So within each standard are what I refer to them as proficiency scales. Those are the range descriptors that were mentioned. These are statements that describe what a student needs to demonstrate to be proficient on the standard, or nearly proficient, or level 2, or exceeding the standard, or at a more advanced level like a level 4. For example, so one of my takeaways here is to kind of talk about what that might look like. If the standard was to compare and contrast the development of similar themes and topics, the student demonstrating that level 3 skill would be exactly that. They should be comparing and contrasting patterns of events, or compare and contrast how different authors write about those similar themes. So really your level 3 descriptor really matched what the wording in the standard, okay? Your level 2 actions and verbs would be something like identifying patterns and summarizing key details. And so what they're talking about there is what are those skills that really immediately precede that comparing and contrasting standard, okay? And then a level 4 descriptor within that standard might include additional inferences and applications that go beyond what was taught, such as connections to other authors or stories. So when we're talking about those range descriptors, again, I like to call them proficiency scales because it's just it doesn't use the word descriptor. They're all focused on that individual standard, okay? And that's what they were really focused on that first day. So within each standard, the teams were tasked with deciding what students would need to demonstrate to barely earn that level 3, again, within that standard, barely a level 2 within that standard, and also then barely a level 4. And that's what's are called those threshold descriptors. When you hear about the big Post-it chart paper that's going on the wall, that's what they're doing. Again, not a single bookmark was placed on that first day. And up and through the morning, not a single test item was reviewed. Okay? The teams in the morning really began and they immersed themselves in the language of the standards. Then in the afternoon, the teams were then able to begin examining some of the actual test items to discern what each item was designed to measure and what made the item more difficult or less difficult for the students. So that's where they started looking at their threshold descriptors, looking at the items, and making some of that discernment. Because sometimes there can be some little surprises in when you're looking at the difficulty level of the item. They could kind of have that conversation. In other words, they're examining how that threshold descriptor for each standard intersected with the items associated with that standard again. As an observer, it could feel like watching paint dry, yet at the same time I did hear teachers also mention how excited they were about their collaborative work and thinking about how they could take this depth of knowledge, of thought about the standards back to their districts. So I've also heard some of that description and excitement over the kind of discussion they were able to have. So I was not there on the second day, but when I returned on day 3, on the Wednesday, the process was moving along more quickly because once the panelists sort of got the system figured out and they could so the guideposts and so on, they can move much more quickly. So as the teams had received training and experience with their first rounds of bookmarking on day 2. They were well organized for determining threshold descriptors, and then at that point, by day 3, they were on the even numbered grade levels. They'd already finished going through 3, 5, and 7, and in this case 4, 6, and 8. So after each round, some data was shared with the teams. In the case of round 1, the facilitator only shared some of the statistics about where each table group placed their markers, and then they could have a discussion about what they were seeing about what their groups were. And then one of the things I do want to clarify at this point is that the teams worked through each of those grade levels separately. As I'd mentioned before, for example, ELA 3-4 went through the entire process of reviewing standards, recording threshold descriptors, reviewing items, and then the rounds of bookmarking setting for grade 3. Then they started over with grade 4. So you've already heard me mention those things. After round 2, the teams were provided with some additional data. So each time there's sort of a gradual release of impact data. This includes the preliminary percentage of students at each performance level, the 2024 CAP results from that grade level, the NAEP performance percentages from either grades 4 or grade 8, or things that I observed. One thing that I did also observe is when they summarize the percent of students at each grade level, it is based on the median bookmark placement for the room. It's not an average. One, because an average is susceptible to outliers. It's also important to note that the tables don't have to arrive at a consensus. They can talk about, discuss where their bookmark placements were. They could disclose where they placed and talk about those things. But when they placed their bookmarks, they did those independently. They did not have to do that as an entire table group. Also observed that while the NAEP is well known to those of us who view assessments from the state perspective, a lot of our classroom teachers are not actually familiar with the NAEP, as the test is only administered as specific grade levels and only a stratified sampling of students participate. So we have a lot of educators that never have that experience with the NAEP data. So. And then finally, round 3 looked very much like round 2. The main difference here is that there's no further discussion of the bookmark placements following round 3. After all the bookmarking rounds were complete, and for all subject and grade levels, a representative from each of the 18 tables, so I saw 9 from ELA, 9 from math, formed a follow-up committee. And this again was a variety of educators representing different regions of the state of Kansas, different district sizes, and so on. And they were tasked with reviewing all of the impact scores across the grade levels, because earlier, really each grade level was done sort of not quite in isolation, but they did do each one independently. So the role of this group was to examine the impact data holistically. It was also the first time any of them could see how the median bookmarks from each subject and grade level translated into scale scores, which connected to those performance level cut points. The big question at hand for this group, I believe was asked, is like, does the data make sense? And if something doesn't make sense, they could adjust some of those scale score points. And I want to highlight that in bookmarking, you can't just adjust your marker by a fraction of an item. So with this final process, the team had an opportunity to fine-tune based on the scale scores. And this is going to make me sound, it's going to kind of show my age, but it reminds me of the old analog TVs where you had multiple dials. And you had one part of the dial where you get to the general ballpark of the channel because it had notches in it that you're tuning into. And then you had that secondary dial that allowed you to sort of fine-tune the channel to remove some of the static. So that'd be my analogy in this follow-up process. Okay? All right. Again, I can't express enough how through each step of the process, the panelists thought deeply about the relationship between what they expect students to know and be able to do at each grade level, and then how that is reflected in the assessment results, and then how that then connects with students, parents, schools, policymakers, and communities. There's a lot of audiences involved that they have to think about as well.
Thank you. Betty, did you have a comment or?
I do. And, you come and you explain this, and I think I have it, and then there's some time, and then I realize I don't have it. So the question is, when you look at the skills that students have versus the skills that they need, is ever there an adjustment to try and balance that, or am I in the apple orchard when you're picking oranges?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm trying to, right, speaking of time, I might need some time to process the question. I mean, to your point, and this is why, I do think it's important to periodically, and maybe more than once every 10 years, right, to circle back and look at, to ask these questions, like, are we measuring the right things? Yeah, it sounds like that might be, if I'm reading you correctly in the question.
Yeah.
So I think that is important. I think that also, and that happens at a variety of levels, right? You heard about just in the item review process, that kind of question. It's asked in multiple places, right? Yeah. Are we measuring the right things at the right levels? We're looking at the test blueprint. Are we covering the right, enough range of skills to be able to, sort of ascertain these levels? So I think that's sort of lives within multiple steps in the test development process.
And again, I think for me, and I'll say this and be done with it because I say it every time, it's aligning what this is supposed to do. This is to help develop the skills of the students, where they're lacking and what can we go in. However, critically, it's used for something else. Are Kansas schools failing our students? And so you have these two different packages, and how do you marry those where it answers this and it serves that? So that's my struggle.
Melanie.
Well, it's like Betty and I were trading notes or something, except that we weren't. But I want to stay right where you are, because you started your presentation by talking to the participants about the why. And so I would like to hear a little bit more about what that conversation was like in the room. You're kind of making a face. I'm thinking about, why do we test? Is it to build those skills? Is it to measure a student's progress from September to May? Like, what did that conversation sound like in the room when you're talking about the why?
Yeah, I think when I reference the why in here, it's the panelists were there to set the standards, effectively the cut scores that would be used for this variety of audiences. So that was, so you have a fabulous question, yeah. But their focus was really on analyzing the standards and identifying the threshold descriptors. So they're a little much more deeper into that end of it.
Without necessarily, sorry.
Yeah, so the policy, so there's some great policy questions that live within that. And that was a piece of, I think, what came later. And yeah, to be a fly on the wall to kind of hear some of those things, it's hard for me to capture those pieces. Because there's certainly some rich conversation that's happening in those areas too.
But it's fair to say that the guidance that was given was laser focused on the standards.
Actually, great segue, because that's what I was going to kind of finish up this part with. So yeah,
Okay, Michelle does have a comment. I want to give her opportunity. Okay.
These are questions for Beth. So did you say 40 questions per, like ELA has 40, science has 40, and math has 40?
Per grade. So third grade ELA had 40 test items.
Oh, okay.
Fourth
40
grade,
total. No.
40 total test items to be administered over 2 sessions.
Per content?
Per content. So ELA, third grade ELA had 40 test items. Fourth grade ELA had 40 items. That was the limitations we put on the University of Kansas when they built this test.
Yeah. So math has 40.
Math has 40.
Those who take science has 40.
Fifth grade science has 40. Because when we really looked at timing data and we listened to all the comments, 2 class periods, what's reasonable in two class periods, about 20 questions each class period is about what the majority of students are able to handle.
And then you said something about in ELA, the passage is going to fit the questions.
The reading level. So what I said is that we looked very specifically when this test was, the new passages were written, that they fell within the appropriate range, and we used 3 different reading levels, but Lexile is the one we refer to most, right? So the Lexile, that Metametrics, we've had a contract with them for years. I think we've talked about Lexiles in here before, but that's something, you go to the book fair and you can look on the back of the book and it says what Lexile range, the score reports we send home, it says this would be the range that your student's reading, based on the assessment. The passages that the student read on this test fell within the Lexile range that would be recommended at the end of the year for a third grader, fourth grader, fifth grader. So they're not They're not reading passages that are too difficult or something they shouldn't have been exposed to in third grade. We were very specific. That was our previous program manager for English language arts that unfortunately passed away a year ago, Joanne McCrell. She was adamant that the reading levels and the text complexity matched what we were developing for this assessment. And I feel like, with all of the things we asked the University of Kansas to do, I feel like they delivered on every single thing. We said we've identified these issues. What can we do to make it better? And I just feel like they stepped up. And it's a very good, I think the comments we got, there are a few things I would like to say just about the test process in general and then finish up with this. I'll kind of go to my recap next. One, in all the years, I've worked here a long time, and we ask teachers, we ask participants, we ask administrators, superintendents, it doesn't matter, pick a group of people to come and help us. This is the very first time I can tell you that every single person showed up. And we had built in for some people not to show up. So we had extras. And then it was like, oh, what are we going to do with these extra people? We set all this documentation for 15, and now we had 16 or 17 in the rooms because everyone showed up. And then it's like, I wonder if they'll come back the next day. And it's like, they all came back the next day and the next day. I mean, they were there, they were engaged. It was like, I don't know if you can tell, but this is why I didn't retire. This is my thing. And it was the most awesome experience. I couldn't have asked for anything more. So from that perspective, the other thing I'll tell you is, because we've done several of these over the years, is that they do read the test questions. They read them in order of difficulty, right? And they read them not once, not twice. They read them at least probably 4 times as they're going through. They're going to study them. They're going to place their bookmark each round. They know the items. They know the standards. They're saying, is this item okay? My directions to them at the beginning is like, this isn't an item review. If you don't like the item, that's fine. There's a parking lot. Put your sticky note over here. And if you think that item's a bad item, we will go back and look at it with a different process and a different procedure. We didn't even have any items that we have to throw out because they were so impressed with the quality of the items and the level of the items and what we were measuring. And that just doesn't happen when you bring this many people together. It was like, I don't know, everything was just kind of aligning and saying, this is a good thing today. And so I just have to let you know that that's what happened. I do have a couple things to address, a question that I'm anticipating you might ask. Would you like to ask the question before I answer it, or would you just like me to give you your answer?
I was curious on our little test that we had as far as if we've reduced the test questions, how many of those would be like going back into the context of the story and being able to apply it? There has to be a right or wrong answer. I just want to know.
So you're quite. So I came prepared today. I got my notes.
I
told the commissioner I was going to do this. So if you did not ask, I was prompting you to ask me that question, right? So okay. So the test was developed. Really, this test we looked at. We call them depth of knowledge. Okay, and so we worked with three for this test. The first depth of knowledge is recall. That's just a straight up answer. What's 3 times 2? You get it right, you get it wrong, right? The second one is the skills and concepts. And those are all the questions that relate to the standard, right? What are the skills? What are the concepts necessary to answer it? The third one is called strategic thinking, okay? And to separate, I mean, I heard some of your AI conversations earlier when I was listening, when I wasn't down here, but I was listening in my office, right? So strategic thinking is critical, right? And that's what we call a DOK 3. So when I asked for some data, and what I can tell you is that each grade level, and we're going to talk ELA specifically on this, okay, is going to have a range of what % of questions do you have at DOK 1, and what do you have at 2, and what do you have at 3. Now, classroom teachers should also be doing this, and that's part of the assessment literacy we provide when we go out and do professional learning's opportunity with balanced assessments and standards alignment. So at level 1, on the recall questions, out of 40 questions, you're going to see somewhere about 8 out of the 40 questions will be straight recall. Okay, and I'm averaging across all the grades, 3 through 8 and 10. For level 3, the strategic questions, you go from a low of 3% of the 40 items, not very many, right, to a high of about 15% of 40 items. So if you think you have 15% at level DOK1 and 15% at DOK3, you need questions to separate your levels, okay? And the rest of those questions, then 60% of the test is going to fall in that range of where you would have your DOK2, and that's where you're going to set your 2-3 cut, is somewhere in that range with what you're deciding kids know. Now, we don't use DOK in the standard setting process, but we certainly use it within the blueprint and within the item development process to make sure we're doing everything we have. So yes, there were a few questions that you didn't like, but they were there strategically placed so that we can differentiate. So it should not keep a student from being proficient on the assessment if they're able to answer those and discern. And we do think that it's a valuable skill that kids learn in school, and they should be able to really compare and contrast and pick out the best answer. So that's my answer for you. I don't know if you like it, but that's what it is.
I just felt like it was, for 5th grade, it was a higher order thinking, and I just felt like it, if they don't answer it, how are they scored? If they do answer.
5th grade was actually 3% of 40. I mean, it's a very few items. There's a very few items. So, however, what I'm going to tell you to lead into the next part of this is the grade 11 science, okay? And this is where the process worked, and we did our best. I mean, I honestly believe we have awesome science tests right now, and it took us years and years and years to be able to figure out how we thought we could measure the science standards. They're complex, they're phenomena-based, they're engaging, but when we got finished with it all, there just wasn't enough difference in how students performed on the grade level, on the grade 11 science, to be able to separate the kids into 4 performance levels. It just, they weren't there, right? Everything was all grouped together so close that we couldn't do the process. This process did not work as the test is today. For grade 11 science. We stand behind this process. I believe in the bookmarking process, but both Dr. Egan, University of Kansas psychometricians, and our technical advisory committee, they reviewed all the data. Dr. Thacker looked at it. It's like, this test just didn't work. Like, sometimes you just do that. And then it's like, what do you do? So with grade 11 science, we had all these people here. They all came. They were all excited. And so we actually did another item review with that group of teachers, right? So they actually took the test, which was enlightening. And we did share their scores with them. And they were not surprised. There wasn't anyone that got all the items right when they took that test. We had a range of teachers from a very small district where she was the science teacher for 712 to AP Physics, right? I mean, you would have thought, and so we just have problems with the test that we need to fix, okay? So we did a very comprehensive item review. They took the test, they did threshold PLDs so that they could figure out where the problems were with the items, and then they actually did write recommendations so we can figure out what we can do to make sure that we can deliver a grade 11 science that measures what we want our kids in Kansas to know and be able to demonstrate to us. I will also say science in 11th grade is very complicated, okay? If you think about all the different schools in Kansas and what they teach in high school science, and then we're giving a test at 11th grade in March, I mean, is it possible to have an acceptable score on that science test if you don't know what a periodic table is? And I've been told yes, but I would argue after I tried to take the test, probably not, right? I mean, it's a very detailed test. So we just have some work to do on 11th grade science, and that will be something that will be coming back to you over the next year to see if we can't get it right and what we're going to do with the test and what process works best for setting those recommendations. So, and I just want to end with what I told the panelists when they came at the very beginning before they started, because this is critical as we go into part 2. I said this is a total content-driven task, and they were the content experts. They were asked to follow the process and participate in all the discussions. They were asked to make their recommendations and provide comments. I think up to this point, I can say yes, yes, yes. It was spot on. Then I told them, and this is what we went into this believing this is a content-driven decision. I said, possibly to the point you were, wanting to have the conversation we can have after break about the state board, Department of Education, all of us together did not have a preconceived notion as to where those cuts should fall or the percentage of students that should be at each level. If that was what you wanted, we didn't have to bring all these people in to spend all this time and resources. So we said, you're the experts, you tell us what you want. And the final thing I said is there is no truth that we were asking them to find. Okay, so they followed our instructions, and when we come back after break, then I'll let you see their recommendations.
Debbie, did you have a quick comment you wanted to make?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure I understood. So basically, about 20% of the questions were recall, 3 to 15% were strategic thinking, leaving 65 to 75% that were skills and concepts.
I would say you could go about 15% at 1 and 3 and about 60 in the middle. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a general rule of thumb. I mean, some grades are going to be a little bit more, a little bit less. We have 40 items, and we have a lot of standards.
I didn't know if every question had its place, so it was
within
100% equal.
Within the blueprint, we try to meet the expectations, and recall is more important at some grades possibly than others. Strategic thinking is more important at some grades than possibly others, but there's a place within each grade for all of those DOK levels.
Okay. Thank you. 10-minute break. Back at 3:33. we're going to go with part 2 of our assessment information as we lead into our cut score conversation fully. And thank you, Beth Foltz, for all that we've received so far. Hopefully our mental break helped us all ready for some more.
Process. I mean, I know. If there was, I don't know. I should have brought some chocolate down. I apologize. You probably all could have used a piece of chocolate about now to perk you up and wake you up. So this is the part of the presentation that we actually share the results that came out of the standard setting. And we call that the impact data. Tomorrow you're going to actually see the proposed scale and where the cuts are falling on the proposed scale. But today you're going to see, after this whole process happened, what's the recommendation that came from the group of people that participated. So I'm going to go through it briefly with you, and then Dr. Grumman has a presentation that he's going to share, and then we'll stand for questions after we get through all that, just to make sure. I know there are other people here, even on my team, that would like to have a chance to present to you today before it gets into dinner time. So, I went too far. Okay, so let's just start here. So remember in May and June, in June you actually voted to approve these. Goes back to the question Ms. Potter asked me to begin with. What language did we use? So these are actually called the assessment. You can call them your policy descriptors. We call them assessment performance level descriptors. It gets confused because I think Dr. Grumman was explained, we use these same words over and over, and if you're not in assessment and you don't know which part of the assessment we're talking about, people get confused. This is the level 1, 2, 3, 4 descriptor that goes on every student's score report. That's your students performing at level 2. This is what it means, and then with the information that we'll share with you in September, we put on the score reports. So just remember, we changed the language on this. So level 1 is a limited ability, and all of this is very specific to the knowledge and skills of the grade level and the content area that's being assessed. So ELA, grade 3, science, grade 5, okay? Level 2 was a basic ability, and the standard setting panel was charged. When they were looking at that difference between level 2 and level 3, what's basic, what's proficient, okay? We're calling level 3 proficient. That was a request from the field. They're like, what are you doing? That was the standard setting panel had to make those decisions when they went through those threshold PLDs, right? They went through their threshold words. We had all the charts. Teachers said, can we take this process back to our schools and use it with our teachers? And we're like, sure, this is a well documented practice. And level 4 is advanced. What allows them to know if the student is advanced? Can they tell us what the best answer is, whether you agree with the answer choices or not? That's a skill that they have to develop that will separate students from level 3 to level 4. When they go through that ordered item booklet, they have to make those decisions. So, the big reveal. This would be the proposal of the impact data. So this isn't the scale, like this isn't the 220 to 380, right? That will be tomorrow how this falls out. But based on where the teachers and other participants in the standard setting, so curriculum leaders, administrators, that type of group of people, how, when they placed their bookmarks at the end and they did their articulation work to make sure it looked reasonable as you go across the grades, and a 4th grade teacher isn't going to get blamed or isn't going to get picked as teacher of the year because they had the best test scores, and then the next year in 5th grade they go back down, right? We tried to solve that problem from the way the cuts were set before. So this is the way it plays out for English language arts. So I'll give you a moment to just take a look at it before I show you math, and then I'll show you science, okay? So in general, you're going to see in that 25% range, staying at level 1. And you're going to look at, in general, that 10% range, 10 to 12% range at level 4. And then the 2-3 cut's going to fall out like it looks on the screen. Okay. I'm going to show you math next. Math's going to look a little bit different. Our teachers really within the group articulated to us that they thought that between 6th and 7th grade, math changes for a lot of kids. And so you're going to see that 7th grade, you're going to see that little bigger jump at level 1, because that's what they said, you know, that it is just starting to separate out the kids a little bit more in math when you get there. And so, you know, at 3rd grade, you're going to see more level 4 kids in math than you are at 8th grade. That's just the way the content and the expectations of the content are just the way it is, I think. Okay, and then science. And remember, I told you there's no 11th grade science on here, so we're just setting, we'll be making recommendations on 5 and 8 for this year. So, and again, there's a lot of comments about why this data, you know, what students are exposed to in 5th grade for science, and then how it starts to fall out when it gets to be more difficult by the time they get to 8th grade. Students that like science do well. And students that find other things to do in the class don't do as well. Okay, so we're going to let Dr. Grumman go into a presentation he's prepared, and then I'll come back and answer questions about this for you.
Since we've had that first look at the proposed adjusted cohort, adjusted cut scores, I do want to address a question that does come up periodically, and we can kind of hear it out there in the public as well, so I'm sure it'll come up again, is that what about that question of rigor, right? Are we lowering our standards somehow in adjusting these things, right? Well, this is not about changing rigor. With all due respect to the educators, agency staff members, and state board members involved in making decisions about cut scores 10 years ago, we really have been living with a misaligned system, okay? So I do think, as I said before, we periodically need to step back and ask ourselves whether the data makes sense and whether there's room for improvement in how we measure student achievement. So this is a normal thing to do. I'll give an example. All agencies go through this type of discernment. For example, you may have heard that the science test is now optional on the ACT. And for the first time in more than 60, and for the first time in more than 60 years, in addition, ACT has reduced the overall number of items on their test. And periodically, even them as an agency go through and make revisions. College Board and the SAT as well, AP exams, and so on. Periodically, they take a step back and ask, are we measuring the right things, getting the right information based on the context of the students that we have in front of us and the resources that are available toward our students as well, like AI, okay? So I'm going to walk through a few examples of that misalignment that we were dealing with in the prior system. So here's my first illustration. In the 2024 10th grade results showed 28% scoring in levels 3 and 4 in math, or in ELA, and 22% in levels 3 and 4 in math. And those are what we referred to as students who are post-secondary ready. I could go back to 2017 or 2018 results if we wanted to follow an actual cohort, because the next results I'm going to show are the post-secondary progress values, okay? When we look at students who actually go to college and subsequently appear to be succeeding because they're still enrolling the next year, right? We see values near that 50 or 56% line. So our percent of at or above level 3 in high school might not have to be exactly the same as these percentages, but when one is half of the other, something just doesn't feel right. Something doesn't make sense in the data. Okay. Here's another example on some of our nationally normed assessments like FastBridge, NWA MAP, STAR. Those are some commonly used ones. FastBridge is probably the most popular one across the state. Data teams will typically break down their data in a way similar to what you see on the left when we start looking at our national percentiles. So when we're thinking about a tiered system of support, like is an MTSS or an RTI system, students often, like if they're scoring below the 20th percentile, we would say they would need some kind of intensive support to catch up. Between the 20th and 40th percentile, they might need some strategic support, some push-in support on some certain skills. Students near that 50th percentile are probably doing okay, and students scoring above the 90th percentile may need some enrichment or extension. When teachers look at how our performance levels line up with those other assessments, the state assessment results become almost meaningless, especially at those lower percentiles. And in this example, we're looking at NWEA's alignment study with the prior Kansas assessment cut scores. This is the prior system, okay? And we see that on their study, students needed to be in the top 25% of all 8th graders nationally, this is an 8th grade comparison, in order to be likely to score at level 3 or higher on the Kansas assessment at that grade level. And again, level 3 is what the federal regulations and the proficient word is found in numerous places throughout state regulation and federal regulation. That's the level that was deemed as proficient. NWA's study isn't the only study that shows this. It does happen to be one of the few results that were publicly accessible, but I'm sure FastBridge and STAR, they have some similar alignment studies, and my colleagues have reported they have similar results in their alignment studies, or the misalignment that we see. Not going to linger a lot on this slide, but other than to emphasize that the misalignment does appear across most grade levels in both ELA and math, and that degree of what I call misalignment has been inconsistent from one grade level to the next, which is another reason why we're looking for some kind of vertical articulation within the results, which you see in the recommendations today. Finally, we do have families who move to Kansas from other states who are somewhat test score literate. They will on occasion ask why our test scores look vastly different from our neighboring states. So this is Missouri data from 2024. You see their percent proficient or higher ranges in the 40s, 40 and 42%. Okay. This is data from Iowa. Their numbers, it's hard to see the graph, so I'll just point out that their percent proficient for each bar is in that 65 to 75% range. Okay, not that we have to match all of our neighbors, but it's worth taking a hard look at, like, does it make sense as students move from state to state as well? And this is Nebraska. Their percent proficient values range from that 45% to 59%. So various states have different interpret the proficiency level obviously differently, but I think it's important to have put that in context as well. So our Kansas standards are rigorous and challenging. We're not reducing the rigor. You did not change the standards. Educators expect students to be able to demonstrate their knowledge and skills of the standards within each of their grades. So what we need, again, is for our assessment results to make sense for the benefits of our schools, our educators, our families, and most importantly, our students. Thank you.
So we're happy to take any questions you have on this.
Jim.
Beth, would you go back to like the ELA, one of the first slides you showed us? I may have missed something, which shouldn't surprise anybody. No, the next one, that one. These are the scores based on the cut scores of the test that's already been taken?
The teachers went through the test that was administered. And based on their recommendation, this would be the percent of students at each level based on their recommendations.
Okay.
So now this isn't, I just want to clarify so we don't get all excited and confused, okay? Remember, this is just all the students that took the test. This doesn't go through our business rules, so that's why the commissioner always waits to share the score reports after we have a chance to let everyone look it over, make sure all the kids are counted in the right buckets and everything else. So, but it's pretty close to what you'll see with the results of the assessment this year once, if this is, when you see the scale, if this is how you would want the scale applied.
Now, will you go on to the, under Dr. Grumman's recommendation or data about English language arts? several slides.
You want, okay.
I want his slide. I want to look at his slide.
At the one Dan?
Yes.
Is that Dr. Grumman shared?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll be relatively brief, Madam Chair. That one.
This one. With the dibbles?
Yeah, let's go back one.
Okay, I think.
So this one's eighth
this one
grade.
was with, you had reading on that?
Yeah, this is 8th grade reading.
So I've had numerous people tell me, and this is the misalignment thing. I've been hearing that it's misaligned ever since we did it, and I, by the way, was one of the people that voted for it. So I'm responsible. Whenever you showed comparisons to other states, that was based on the cut scores for those states. And what I think I'm hearing and what I believe, and I hope you don't tell me I'm wrong, is that our scores look different, look worse, not because of a direct comparison, but because of the misalignment because of the misalignment issue. Okay. Now, I serve on the task force that is writing the new foundation formula. And every time we meet, two members of that committee talk about schools that we are failing, and the only thing they use two things. They use our assessment scores and ACT. They're going to claim that we lowered standards. And by the way, I'm going to support it. But I'm not. But we need to figure out a message to refute that argument. I'm going to give you another example. And that the people that are making that argument, and Kathy was there, thank you, and if she sees something different, I'll be happy for her to tell me different. But the people that are there appear to be content on making sure that everybody believes that we're failing kids in Kansas. Because when we talk about graduation success, which has been significant, they point out one case of perhaps fraud that, by the way, has been addressed vigorously by that district. So anything that would look bad for schools, they support because it fits their narrative. Anything that looks good for schools, they don't support because it doesn't fit their narrative. And I'm just saying to us, we need to, I'm really glad with what I'm seeing. I think it's going to create a problem, but it's going to create another problem of messaging. And I would hope that, and by the way, I don't have any authority, but I would hope that somebody like you could come and explain this to that group. And by the way, you'll need to take something before you go because it's extremely stressful.
Right. I mean, to your point, there are some groups who have already decided what their narrative is going to be.
Yeah. I can give you names.
Real quick, what does NWEA stand for?
Northwest Evaluation Association, right. So the NWA MAP test is what is commonly known as. It's another type of adaptive test that's available. It has similar characteristics as the FastBridge and the STAR. It's a screening assessment. It's norm reference that provides some additional information.
Okay, thank you.
iReady is another example. So there's a number of assessments out there.
Okay.
So
it's like a FastBridge is what you're saying?
Yeah. It's another
Looking for
type
the
of
risk.
screening type of assessment that school districts will administer in addition to
Right.
state assessment that gives a different
Well, it's
type
the
of-
screening part.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Debbie, did you have a?
Okay, so thankfully I had written down that question. But in the light of the comments on rigor, as if I'm understanding it correctly, so going back to my question, it says, I understood that the descriptors were roughly equivalent to what they were before. I wrote them down. We had limited and basic, 1 and 2 stayed the same. 3 went from effective to proficient, and 4 went from excellent to advanced. Okay, so what I understood that was more or less they were just being changed so that the average person could understand the actual underpinning of standard stayed the same. Am I correct on that? I remember, okay. The thing is when you're talking about changing the rigor, one, I'm assuming that we're saying that our test was too rigorous and we're trying to make it less rigorous, or it was not rigorous enough and we're trying to make it more rigorous?
My understanding was he was saying there was no change in rigor.
Right.
Well, it's misaligned, so we're just going to leave it misaligned, and that's okay.
No, the old system was misaligned, and those are the illustrations of that was one of the things that teachers, not just Dan Grumman, were hoping the new set of cut scores would provide is better clarity on what students actually knew and could do in relation to the standards.
So you're saying it was misaligned, and you're trying to set the cut scores so that it's properly aligned. I'm not understanding that. Why are we talking about being misaligned if we're not correcting it? If we are correcting, what are we correcting?
We're correcting, if I can, just to see if I understand at the same time. When they're comparing the screening that's being done, teachers felt like the screenings they were doing in the school were not representing the kids on the assessments. So as they were going through school, they were learning, but the assessment wasn't really showing that. Does that make some sense from what you guys are saying? And so there was a misalignment in how those previous cut scores were compared to what was really happening in schools.
Right. So an example here under the old, if I had an 8th grader scoring at level 2 on the state assessment, and all of the other assessments that we're administering with that student showed that student was doing fine. They're on track. They might not be, an honors AP student, but they're showing they have other data that says they're on track for post-secondary activities, right? Based on whether it's FastBridge, NWA MAP, Acadians or Dibbles, other assessments, and then the other, student performance within the classroom. And the one assessment that stood out as this doesn't match was the state assessment. So that's what I'm illustrating here about that misalignment under the old system.
Right, and so in the new system, would they still be a level 2?
So that might vary.
Depending on which range of a 2 they were.
Right, depending on where they were in the old system.
Okay, that's what I was saying, is
Right.
you're changing the range of the descriptors, so that child may no longer be, or that student may no longer be in the level 2, they might be in a level 3 because you felt the teachers thought that was more where they belonged according to their knowledge.
So Dan, go to the slide of the old state assessment. It's okay. So Debbie, here's an example of the old state assessment. And what Dan's done on the 28 and 22 is shown you levels 3 and 4. What we now know after administering that multiple years is that student or teachers, parents said, if my kid's in the top half of that level 2, and I'm using other assessments, it's telling them that they're not in level 2, they're actually in level 3 on these other assessments. This one's an outlier. Those kids in the top half of level 2 over the years were behaving like level 3 kids, not like the bottom half of level 2. And that's
that's fair. I'm just saying we're changing then where.
Yes.
We're trying
Yes,
to
yeah,
align.
I mean, I'm
Teachers
seeing
have
no
said,
there,
teachers
yes,
said,
there.
so to Melanie's question, who is this for? This is for 3 audiences. The teachers to validate, does this assessment look at the grades? Does it look at other assessments I've given? And are they telling me somewhat the same things? This is to the parents to say the same, answer the same questions, and to the students. What became confusing, I'll use Jim's language, is that when we did the old one, we knew over the years that some kids were doing fine, and we would articulate that to you, and then other people would say kids below that level 3 and 4 were failing. And we knew that wasn't true by other measures going on. And I think teachers then said, not so much we're going to fix it, we're going to really look at what students can really do now, and we're going to actually give you what we think they can do relative to the standards. And then they looked at these other assessments at the end and said, does it make sense?
And I think that's a big point too, because we went from the post-secondary success thought process to the standards process. We're looking at the standards and the content and where do they line up there, which to me makes way more sense than trying to look at where they were scoring and say, are they ready for college or post-secondary?
And I've looked at this data, Dan looked at it, and Shawnee, I've looked at this data so many different ways over the years, Debbie. I can tell you this. When you take these 4 levels and you divide them into 8, you separate each of those levels in 2. The top half of level 2 kids perform much like level 3 kids, and the top half of level 1 kids behave markedly different than the bottom half of level 1. They just did on the old assessment.
When you say perform, are you talking the post-secondary
I'm
success?
talking about all other measures.
When you measure it against.
When you measure it against the data that Dan showed, when you measure it against did they graduate high school, when you measure did they go on and get a tech certificate or college, by every measure we could look at, those kids were behaving similar to the cut above. And so I think by the way this was done, it wasn't intended to meet necessarily that, but it corrects it by the way they did it.
So is it possible with the cut scores that you've done to maintain the same rigor? Because so many people, the people that I listen to who care about these assessments, and I tell you what, I don't think superintendents, teachers, parents, none of them really seem to like the assessments at all. But the people who do seem to follow these assessments are looking for that change from year to year to year. So that's why they're so anxious about a change in rigor or a change in alignment, because they cannot compare this year's success or failures to last year's. So it becomes, you can no longer compare. And that's kind of an issue for them. And I'm wondering, with the cut scores that you've figured, are you able to maintain the same rigor with the test, this new test? So that's a possibility.
Yeah, they're not changing the rigor.
I think we've tried to explain that we didn't change the rigor expectations did not change. Like, we still expect our students to know and be able to demonstrate their knowledge of the standards. And it's all driven by the standards and the expectation of the standards. And that part didn't change. What changed was the difference of the percents at each level, right? Because we went back and we recalibrated. We recalibrated to the standards and the expectations based on the way the test was written. But there's nothing in the standards that would indicate that the rigor is less. Mm-hmm. So, and I think the other thing that I'm pretty passionate about is that we've been on a journey, and I opened this with, oh yes, don't forget the changes you've made to KISA, right? In my opening comments, that we have spent the last 3 years working very, very hard to talk about the importance of teaching those 4 fundamentals. And I think, every person that stood up here and shared talked about how the teachers knew the standards when they came in. Another member of our Kansas Advisory Council said, before COVID, we couldn't say that. We couldn't say that the teachers knew their standards. But he said, it would be hard-pressed, and I'm not saying there aren't outliers every time. Certainly, I've worked with data long enough to know there are always outliners. But you're hard-pressed to go into school now where they aren't having that conversation about how important standards are. And how do we teach the standards? And what can we do to best assess the standards? And if we're not giving an accurate reflection back to the work that's being done and what the students are learning, then we're not being fair. It's not fair to say, and it's like, what do we want the teachers to do? And all this, we ask them to triangulate data all the time. That I have these other data pieces that say, and our own data from the post-secondary work that we've done says that those kids in a high 2, they're learning. We're teaching them. They're learning it doesn't mean because we move this that the expectation is less. We still have that expectation of this is what they know and they need to be able to do. And it's hard. I understand. It's hard to explain. We all try to explain it in a different way, hoping one of us comes up with the language that fits that we can all go with, because in our minds, we understand. Sometimes the words don't come out of our mouth. So any help you can provide to us on how to best explain this, it's not reducing expectations, it's a more accurate reflection of the expectations we have.
And to the point, Debbie, that you made about being able to compare from the previous 10 years to now, they are working on that, and they've made that clear too, that there's absolute work being done so that you can have the continuous comparison. So we don't have a, whoops, stop here and start here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a big concern for me. The main thing is I'm not so, if my kids were being taught by me, I wouldn't care so much that they got an A or a B, or actually I didn't even grade my kids. I just wanted to know if they knew the content.
Right.
And so if it's whether it's a level 1, 2, 3, or 4, it's when you don't have the ability to see if they're actually improving.
Right.
That is a problem for me, that I can no longer understand if they're actually improving or if they're not improving, because I can't compare to those previous years. Where they are at, politicians make a big deal out of whether they're a level 1, 2, 3, or 4, but I want to know if they're getting better. That's where I was doing that district cup. It was all based on what district improved the most. I didn't care what the grade was.
But you're going to have opportunity. So those are very important discussions. We're having some internally. We're having some with some other groups. But that's going to be part of your KISA outcome. It's what you expect. Yes. And do the parents have a right to know about an individual student? Yes. On the bigger picture with a large-scale assessment like this, we want to know, is the school or the district, the grade level, whatever you want to look like, are they showing improvement over time? And so I think there are other places to have that conversation that you can make it relevant. And I will say, I've said to the commissioner, I'll say to everyone, so you will, the building report card, if you go out to the building report card and you click on 5-year trend, you're going to see 5 years of assessment data. This when this becomes final, will be year 1 or year 5, however you're ordering it, and the other years are going to be up there. And it will be a different scale. There will be an asterisk that says the cut scores were changed in 2025 to reflect new expectations. And that's the best we can do right now. I mean, we can't just get rid of all the old data. Right. Because it's there and it's lived there, and we've all had our reasons for believing why it was the way it was. What we can say is that I hope, that's why I spent way more than the time Deborah allowed me, or the commissioner, or the chair, right? Of explaining to you the process we went through, because we believe the process drives this decision. If you had wanted it to be exactly the same as it was last year, that's okay, you could have done that for us. Dr. Kingston could have it tomorrow if that's what you want. That's not what we asked. We asked them to look at the standards, to make their best decision based on the standards and the descriptors that they were given to follow, what they thought was reasonable for students at each of these levels to know and be able to do. And that's how it played out.
And I apologize, Melanie, please.
No, not at all. If I wait long enough, people just go ahead and give the answers anyway. So what I just heard, because I was going to kind of go down this rabbit hole, the legislature wants to use this longitudinal data not to assess our students. They're using it to assess our districts. You're asking, how do I get the data to assess my own student? And that's kind of what I was getting at earlier, is what does that look like? With regards to the rigor was the term that NAEP used to describe our too high cut scores in Kansas. When they compare Kansas to the rest of the states, they're saying yours are the most rigorous, but that's just the way that we were defining those cut scores. If you think back to the commissioner's slide that has all the states on it, and Kansas is
our NAEP ranking versus our assessment.
Well, so
roughly the same.
So you can also look at the handout that we got this morning. I think that this tells the story really well, and some of you folks may have it out there, but this takes all of that verbiage out of it and just talks about scores and gives the comparison state to state. And so to me, what we're being presented with today aligns perfectly with what we're already seeing from the NAEP score, just the raw data of the NAEP scores. So no question there, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and all of you that presented. We really appreciate it. And we will see you, somebody, Beth for sure, back tomorrow. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready? We are going to move on. Shane Carter, we're going to talk about the teacher apprenticeship program, what we're going to act on, what you presented last month about the Metal Art grant funding and such.
Madam Chair, excuse me for a minute. Could you walk around and show how boring your shoes are?
Absolutely.
Boring, is that what you said?
The challenge was extended, and I have been defeated. This was actually pulling me out of the water. That's all right. Tomorrow, though, I'll bring my game.
Sorry, I couldn't read that.
His are red, and then if you look at his socks.
That's impressive. What can I say?
You gotta go to the bow tie.
Yeah, there you go.
And flexibility. I couldn't do that. So, so well done.
You may not be able to get out of the chair now. So, I apologize.
No, we needed that. That was perfect.
Yeah. So.
Okay, please, Shane.
Yeah. So good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioner Watson, ladies and gentlemen of the board. So I have two items for you today. The first action item is related to the Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program. As part of that action item, I did have, if you break it down, 3 asks. One is to approve a non-traditional route for individuals that hold a bachelor's degree already, to open up the program to allow them to enter that into the program as well. And also creating a youth apprenticeship program, and then also asking to approve our grant funds that we'll be paying out or issuing to our districts that are participating in the program. And at this time, I'll stand by for any questions you have related to this item. And I must tell you, I'm very uncomfortable. I don't have my PowerPoint with me. I'm not supposed to have PowerPoints, I guess, for this. So
well, we're trying to get
that's
through
my
quickly.
security blankets. You know, I need those.
Okay. The addition of a graduate degree route.
Yep.
Now, I feel really bad because I'm not sure I'm tracking, so I apologize completely. Give me just a minute.
And I can read through the recommended motion that I had, if that would be useful.
Why don't you go ahead and do that?
The recommended motion was that it's moved that the Kansas State Board of Education approves the additions of a graduate degree route and a youth apprenticeship route within the Kansas Teacher Apprenticeship Program, and approves grant awards for the Kansas Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program districts for the 25-26 school year.
So when you say graduate degree route, I'm sorry, what did I miss before?
So originally when we wrote our standards and created the Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program, it was geared only for individuals that didn't hold a bachelor's degree. So we're trying to increase people into the profession that way. But there's a significant population out there that may look to transition into teaching, and it's a great opportunity to capture that population and feed them into this program as well.
Okay, so we can do that in the,
Yes, so there are standards in the packets that I provided. There's standards for both the that have been approved by the Kansas Apprenticeship Council for bachelor degree holders and for the youth apprenticeship.
okay.
So those both have been approved by the Kansas Apprenticeship Council. I'm just asking the state board for
Okay.
their
And I'm
permission
sorry,
as well.
Something. Debbie, did you have a question?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I have a question, but if you don't mind going with me on this, I think I'd like to move that we just divide that out into 3 questions, just for simplicity, because you've added something and it's just a little confusing to me. If you don't mind, it just means you take 3 votes.
So you're talking about the graduate degree route, the youth apprenticeship route.
And then the Meadowlark Grant Fund. And because my question was
Grant
specific to the
awards.
Meadowlark Grant Fund too, so, and Mr. Carter knows about my question ahead of time. So I just thought it might be nice to divide it out if I have a second, if somebody would, if that sounds good to everybody. It doesn't really matter, I suppose, except for I think it'd be just a little bit more clear.
I don't know that do we need to vote on doing that?
To break it out into
Yeah.
3? Well, it would be
No,
an
because you don't
amendment.
have
Yeah,
you
no.
have to make a motion.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought
So
we
we
were just
can-
going to stick with
he's
this.
giving a suggestion.
Yeah, that's a suggestion.
I'm
So if
sorry.
you want to make a motion for,
I just was reading this and just going with that.
no, I appreciate that
Okay.
completely. Let me,
Then I'll get on with my question. I'll let you handle that, if you don't mind. Just my
Yes.
question has to
Yes.
do with the Meadowlark Grant Fund. And because we've had so much chaos over the Department of Ag verbiage, gender ideology, blah, 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 that's in their contract, I wanted to ensure that the Department of Labor doesn't have the same issue and putting some of that language into this contract.
So, Ms. Potter, I did review 3 things. The state apprenticeship expansion formula grant budget narrative that was submitted, which is about a 102-page document. As far as the search for that, for the use of the term diverse or inclusive, there were 2 mentions of diverse. However, it was related to a letter of support submitted by a workforce board. So that grant that was submitted, it's multiple entities. It's not just the State Department of Education that applied for that. And then those workforce boards are autonomous entities that had to, they run their own programs, and they each submitted their own letters of support. So it was only a reference in that letter of support, so it wasn't actually part of the budget narrative. I also went through our the guidance for the form or for the grant that was received. It's about a 53-page document, and I couldn't find reference, but I will say I was trying to employ speed reading in searches, and I'm not 100% confident that there's not anything in there, but I'm 95% sure there's not anything in there. I did also check our MOU that we have with Department of Labor, which is about a 19-page document, and there is a mention of diverse within that agreement.
The gender
that we have.
diversity, is that
It
the
just says-
contract that's going to go down?
It just
for
says a
districts?
skilled, diverse, and inclusive workforce.
Okay, I was going to say,
so
Mr. Gordon
it's
might.
just in
Correct.
skills diverse is what the word was?
Oh,
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this would be helpful, I believe the language you're referring to stems from language that the agency uses in any contracts, and that language comes from the Department of Administration. That language is used for every single contract that the agency signs. I don't think for this particular grant program, I can't recall, Shane, us signing particular contracts with any vendors. Would that be
No,
accurate?
the only thing we did was have an MOU with Department of Commerce because they're the grant awardee and then we're a sub-grantee.
Okay.
And I
no
can
official
look at it,
contract.
but I don't recall there being, I'd honestly have to look at the MOU to see if we attached the DA 146. I don't think we did, but I'd have to look at it again.
I don't think we did either.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's-
Well,
So
thank you, Madam
the
Chair.
grant agreements generally don't have the same language as a contract for services. So we would not have attached that particular form for the Meadowlark grant.
Perfect, and maybe Mr. Gordon, in the future, you could just give us a heads up if one of these contracts is going to cause our districts that kind of heartburn. That would be a nice thing for me to know at least.
It's been in place.
Yeah, that'll be a conversation later.
Connie, did you have a question?
I don't have a question.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
I took care of it.
Okay. So, if there's no other discussion, we need to start the motion process. And I'm completely fine with 3 different parts. So if somebody wants to make a motion, Debbie, if you want to start that.
Okay, then I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the addition of graduate degree route for bachelor's. Is that how you said it?
Just a bachelor degree route.
The bachelor degree route
within
Within the Kansas
within the
teacher
Kansas
apprenticeship
teacher
apprenticeship program.
Yes.
Done.
Yeah.
For the 25-26 school year? Or does that
Yes,
just?
ma'am.
No, that's separate. The 25-26 school year is just for the grant funding. So obviously, I didn't do a very good job of making this simple.
So
Well,
the
then I
motion is, I'm just going to repeat, I'm just repeating. Debbie's motion is that she moves that the Kansas State Board of Education approves the addition of a graduate degree route within the Kansas Teacher Apprenticeship Program. No, it's a degree, it's a, we're adding a graduate degree route. Okay. Second, Dennis seconds it. All in favor? That would be a 9 and the noes and the present not voting. Okay, 901. I know, it's just warm in here, actually. Okay, part 2 is about the youth apprenticeship route within the Kansas Teacher Apprenticeship Program.
Madam Chair, would you like me to take another try at it?
If you would like.
Okay, I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the addition of a youth apprenticeship route within the Kansas Teacher Apprenticeship Program.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Opposed? Present not voting. 901, the passage. Okay, and for the third one, anybody else want to give it a go, or does Debbie want to finish? All right,
I'm on
go
a
for
roll.
it. Go
I'm
for
on
it.
a roll here. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the addition of a grant award for the Kansas Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program. No,
Yes.
that's not it.
Yes.
That's it.
That is it?
Yep.
I said it right? Okay, I
Yep.
move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the addition of grant
the
awards
grant.
for the Kansas Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program districts for the 2025-2026 school year.
That works.
It works, okay.
Okay, and a second. Connie seconds. Any more discussion? Please no. Okay, all approved? Is that 8? Opposed? 2? Okay, 8-2, passage. All right. I know, but we didn't. Okay. Did you catch it, Deborah? Are you good? Danny and Michelle opposed, so it was 8-2. Okay. Next on your list, sir.
Yes, ma'am. So the next action item is for our new test scores for a regenerated test and a new test that we've added for our teacher candidates when they complete their teacher preparation program. And for that recommended motion, I'll go ahead and read through that real quick. The recommended motion was, it is moved that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt and set cut scores as follows for the Early Childhood Education Foundational Knowledge and Content Test, number 5534, with a recommended cut score of 163, and the Middle School Social Studies Test, number 5589, with a recommended cut score of 149.
Okay.
A mouthful.
Yes, and I just want to repeat, being the liaison on the Professional Standards Board, there was a lot of understanding of how this came about. We had, and I forget her name, but she's lovely, come from ETS and really walk us through the entire thing. Kind of what you got, only much lesser schedule with the assessment. So it's quite the process. And the Professional Standards Board did vote for this after lots of conversation. So you are getting this directly from them after a lot of work. So I just want to put that out there as that liaison. Jim?
Having been on the professional board, when it was done before, I'm aware of the rigor that goes into that. So I make the motion that Shane read.
That's weak sauce. And do I get a second? You're seconding the motion Jim made. Okay, Betty seconds. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Like, do you have a 10-0? Okay, approved.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Appreciate it. And next, where are we at? Next up, we're going to act on the Career and Technical Education Cluster Review recommendations. Natalie Clark with some folks in tow.
Yes, so last month we came and presented the cluster review recommendations and gave the binder with the pre and the post work. So we're asking if you have any questions and ask that if you want me to go over anything, I'd be happy to, but the 3 cluster reviews that were done were human services, marketing, and transportation.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Natalie? Any discussion? Okay. Dennis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Natalie, I just wondered, is there any ideas about future things you're going to add? I'm just kind of curious.
Sure. So we actually are meeting with Advanced CTE on Thursday and Friday of this week, and we are adjusting to the new national model because occupations have somewhat changed. And so then we're going to look at see if we have any gaps or areas we need to prioritize, and then I could send that back to you.
Okay.
So we're fortunate that the National Career Cluster Pathway hasn't been modified since 2002. And so it's a national project to help states. So Department of Labor, Board of Regents, Commerce, and of course us, our team will be meeting Thursday and Friday to go over that and see where our gaps are.
Yeah, I'm curious because of some of the professions like in medical and places like that where we have needs in low density areas that may be needed in the future.
In the past, we reviewed our clusters every 5 years, and that's a good question. We reviewed health year before last, so it will have about 4 years unless we find some gaps in alignment with the new model.
And that national alignment comes through different legislation, does it not? When you're working with all of that, there's a lot of legislation behind that.
So thinking about our pathways, we have 0.5 weighted funding, and so we look at those high skill, high demand, high wage occupations in Kansas, and then the federal funding enhances that, but you have to have a state approved pathway before you can qualify for the enhancement of the federal funding.
And when you look at the national, you always look also at what Kansas needs. Right?
Yes.
That's what you're talking about with those meetings, that you're looking at, okay, here's the national, but what does Kansas need?
Exactly. So the Department of Labor categorizes their labor market information by Kansas clusters and pathways and occupations in Kansas. So yes, they give a presentation. So within the binder, and when we reviewed health and human services, marketing, and supply chain and transportation, they gave a report on each of those and let us know what occupations were available in Kansas and had projections.
All right. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am seriously just going to think out loud because of what Dennis just said. I know that there's a lot of talk that a lot of the hospitals out in western Kansas will be, struggling and stuff like that. So anything we could do within education, I think, one, to marry up the needs that they're going to have and the opportunities for students that possibly might be able to, I don't know, using the imagination, I'm just thinking out loud.
So Kansas Hospital Association, they're our business and industry partner on our advisory committee, so we meet quarterly and they share trends. So I think that's a great idea, and so they report out to us. HOSA is our Career and Technical Student Organization. I know in Western Kansas, many of the hospitals are supporting that and working with the students so they get exposure to healthcare careers in Kansas and that part of the state.
Right, okay. Ready for a motion if somebody would like to? Mel, oh, sorry. Okay, Melanie?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the Career and Technical Education 2024-25 Cluster and Pathway Review recommendations approved by the Kansas Advisory Committee for Career and Technical Education.
Second, Betty? Okay, all in favor? Okay, looks like we have 8 opposed, 1 present not voting, 1. 8-1-1, motion passes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle was a no. Danny was a yes. Correct? Did I get you right? Okay. All right. Miss Catherine.
Hello, hello. I have to
Hello.
get close enough that it hears me.
Okay.
You know, if you were
Yeah.
taking a break, okay.
We're going to do a break after her.
You might get through Scott and then take it right before Jay comes up. Because Scott has PPC.
Yeah, I don't have a PPC on here.
Yeah, the PPC was already taken out.
Sorry, we're having technical
You're okay.
difficulties that weren't technical.
Thank you.
Okay, maybe they were technical. I was very confused. Okay.
That's all right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Remind
Thank
us why
you.
you're here.
I am here, Madam Chair, Commissioner, and members of the board. I have for you the action item for the Evaluation Review Committee's recommendations from May for higher ed accreditation for Tabor College, for program approvals for Emporia State University, Fort Hays State University, Haskell Indian Nations University, and Kansas State University.
Yes. Awesome. Does
And
anybody
like
have
Shane, I
any-
miss my slideshow
I know, right?
security blanket.
Does anybody have any questions or comments for Miss Catherine? No? Okay. Anybody have a motion? Miss Betty?
To be sure it's on the right one. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendation of the Evaluation Review Committee for Education Preparation Provider Accreditation for Tabor College and program approvals for Emporia State University, Fort Hays State University, Haskell Indian Nation University, and Kansas State University.
Second? Beryl? Remind me because my brain's not functioning right now. Is this the vote for the Fort Hays Special Education?
It
Okay.
is. Yes.
Just really excited about that deal.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All in favor? 10-0. Wonderful.
Fantastic.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
And thank your team continually for us, please.
Absolutely.
Appreciate
Thank
their
you
work.
very much.
Okay. Okay, should we take a break? Does everybody want a quick break?
Because then it's going to get pretty long.
Well, we got Jay, which will be a little while. Yeah, let's take a break before we get into KISA. 10 minutes. We'll be back at 4:43 by my computer. Dr. Scott. What am I going to do now that we don't have the Ben and Jay show like I always called you guys?
I know.
I don't know what
Well,
I'm going to do. I said, I'm going to a Ben and Jay show.
I would
know.
say
Renee and Jay. Renee and Jay.
Jay and
There you
Renee. Renee and Jay. Should be Renee and Jay. Renee and Jay. That's a good ring
That'll
to
work. We're getting punchy.
Okay, we're already off topic.
We're already
so
off topic.
here we go.
Okay. Well, this is one of my favorite subjects, although I don't know I get too into the whole number part of graduation requirements, but I do love KISA. And I don't know if you guys caught, I'm sorry, I'm going to do this before you start. When the assessment team, we heard so many people talk about this year was different. There was so much engagement. You know, Beth said, we're used to people not showing up, and they all showed up. And so we had alternates that we didn't need, and they kept showing up. And so her and I were talking further, and she did say it, but I'm going to keep echoing it. She really believes that the KISA, going to the fundamentals, giving those teachers that hunger that they went into the field for. They went into teaching to teach. So there's this turning that has happened, and it's revived a lot of teachers, I think. So I think they're full in, and I give Dr. Proctor obviously kudos, and you right alongside him, and your entire team, the entire learning services. I mean, I know it's taken a lot of work, a lot of people, and I have been very excited about all of it, in case anybody hadn't figured that out yet. So, Dr. Scott.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Watson. Thank you for some time. I'm excited to bring to you the first draft that we have of outcome standards for KISA. These are the KISA graduation standards. So, and as Madam Chair was talking about, we have a lot of people that have put a lot of work into this. And so I'm really here just on behalf of that group. We call it our KISA Outcomes Work Group. And you're going to see that we ran these standards through a lot of people across the state. And so I'm excited to share the feedback that we received. I'm excited to share the actual standards listed. I'm excited to share some examples with all of you. I'm not excited that I'm talking about math, and you've already had a lot of numbers today. So, but we're going to add to that a little bit. I was always one that I never wanted my math class in the afternoon. Didn't want that, but we're going to forge ahead. So today is National Cow Appreciation Day. It's Cow Appreciation Day.
Is that a Chick-fil-A commercial?
There you go, Dennis, in honor of you.
It is. And so Betty already kind of let the cow out of the bag. But Cow Appreciation Day, I think Chick-fil-A does some specials today. So check out Chick-fil-A. But it reminded me of 4-H. So I grew up in 4-H, and I felt like the ultimate, when you graduated from 4-H, it was when you raised and showed a steer at the fair. That was like the big thing, right? So started with rabbits. The constant was always the record book, which I can't stand. So I had to do the record book every year. Mom made me do that. But rabbits, then we went to sheep, then we went to horses, and finally it came that year. I had a steer, right? Started just a little steer, grew him up, right? And then got to present him to the world at the Edwards County Fair there in Kinsley. So that was just it was a big achievement back then. There was some adulting involved, right? You got to sell it afterwards. Of course, I'm competitive, so I wanted that purple ribbon, the grand champion, whatever they called it. Only got blue, but still got to sell it afterwards, and it generated quite a bit of money. To which I'm looking at my dad like, Dad, I just made a lot of money. And he's like, no, you didn't. So, but it is National Cow Appreciation Day. And so, but more so, celebrating when kids overcome major challenges, they have a high achievement level, right? Something that's rigorous, something that involves some adulting, and that's graduation. And so recently, I had the privilege of attending the Lawrence Gardner High School graduation. Members New and O'Brien were there with me. It was great to see those kids. That's part of the Juvenile Detention Center here in Topeka. And one of the speakers, Bev Mortimer, who used to be a superintendent at Concordia. She's part of JAG Kansas, which is part of their program. She got up to speak and she said, I always love attending these because, and I was right there with her, having sat through many a graduation myself, those kids just appreciate it more. And you talk about a major, kids that have great challenges, but they have reached, they've made a major achievement. And I remember many of the speakers said this over and over to those kids, no one can ever take that away from you. Yep. So that was a very moving ceremony to be part of, to see kids like that achieve and put them on a trajectory to change their lives. So that was amazing. So I think that was apropos to talk about that. As kids are graduating high school, I think this picture is apropos, right? Those are kids that are graduating. That's a major achievement. Adulting is involved. It's a big challenge. So when we're talking about putting together KSDE graduation standards, we want to make sure that we know it's in keeping with our vision in Kansas. So this is the timeline for evaluation of accreditation as we've laid it out. Now, this was approved by the board back a couple years ago before we started KSDE 2.0. This was the timeline. So you can see that this year, what we're looking at, and I'm going to bring you next month as a receive item. This is a receive item for KSDE graduation standards. Next month, I'll bring you all of the systems, the accreditation status recommendations from the ARC as a receive. So this year, systems are being evaluated on all the 14 areas of compliance, and they're being evaluated their action plan as a ready to implement action plan. I'll talk more about that next month. The outcomes we're still looking at them every year. Systems are still looking at their outcomes every year, but they won't be evaluated for an accreditation decision until 26-27. So the standards that I am laying out to the board today won't be applied against systems and their outcomes until the end of 26-27 school year. Okay? So here's the determination process. I wanted to lay this out for the board before you heard this, actually looked at the standards. So in 26-27, let's say USD 123, I got really creative there. They meet the standards in all the compliance areas. They meet the standards in school improvement, but they did not meet the standards in KSDE graduation rate. Okay, they didn't meet it for that year, and I'll show you what that means to not meet it. This is what would happen with USD 123. They remain accredited. They didn't meet the standard, but they remain accredited. They are notified they didn't meet the standard. There's a discussion with the regional executive, our team, when we sit down and meet with that system one-on-one, and they must indicate how they're addressing that gap that they have in their KSDE action plan. So that's what happens the first year. If USD 123 did not meet the KSDE graduation standards the next year in 27-28, then what we say then is they are persistently not meeting standards. So when we say persistently, that's 2 years in a row. So this is what would happen. The system would be notified, and the ARC, the Accreditation Review Council, which is made up of 18 educators from across the state, they would actually conduct an on-site review. It wouldn't be all 18. It would probably be 3 of the ARC members would go on-site with that system, sit down with them for a full day, and unpack why that is a gap for that system. Okay, and then the ARC would then make that determination. Does this system need to be required to do something? If they're required to do something, that would be what we call conditions. They would be accredited with these conditions. If the ARC, after that meeting, feels like the system is on track, they are doing everything they can to improve in that area, the ARC could come back and say, even though you haven't met it for 2 years, we believe that you're on the right track, you remain accredited. So that's just our thinking as we get into this, this process. Okay, so the KSDE graduation standards, what I'm going to present to you is feedback that we curated over the last, 6 months, maybe 8 months on these graduation standards. And we really narrowed it down to 4 questions. Are these clear? Are they simple to understand? Are they rigorous? I know that was a big topic during the cut scores discussion today. And are they fair? We didn't ask if they liked them, right? And we're not asking from the board, right? We're asking, do you feel like these are clear, simple to understand, rigorous, and fair? So I'll show you the responses that we got. So, and what I have here is in each of those categories, an excerpt from somebody who, these are unknown, who put this in here, anonymous feedback, but just, I felt like a comment that kind of encapsulated the feeling of the group. So you can see that, are these standards clear? We have a majority that said, yes, they're clear, easy to understand, concisely written in language that doesn't leave much to interpret. These are educators from across the state. Could be teachers, could be principals, could be superintendents, right? Curriculum leaders. Simple to understand. After we walk through the process of how the standards work, using examples of districts, and I'm going to share with you examples today, the standards made sense. So basically, whenever we teach these, not just sharing the standards, but we're also sharing some examples so people can see how they work. Rigorous. This is a really important question. Maintains high but realistic expectations. And I think you'll see from, and so I would ask you to look through those four lenses today when you're considering the standards. Are they clear, simple to understand, rigorous, and fair? And then the last one, not only is the KSDE graduation rate evaluated, so the number itself, but also looking at growth. And that was an important decision, I think, by our outcomes work group to say that regardless of where their KSDE graduation rate might be, and it might be low, if they are improving, they can meet the standards. So here is the KSDE graduation rate, and it has an example there at the bottom. The KSDE graduation rate is based on not on just 1 year, but it's based on a system's 5 most recent graduating classes. So there's a lot of numbers within the KSDE graduation rate, right? It's their most recent 5 graduating classes together. And it's not an average of the percentages, okay? It's actually taking the total number of graduates over those 5 graduating classes divided by the number of students in what we call the 4-year cohort. The 4-year cohort, that is a federal definition of how we calculate graduation. The 4-year cohort is basically the number of students that begin in that school as freshmen. So the 4-year cohort, now there's plus and minus students that transfer in and out, right? So there's a little bit of movement with the denominator, with the number in that 4-year cohort. It might change a little bit over the years, but basically it's the number of students that start as freshmen. So number of graduates divided by 4-year cohort, if you total those up for the 5 most recent graduating classes, that's how you calculate the KSDE graduation rate. So Brooke Wells, she's one of our research and evaluators on our team. She does phenomenal work. Brooke put this together. Our state KSDE graduation rate, I said, what is it right now? And that was back in the spring, so before our class of 2025. So she looked at our graduating classes across the state, 2020, 2021, all the way up to 2024. The total number of graduates was somewhere near 170,000 students. The total number in the 4-year cohorts, which would have been when those students were freshmen, around 191,000. You do the simple division, end up with a state KSDE graduation rate of 88.7. So that's our most recent. Now, once we add in the class of 2025, right, the class of 2020 will drop off, and then we'll do the KSDE graduation rate for 2021 through 2025. Do you see how that works? Okay, so that's the KSDE graduation rate. And I think that's important to understand because we are still going to have a yearly graduation rate, right? So when we're talking about the KSDE graduation rate, it's important to differentiate between the two.
Betty, did you want to ask your question now?
Actually, I can if it's okay. When you were going through the 4 areas, the only one I was really impressed with was on rigor. And I'm going to focus, not you don't have to go there.
Okay.
The number of no's. And so did you get like, I think in some situations you maybe had 29 or 30 that voted no. Did you get any input from them as to what their concerns were? I liked what you were focusing on because initially when you set that up, we're going to hear from everyone and we're going to get our feedback. So I'm wondering when you, out of 250, you had 29, 30 people, did you get any kind of idea of where they were or why?
Well, my first thought is I'm teaching it.
That's
So
why.
it's not always going to be simple to understand.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of the no's that we had for that one in particular were early. Early when we first started rolling these out and asking these questions of systems, we didn't have these stronger examples that we had as we went forward.
Okay.
So I think once we started adding stronger examples, people were able to grasp. And you can see in that excerpt that the examples, I think, really help people to understand them.
I did wonder because I always feel that there are people that maybe won't speak up, but that may be where your greatest idea or input might come from.
Yeah.
So it's not so much that there were no's. I just wondered if there was any feedback from them. What would you have seen that was different or?
And we did have some informal, like we would ask the question, does that make sense, right? And people would say, a lot of times the initial confusion around this was the 4-year cohort, because not everybody understood how we calculate on a yearly basis graduation rate. So we had to unpack some of that as we move forward.
And that is one area,
Yeah.
I mean, that would have been my second question, and I've always had that on the cohort because there are so many students that here I am a senior and I find out I'm not on track, or it just dawns on me that I'm not on track. And that is what, a definite cutoff period? Is that May of that year, or does it
I
extend?
believe it's October. October after the when you're, aligned with the 4-year cohort to graduate in May, you have until October.
Till October, okay.
So I don't want to get too deep into this because this will derail. We could spend a lot of time on this Senate bill, but I did want to, just out of the air of being completely transparent, Senate Bill 45, the impact it could have on this, there will be some impact depending on what the state board decides to do with that Senate bill. So that Senate bill actually establishes an alternative calculation for yearly graduation rate. It's different than the federal yearly graduation rate, which we've been using for a long time, right? And we've been using that exclusively, that yearly federally way to calculate graduation rate for accreditation purposes. So depending on how the state board proceeds with that bill, that could have some impact on KISA graduation rate. Okay, so we'll make that, and we will adjust to what the board wishes to do with that. I just wanted to get that out in front before we get any deeper into this. So we're not just looking at what their KISA graduation rate is. We're also looking at the rate of change. So when Member Potter was talking about cut scores and seeing kids improve, I really appreciated that. We also want to make sure that is part and parcel of the standards. So the rate of change, it's part of the standards. The rate of change is the difference between your most recent KISA graduation rate and the previous year's KISA graduation rate. How many years in a KISA graduation rate? 5, right? So you're looking at the most recent minus the previous. Okay, so you do it by simply subtracting recent from previous. I have an example for you. This is an actual district in Kansas. Their KESA graduation rate, their most recent would be 2020 to 2024. That was 96.2, very high KESA graduation rate. Their previous graduation rate was from 2019 to 2023. So their rate of change, I think that's wrong actually. It should be reversed, my calculation. They actually, no, that's right. I'm sorry. That's right. That's right. It's right. 2019 to 2023 was 96.5. So what was their rate of change? They went down 0.3%, correct? Everybody good with that? So we're looking at the rate of change from year to year. So we're breaking all conventions around PowerPoint slides with all the words on these standards. So I'm going to unpack this for you. So these are the standards as presenting to you today as a receive item. There are 3 performance categories. There's exceeds, there's meets, and there's identified need. The top 2, exceeds and meets, meet the standard. The bottom one, identified need, does not meet the standard. So let's get into the criteria. So for exceeds, if your KESA graduation rate, again based on 5 years, is 95% or above, regardless of your rate of change, as long as you're above 95%, you are in that exceeds category. And as you can see, for the most recent KESA graduation rate, 2020 to 2024, all the way over on the right, we had 60 systems, right, that would be in that exceeds performance category. Meets has actually 2 criterion within it to reach that level. One is if you're above 88% and below 95%, so between 88 and 94.9, if your KESA graduation is there and your rate of change does not decrease by more than 2%, you meet the standard. And I'll talk more about where we came up with 2%. We didn't just draw it out of a hat. But what you'll see is if a system's rate of change is more than 2% decline, something significant happened. So one of the things that you'll see about these standards is, especially in our smaller systems, I graduated with 21 people, right? The graduation rate may fluctuate quite a bit year to year. So we wanted to make sure you can account for that, and it's not going to one maybe class that's lower than normal doesn't mean you don't meet the standard, right? So anything that's a decline of more than 2% is significant, our research shows. So there are 151 systems that would meet that criterion. And then if you're below 88%, but your rate of change is positive, you improved 0.1%, you meet the standard, which means you could be at a very, what we would consider low graduation rate, 70%, but if your rate of change was, you went up to 71%, right, or 70.5, you meet the standard. So that's where that growth piece comes in. Identified need, and you would see 36 systems fit that criterion. Identified need, if you are between 88 and 94.9, but your rate of change is more than 2% decline, something significant has happened, you don't meet the standard, right? We need to look deeper into that. Or if you're below 88% and you either stay flat or you decline any small amount, you're an identified need. So the only way, if you're below 88%, the only way to meet the standard is to improve. Okay? And you can see the criterion identified need. 13 meet that, are in that first criterion A, and 26 systems currently would meet that criterion B. I do want to make note of this. If we applied these standards today to systems, we would have 23 systems across the state that would have not met the standard 2 years in a row, which would mean the ARC would go on, the Accreditation Review Council would go on site. 23. Now that's with 303 systems, that's about 8%. Just for your reference. Okay, I'm going to get into some examples, and this is going to become hopefully clearer. Before I do that, significant numbers. 95% is our state goal, so that's why we set that as the exceeds limit. 88% is our state average, as you saw. 88.7 was our state KISA graduation rate, so we set that as that secondary benchmark. The 2%, Brooke actually looked at all of the systems across Kansas and looked at only the ones that had a rate of change that was negative. So they declined the rate of change, KISA graduation rate of change, and found that the average rate of decline was 1.6%. So we rounded up and said at 2%, if you are declining by more than 2%, that's significant. And that bears taking a deeper look, or you didn't meet the standard for that year. So that's why we landed on that 2%. Okay, let's look at some examples. So this is comparing the previous KISA graduation rate at a system to their most recent. Okay, and we kept the names of the systems out of this. This is an actual system in Kansas, and I want to call your attention to the total cohort size and total grads. So for KISA grad rate 2019 to 2023, their total grads was 109. How many graduating classes is that? That's 5 graduating classes. So 109 students for 5 graduating classes. Small school? Yes. Okay, averaging around 20 grads per year. Okay, so this is a small school system. So you can see that their 2019 to 2023 KISA grad rate was 96.5. Their most recent grad rate was 96.2, so they declined 0.3%. Why are they in exceeds? Because they're above 95%, right? Even though they declined, they're still above 95%, okay? Here's another system, another smallish system. The interesting thing about this system, though, is look at their cohort size from the 2019-2023 classes to their 2020 to 2024. This is a small system that's growing rapidly. Okay, look at their graduation rate, the yearly graduation rate. What do you notice? Something significant is happening, right? Something significant out of the normal is happening in this district. So to start with, their 2019 graduation rate was 100%. Their 2023 graduation rate was 69.6%. So their KISA grad rate for that first level was 79.3. But then the next year, they were at, their 2024 graduation rate was 71.6, right? You see that? So they are continuing that decline, and their 100% went off, right? And so they have declined drastically. So something is going on in this district that bears taking a deeper look. They were being identified need. Not only are they below 88%, they're also declining in a significant rate. Okay? Large system. And you can see with large systems especially, you don't see their percentages move much. But this system, 70.9%, low, right? It's low. It's below our state average. But what did they do for, what's their rate of change? 0.9. It's positive. So they meets performance expectations. They have a below state average graduation rate, but a positive rate of change. Last one, another large system, 88.9, above the state average, down to 88.7, so they declined 0.2%. They're still in meets, But what happens if they keep declining? All right, they'll be below the state average, and then the only way to meet the standard, if you're below the state average, is to improve. Okay, so these are just examples. Again, these are actual systems in Kansas, but hopefully this solidifies in your mind a little bit more about how the standards work. Okay, last slide that I have, and then we'll open it up for questions. 26-27 is the first year we'll evaluate for accreditation. I want the board to be aware of the timeline. It's not like they graduate on May 20th, May 21st, we can do an evaluation, right, with graduation. It takes until October, right? So systems will submit their final report for the class of 2027 in October. In January, when we post publicly, these are the graduation, this is all the graduation data, we will be able to calculate the KISA graduation rate, and that would include the classes of 2023 to 2027, and the rate of change. So we would also compare that to their previous KISA graduation rate, which was 2022 to 2026, right? And then what we would do is we would lay that against the standards and identify which of those performance categories they would be. Any systems that would be an identified need, we would notify them. We would then, our team would then meet with them, talk about that. Again, it's just a notification the first year, and we would ask that system to address that in their KISA action plan. The good news about this is if these are clear enough, we won't really have to know, we will still notify systems, but they will be able to see, right, where they are against the standards. And that was one of the major criticisms of KISA 1.0 was we were basing accreditation decisions on outcomes, but the standards for that were very loose. And so this is very clear. Systems report, again, they may not like it, but generally they did. But we feel like this is clear enough where systems can actually see where they are against the standards in real time.
Debbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is one of the areas I would say I've been watching you for a lot of years, but I still feel new at this because I don't understand really the focus on graduation rates as much because honestly, we graduate kids who can't read. And so it doesn't mean a lot in my book that they graduated other than they survived 18 birthdays before, leaving school kind of thing. We haven't, I've put a lot of thought into it, and I don't, maybe, one of the things I've thought of is maybe we could have high school graduation certificates that actually for reading, writing, and math specify, get rid of grades 1 through 8 in reading, writing, and math, but have levels 1 through 8, and do not progress those kids until they actually master that level of skill. And I don't care if it takes them till 12th grade to, they're still doing PE and science and history with their, their team, their age. But if they only get to a level 7 of math by the time they're in 12th grade, if they put a level 7 math on that high school graduation, they're still a high school graduate. They still got their graduation certificate. They did the time, they did the work, but not everybody's made the same, and when they have a level 7 on their math score, and maybe they're level whatever the highest is for reading and writing, but math just comes hard for them. They present that to somebody else, an honest, this is what I can do and I've accomplished, and so there's a pride in that, even if it's not maybe the highest one in the class or something. There's still a pride that is an actual accomplishment, but just accomplishing graduation doesn't strike me as a particularly high goal for us to set for the kids. That's just my thoughts.
Okay. It's not really what's in question here, but I will say that it is law that we do this. Like, it's federal and state that we have to pull in these rates and use them.
So, Debbie, this may help answer that somewhat. So, the reason Jay didn't start with academic, because you have to set the cut scores. Mm-hmm. Then they can go to try to set the growth. But graduation, post-secondary success, academic are all going to be layered into KISA but he can't go to go to those until you get there. So academic will be the next one once the cut scores get set, and that may help balance your question. You haven't set cut scores on this assessment. So until you do that, he can't set what growth looks like.
So
until that
like
happens.
the example that you provided, students that can't read that will graduate, I'm not sure that we really have that. I mean, we can do everything we can to prevent that from happening, right? One of the things that once we set standards like these around state assessments, that will then be holding systems accountable for kids against the reading standards, against the math standards all along the way. That's the next level of standards that we need to set. So I see those two working together, right? The state assessment standards all along the way, and then you have graduation standards as well. So I think that's, again, I don't think that's going to address every situation that you may have brought up, but in terms of what the board can do at the state level, providing clear standards, expectations for state assessment performance in reading and math, and graduation, I think it's a really strong model.
Madam Chair, may I follow up?
And it is literally law that we have to we have to pull those reports for, federally as well as state.
Madam Chair, may I follow up with that?
Just a moment, I'm going to let Betty jump in here. She's
Yeah,
just doing it.
and I was just going to jump in and say that when we're looking at this, it's more aggregate, if that makes sense.
Sure.
I was hoping that,
It's an
to
overall
Debbie,
view,
that's
of the
aggregate.
district.
It's not
Student by student?
student by student, yeah.
Okay, Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess it's not that I, care if you need this for law or whatever like that, but what I'm talking about is as far as accreditation standards, KSDE standards. Saying, well, this is how many graduates we have isn't necessarily, to me, important to our accreditation as much as, if we're fulfilling saying, well, we've got this many graduates, a school can graduate any number. Do you have any cohorts that have not made it, or any schools that have not made it 3 years without improvement? Have any lost their accreditation?
Well, so to be fair, these are the first time, these standards need to be approved before we would, these have never been applied before. So it'd really be hard to say, have systems not met it for 3 years in a row or not shown improvement. I think you could look at yearly graduation rates, right, and look at that, but we haven't based accreditation decisions really on that in the past.
Right. Okay. Any other comments? Do you guys have questions on how the math is happening with the number of graduates, the cohorts? That just gets kind of fun. Okay.
Fun's a good word.
And I want to say real quick before we end this conversation is that in your packet is the KSDE info session, dates and places and all that. I can just say, continually, the more I hear it, the more I understand. So if you can jump into one of those, it's just super helpful. This is literally the third time I've seen it, so it makes so much more sense every time in everything that's being pulled together.
Yeah, and we are repeating the sessions we did in the spring. We're repeating those in the fall. So we would love to have board members there and have you be part of the discussion. It's been really fun.
Yeah. Connie?
I do have a question. Does this count graduates that graduate early? My
Yes.
grandson graduated in February.
Oh, yeah.
So I just wondered, are they included in this graduation group?
Yes, I think it goes until October after
Okay.
that. Yeah, so as long as they graduate somewhere in there, and congratulations to your grandson.
Okay, I think we're good to go.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Appreciate it. See you next month.
Yes.
Twice, it sounds like. Okay, where are we at?
Frank's back.
Frank is back?
Budget.
Oh, I thought we were doing budget after.
No, because you didn't have to.
That's what I should have argued with you. Okay.
That's what I thought you were saying, because that's
Oh.
what I thought I was saying. So I'm blaming it on you.
Oh,
You
yeah,
can blame-
we're blaming each other for misunderstanding each other. Okay, we're going to go ahead and finish the budget recommendation things, and then we'll take a quick break if you feel the need, and because then we're going to go into the federal funding and we'll end up in executive session. So, well, federal funding plus. Okay. Back to, sir, where were we? We got through CTE, we got through mentoring.
So we were to professional development.
Yes.
So as really gets that started, I can then jump ahead to where we need to be.
Okay.
So we finished mentor teachers, and you recommended at $1.3 million. One of the things that I may have failed to mention is that although the legislature, the motion to approve funding for state aid this year included funding the Gannon decision, it at the same time cut mentor teacher stipends and professional development. It's important to know that during the arguments for the Gannon decision, the legislature included funding for mentor teachers and for professional development as part of their package that was approved by the Supreme Court. So now they've taken that back out. So that's why one of the reasons I think it's important that it get included. So same kind of thing with the professional development. You can tell off and on for years, there's been about 1.7 or $1.77 million. So again, what we gave for options, and again, you can pick any number you want, but what we gave for options was to restore what was eliminated for 25-26 in 26-27, which would be $1.77 million. The way the law reads on professional development reimbursement is it can be, and I'll get this wrong, 0.5% of the total budget, or $50,000, more than that, or some other number, whichever is lesser, I believe, or 50% of what you actually spent on professional development, whichever is the lesser. So that's how it gets funded in law. What we do, because we would need about $6.5 million to actually fund that, we prorate that back to whatever we receive. And so that's why it's $6.5 million to fully fund the current law. One thing to keep in mind that I'll be talking about on the next agenda item is that one of the title funds that is currently being withheld is Title IIA, which is professional development funding, which is about $15.6 million annually for school districts. So not only did they lose the $1.7 million in state reimbursement, currently the U.S. Department of Education is withholding what would be another $15 million for professional development.
So, Dr. Harwood, what would you say from your perspective and whatever you guys have talked about is the sweet spot?
So for me, I think the minimum is to ask for what got cut, which is the $1.77 million. I think from there, it is actually what Member Haas talked about earlier, is that when you start looking at the total amount that you're asking for, where does that get to? I think in this situation, because districts may not have access to $15 million in federal professional development funds, that would be one consideration for asking more than the 1.77. Downside to that is how the legislature views replacing federal funds. They may say that's not something they want to do and just move over it. And if that's the case, then asking for the 1.77 is the best way to get started. The other side is, if you go back, well, we really just need to fund the law. Well, that's $6.5 million. Now, you already didn't do that with special ed, going with $92 million instead of $197 million.
So we saved money.
It makes a lot of difference. So
my husband says when he doesn't get a speeding ticket, I saved money. Yeah. Like, we're good.
I think that this is a little bit philosophical from the board and political from the board of what's a reasonable request. I think the most reasonable request is let's get back what we had. However, I just wanted you to be aware of there's a possibility that this year the districts could be looking at almost $17 million in reduction in
Funds.
professional development funding.
Somebody
So I
needs
kind
to
of danced
talk.
around your question.
Dennis?
Emergency funds have been mentioned before. Is this something that would apply to that districts could?
So contingency funds is probably the best idea for that, because in the contingency fund, the district can spend, the board can spend that on anything that the board determines is a contingency. So if they've lost significant professional development funds and they can't make up for it from general fund or supplemental general fund, they could declare a contingency, being we lost all this funding, and use contingency funds for that. Problem with contingency funds is it's a savings account. It is one time unless you put money back into it, or until you start putting money back into it. So yes, districts can also use general fund or supplemental general fund, which is what they've been doing to make up the difference in any way. The problem with timing with this one is a lot of districts have already planned back to school PD, including like with new teachers, bringing them early and all those kinds of things. And so timing is difficult because they already have plans and have probably invited new teachers to these before the year things. And now they're going to have to figure out how to pay for it. Contingency would be one way to say that we don't have any other way to do it. We're going to have to use contingency.
Is there any mechanism with leftover funds from bonds or anything like that?
So bonds, no. Okay. And capital outlay, no, because that's not allowed for this expenditure. There are other things that there are other funds that you, if you're not required to make the transfer and you spend down some of the existing funds in there and not make the transfer, that could free dollars up one way or another. Special education is also one that you can't do that for because you have to make those transfers by law. So yes, that's one of the things they would be looking at are, do we have cash balances? And we talked about before that, we suggest that you have 10 to 20% cash balances. You can get by for a year or so doing some of those kinds of things, but cannot use capital outlay or bond and interest.
And we're looking at, Dennis, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but for this coming school year, they have $0 from the state coming.
Right.
So what we're talking about here, and I don't mean to cut you, but time is really moving against us here. We're looking at the next school year budget. So how do we want to talk to, through the governor's budget, we're putting it out to the governor and asking the legislature to refund back to what it was in 24-25, or are we going to ask for more, or are we literally going to sit back and do nothing? Like, what are we thinking? And yes, districts are taking a hit on the federal, well, hopefully not, but at this point, looking at a hit on the federal level as well. So, they're looking at the greater picture.
Yeah, and so you're right. This will have nothing to do with 25-26. This would be the 26-27 and may help them get past that if they have to use cash balances to get through this year, including contingency.
Yeah. So does anybody have a thought for a motion or anything? Melanie? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I need to go to Debbie. I apologize.
Well, I was wondering how the ESSER funds, they've been reinstated, correct? So the ESSER funds, we have our TNTP training, I would assume, back in place through the Smoky Hills Education Center. And these are professional development. That's new teacher training and stuff. And I do know that some superintendents have expressed that
we have
with the letters training and things like that have been funded, that really, honestly, they don't have a lot of spare time for their teachers to do other professional development training that they've been doing with the letters training. And so, have they been saving this money from 2024, 25, or 2023, 24 as they've been getting all these extra federal funds for the COVID relief funds and such?
That would vary district to district, but I would say with the ESSER and EANS funds, the restoration of those only means that they don't have to spend money on those things as well. This would cover the professional development they had planned outside of those opportunities.
Because the letters training that we were funding through the ESSER funds was for individual teachers, not for the school to do, or the district to do actual professional development. I think there's a difference there.
That would be if all of a sudden we had no funding for letters training and districts had to pick up that cost, that would be one more thing on top of this. So that would be an additional $7.5 million of cuts.
Because that's about teacher licensure too.
But teachers only have X amount of days to do professional development training.
But most teachers were doing letters on their own time. I mean, there are some districts who were doing it, but many teachers were doing it on their own time. And we were helping fund that, or we were funding that, are funding that. So it's it's not totally the same.
So one thing to remember is that, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, but the ESSER funds have to be liquidated by March of 26. We're talking about fiscal year 27.
Right.
Then there's that.
So the cuts already happened for that period of time, Debbie.
Have they saved from years past?
Yeah, but again, we're going into the second school year from today. Like we're past a whole nother school year recommending for budget for the 26-27 school year. So all of that is going to be passed and done at that point. So I don't know. Again, Melanie, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Investing in developing our teachers and staff is one of the most important things that we can do. And so while I recognize that it would be palatable to go with the 1.77 million, I'm going to ask the commissioner, since I talked earlier about aspirational requests. I mean, this is more than aspirational. This is incredibly important. Are we out of line asking for the 6.5 million? I guess I can look at either one or both. I'm looking at both of you at the same time.
So we've actually asked for that every year for the last several years, and it's just never been funded.
Oh, have we? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so we asked for an extra $1 million in mentor teachers last year and didn't get it actually. And so we asked for the $6 million or $6.5 million last year, and it just all got taken away. So yes, we have in years past always requested fully funding the statutes.
Okay. Okay. Anybody want to make a motion?
I'm going to look at the board.
Go for it.
1.77. Okay. It's moved that the State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of $1.77 million for the professional development program for fiscal year 2027.
Do I have a second? Betty is our second. Any other thoughts?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to say, I think I'm going to vote against that because we have done, I really enjoy the mentor funding that we've done. I think that is, when I heard the Teachers of the Year, that was the most important thing, and I do believe we're funding that. I do believe that there's been a lot of funds going towards professional development that the schools should have been able not to appropriate every year because we've had so much extra support with the ESSER funds. That's just my thoughts. This seems like if I had an area I would want to cut, this would be it for this year.
Yes, Jim.
And I'm going to vote against it for the opposite reason. I don't think it's enough. It is critically important. If we want to keep people in the classroom, we have to mentor them and we have to train them. And we are not doing our jobs if we don't support that.
So,
if we don't vote this motion, consensus, then, Jim, are you going to make another motion?
Somebody can.
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay.
yeah, I guess that was probably my question as well. If
Well, yeah, you can make another motion. If this one fails, then you can do whatever you want.
Okay.
Okay? All in favor of the 1.77 million? Michelle was a yes? Okay, so that is 6? 7, okay. Against? No, that was 4. What am I doing? That was 4, and against? 3, okay. So we do that right. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on with that then.
All right, so the next one actually will be simpler because we actually, We were only providing one choice. In this case, this is the reimbursement for the national board certification. State law requires that districts give at least a $1,000 stipend to teachers that have national board certification. That funding was eliminated this past year. So this year, districts will be required by state law to provide a stipend, but will not be reimbursed for it. So the recommended motion is here. The number has been $360,693. We have never met $300,000, so I'm recommending we round down to $360,000. We don't want to get too close because otherwise we start prorating things and that gets difficult. And in the scheme of $6 billion of budget,
Yes.
$10,000 or $12,000 isn't that much of a difference. So in this regard, because the districts are required to make the payment, it makes sense that the state provide the funding for that reimbursement. And then the $360,000 would cover that based on previous years.
Okay. Betty?
And I want to make a comment, and then I'd be prepared to make the motion, because one of the things that has been a huge problem is unfunded mandates from the state board. With that being said, Madam Chair, let me find it. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of $360,000 for Teacher of Excellent program for fiscal year 2027.
Do I have a second? Jim? Any further comments? Yes, Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that's in statute.
Yes.
That's a law.
So, yes. So it is required in law that the districts pay the $1,000 stipend, regardless of if there is a reimbursement. And so you can see since 2018, there's only been 1 year, and actually that got covered with some other funds that the state didn't cover the required stipend.
Gotcha. And I will say, I think I remember voting against this last year, and I am sure I did not understand that it was a state law. So I would be voting for this year. Melanie?
I was just going to ask you to tell the board one more time, what is a national board certification?
So national board certification is a process a teacher can voluntarily go through. It is a very time-consuming time. It requires a lot of reflection on the part of the teacher. The people I know that have gone through it talk about it's some of the best professional development they do because it causes them to reflect on their own practice so much. The process is very involved and very time-consuming. So the funding for this also can cover a scholarship for the cost of applying for national board certification and the cost of reapplying because you have to go through it. I think there's videos involved and it's an intensive process.
Okay. Yes, Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many do we have in the state of Kansas?
So
always get you with something, don't we?
Sorry, I have to. I just
so
need to know
based
if
on
it's declining or-
$174,000 covering it, I'm going to guess about 170 or so. I don't know how much of that was actually used for scholarships as well. Just a moment, and my phone friend will have your answer.
Got it.
I think there's a question down here if you want to go to it while we come back.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Frank, so there's teachers that this a one-time certificate? I mean, you do this one time, and so we anticipate there's going to be.
So it's like other licensure. You have to reapply.
Okay.
I don't remember how long it goes for.
5 years or something like that would be reasonable, probably.
A reasonable guess, but I'm not sure what it is.
So according to 360,000, we're looking at maybe 360 teachers want.
Well, I went with last year's at 174, so that's why I was guessing about 170, but. The average is 175 to 200, so. My estimating on the math was pretty close.
Okay, I think we have a motion and a second. Am I correct? Okay, trying to track. Are we ready for a vote then? Okay, all in favor? 10-0. Okay.
All right.
Moving on.
moving along. So we had this information about safe and secure schools. One of the things that's important about safe and secure schools, it is not in statute. It has been funded and regulated by a proviso every year. So it's in law, but it's a proviso versus a statute. So that's how things are a little bit different. So I got some questions about that last bullet. State board shall establish curriculum, guidelines, and standards for firearm safety. The state board did that, I think, in 2019. So we do have standards for firearms safety education programs. This gets confused sometimes with it. We get a lot of times that they try to pass a law that you have to use the Ed Eagle curriculum. That has never passed, and that's not, the state board approved their own standard. So just wanted to kind of point that out. The next part is that you can see this has been kind of on again, off again for the last several years. It's usually been about $5 million. It was $4 million one time. The requests have been between $9 and $15 million, or about $10 and $15 million through the time. So as we've talked about this in the past, we've talked about currently it's zero for this coming year. The funding went to actually this was a motion in the Appropriation Committee. The funding went to the Attorney General's for AI gun detection software. Right. So I don't know if that was 2 years worth, so that was $10 million. I don't know if the legislature will entertain a change or not. If the board wants to support districts in the infrastructure for safe and secure schools, my recommendation would be the $5 million. We've asked for the $15 million every year and never get it. This would be reinstating the $5 million. I think is going to be, I don't know, I think it might be a difficult thing to get because the money is otherwise being spent. But I think this would be a way to support school districts in their quest to make school buildings as safe as possible.
For me personally, this is where I guess I struggle a little bit when you talk about the bigger picture and all of that. So open to any conversation. If we don't get a motion, obviously we move on. Dennis?
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question about, okay, where are we with the Attorney General? We don't know what they're going to do?
So we have not received any information about that there's been anything. Last we heard when the Safe and Secure Schools teams asked about it, they were going to wait till after July 1st, even though the first year of the program was 2025. So that means half of it's already halfway done and hasn't started yet. But I don't know if the legislature will extend it another year or not.
So I know Jim McNeese is no longer on the board, and he was very passionate about this. And in fact, we had board goals around this in the last cycle. Jim was probably in Missouri at the time. I was teaching in school in Andover. The only time we lost staff members to a shooting at Goddard High School in the 1980s. And we will have a tragedy in Kansas. And I think you do have to think about, and I think all of us have to think about, are you going to recommend funding or not funding? Because schools were asking for funds to keep themselves safer, and the legislature never appropriated that money, and now it's all been cut. So I'm not telling you which way to go, but I do think you're going to, we avoided a situation in Olathe 2 or 3 years ago by some heroic actions by the principal and the SRO. So it's a delicate subject, and it will only come to light after there's a tragedy, unfortunately.
Just a moment. Debbie?
Madam Chair, I was ready to make a motion if you're ready for it.
Okay.
All right, because I was going to say it is moved that the State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of $15 million for the Safe and Secure Schools Grant Program for FY 2027, and understanding that school districts must match grants on a dollar-for-dollar basis. I think this is, I replaced Jim McNeese well on this because this is something very important to me as well.
Okay. Do I have a second? Dennis seconds. Any other comments before we go to a vote?
I think people are debating 5 and 15.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well,
That's when you vote on it.
there
If
you
don't
go.
want it, you to-
All in favor of the 15 million as motioned? I'm going to go. Eight. Opposed? Not present, not voting. Okay, Danny's in opposition. I think Michelle was present, not voting. Did that get everybody? Okay, all right.
All right. Moving along. So this one, the one is always that difficult one to understand because I'm going to talk about E-rate twice. So in this situation, we had funding through ARPA to pay the match for school district infrastructure programs. And so I'll give you an example of how this works. Based on poverty in a district, if a district is doing a qualifying project, and you're qualifying by how much bandwidth you are providing to buildings, and if you are over 50% free lunch, you are eligible for an 80% match on your project in E-rate funds. If the state does a 10% match, E-rate throws in another 10%, and then this district would actually have no cost. If you're below 50% free lunch, then you would have you don't qualify for this first 80%, and so you have some part of it. But if the state will put in 10%, then E-rate puts in another 10%, wherever that is on the continuum based on poverty. So that's what this is. The ARPA funds are gone. And so now they've said that we have to pay for this out of existing funds. For this coming year, there are $264,000 in matching requirements. So for 25-26, we have to find $264,000 in existing funding to provide the state match for 2 projects. They were relatively large districts. So what the request is that if the state wants to provide matching funds, they should use SGF to provide the matching funds. So that's why, and it's $264,000 this year. It's never been $500,000. It's been $490-some thousand. We put the $500,000 in there. If there's nothing, it just lapses back to the general fund. So we can't use it for anything else other than the match.
Okay. Anybody? Betty?
Are we ready for a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of $500,000 for the E-rate infrastructure match for fiscal year 2027.
Second. Jim? Okay, any more comments or any comments? Okay, all in favor? I'm gonna go. Opposed? Okay, thank you.
All right, so now we get to one that is almost, I'm looking at it as a matter of principle. Basically, as you know, our budget got cut by 1.5% this year. Just to keep in mind, there was a 1.5% for this year, 1.5% for next year. The governor vetoed next year's line item veto and said, talk about next year. So we are anticipating another round, but that's about $300 and some thousand. But our rent is going to go up about $148,000. So the state is charging us more rent and cutting the funds we would use to pay for the rent. It's also important to know that the biggest part of the rent is not for the rent that we use, but it's a surcharge we pay to maintain the Capitol. So it's called the Monumental Services Surcharge. Yeah. So yes, a part of our rent is to maintain the Capitol. Our concern is that with the docking building coming in and agencies moving out of this building, our rent could continue to go up because there's not as many people paying for the square footage. And if we are going to be facing decreases in state operating funds and increases in rent, that actually kind of gets you from both sides. So again, this would be one of those things that's kind of a matter of principle. You know, can you take care of it 1 year? You know, that kind of depends, but it will eat away at things over time.
I have a question.
Yes,
I don't get to call on you.
I'm sorry.
So,
We're going to go over here, sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry, my computer, I haven't been able to use it for.
We kind of
half a
haven't
day.
been using it very well anyway. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the legislature, if they don't give us the money to pay them rent, would they come our way on some other projects?
I don't know.
I mean, sometimes you can
Negotiate.
negotiate, barter.
I will say that I'm
don't
not
think our negotiating
very
does.
optimistic that we will get an increase for rent, but I think it's an important thing to be able to point out at the hearing is if you're cutting our resources and increasing our expenses at the same time, at some point that's not going to work.
Would we,
Oh, sorry.
could we just move to the docking building with everybody else? Close this one?
Well, I will say that we may seriously have to look into moving into a non-state building where the rent could be cheaper,
Gotcha.
as other agencies have done.
Betty.
I guess my question, would that lock us into that amount? I mean, are we sure that's what it would be, or it sounds like it could be more, especially
So-
with people moving in?
We know the rates for 27, so this would be the increase for 27.
Okay.
Based on our current square footage. So yes, we know that, and we only get funded annually, so we really can't ask for the next 5 years worth of rent.
Right, I just wondered if we were, since that's such an exact figure.
Yeah, that is based on the proposed increases and our current square footage. So that is based on what we've been told the rent's going to change to. This is the amount of that increase.
Okay.
Debbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to say, I think it's probably incumbent upon us to be as wise as we can with our dollars, and if we can get something cheaper somewhere else, even if it's not a state building, that's probably a responsibility we should take seriously. And if I was to make a motion, I'd probably just go with the do not request, but I don't want to make a motion.
Well, you don't have to make a motion. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't even have to be a.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess my question will be in the middle of that. If we have to move, what does it cost to move an agency of this size?
It'll be expensive.
Probably cost about that much. Yeah. There you go. No, you're fine. Jim.
I just request if we move, we wait till January of 2027.
To do anything.
So we can pay for FY '26, so.
Okay. Jim?
I think we need this. I mean, they can't take it away and then add to it. So I agree that it's a matter of principle. So I move that the State Board of Education request a budget enhancement 148262 to cover the increased state office rent for 2027.
Danny seconds. All in favor? Looks like we got 8. Opposed? 2.
All right, so this is a similar situation. We are required by law to be a member of the Military Interstate Compact, Children's Compact Commission. The dues were funded when we were required to join, but now the dues are going up. And considerably, though they've been pretty much the same since 2008, so it's been a long time since they've been increased. This is another one that was with the $7,500. If we got the $148,000, we probably don't need the $7,500. But again, it's a little bit of the principle of if the state law is going to require us to be a member of the compact, should SGF, additional FGF, cover that additional cost? What's that?
It's in law. Yeah.
Yeah, we will not be able to not be a member of the compact It's just whether we're going to ask for money to cover the increase in the dues.
Kind of goes back to that negotiating Dennis was talking about. Well, if you give us this, we won't ask for that. Like, how do you do that? Okay, Dennis?
I move the Kansas State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of $7,532 to cover the cost of military interstate children's compact commission dues increases for fiscal year 2027.
Debbie seconds. Oh, okay. All in favor? Like we have 9 opposed? Opposed. Okay. Change the law. Well, that's been part of my attitude too.
All right, so now we're on to state board compensation. Happy to go back through this, but we talked about it a lot during the legislative session. As you know, you can set your rate of pay at anything you want. You just have less money to do that with, so you set your rate of pay at $88.66 a day to continue. We said that we would bring back a budget request for you to consider. The $120,000 would be the amount to cover what was approved by the House.
Thank you.
The $170,000 is what we talked about last year and was the original introduction. We've asked what the legislators' increase will be based on, they get an automatic increase based on the Midwest Wage Index. Yesterday, the LCC is budgeting 4.4% increase for legislative pay. So my recommendation would be that you request the $120,000 plus the 4.4%, which would be $125,862. I'd round it up to $126,000 to cover. What that would do is that your daily rate of pay at meetings plus a couple would be what the legislators get while they're in session. Your other days that you work would be, you would get the rate of pay that they get out of session. Mm-hmm. And so we would go back basically to state law that says state board members get paid like legislators. That kind of got lost when the legislative pay went into effect.
Melanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Frank, but would you remind us when the last time was that the state board received a raise?
So we know that it has been at least since 2008, 2009.
Okay. And when's the last time the legislature received a raise?
It was the same time except till last year when they.
Except till last year.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you all know how much time goes into this. It's not just the days that we're at the table. And we're talking about a grand total of maybe as much as $170,000. When they're now making, what's the average pay for a legislator now, around 45?
So it's their salary is $43,000 for the year, 43. But now it would go up by 4.4% is what they're budgeting.
Okay, thank you.
Debbie?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Harwood, my memory was that you said we couldn't afford to pay us more. So when I got into this job, I never even looked at this. I thought this was a volunteer position, to be frank, when I was running. So I tend to think if I'm willing to cut professional development, I'm willing to cut this, so.
Yeah, I am not personally. It is principle to me, and the House did pass this, and then it was hit hard. And the fact that we were always tied to the legislature was a big deal. And then they took it away from us. Beryl?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just always think we have to look beyond ourselves. Some of us are sitting here and I'll speak for myself. I don't need the money. I'm glad to do it as a work of my heart. But there are other people who may come on and take my seat who need to know that whatever they're putting out is honored, appreciated, and respected just as a legislator is. So I would be voting in favor.
So when the legislature increased their pay, their rationale was we have a citizen legislature and we need to pay more to be able to have a wider variety of people be able to afford to be legislators.
Yes.
So the question is, does that same logic apply to the state board?
Hang on. Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to remind the board that that a legislator referred to the state board as monolithic not that long ago. And that was and that was before some of you were elected, but that was very much focused on, we have retirees on the board, and that's how so many people are able to afford to serve in these positions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Danny, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to remind the board members that the votes that you got to be on the board were probably twice what the legislature in your area got, or maybe all your legislatures together in your area, you still may have received more votes. And yet, we don't get paid anything.
So each of you represent the equivalent of 4 Senate districts.
Yes.
270,000, give or take, people.
Yeah. So you said the 126
So the 126 would be,
covers the increase that they are receiving?
right.
Okay. Well, because this is really a big deal to me personally, and I really lobbied for it with our legislatures, and I thought we were in the door. So I worked really hard not to take that personally, but it is principle. And what we do is important, and we do need to ask for, sadly we have to ask for it, to allow people, lots of people, to be able to afford to take this and do life at the same time. Because the more you can do to put into this, the more you can be engaged. So I am going to move that the State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of 126 and the change, Deborah can get that full number, which will be the 120 requested before plus the increase to provide for state board member compensation to be commensurate with legislator compensation for FY 2027. And I would also say, not part of the motion, please lobby your legislators that are in your districts for this. I would appreciate that as well. Okay, do I have a second? Betty or Connie? Connie wants to be the second. We're going to give it to her. And that means a lot to me, so thank you that you would step up with us. Okay, that's right.
Comment.
Yes.
Clarification, this is for 2027, so we're talking about a year and a half from now.
Yeah.
So it'll
Right,
be
it would be
people that
during
receive-
during the January 2026 session, but it would not take, well, it would take place, it
So-
would,
The legislative pay increase is a calendar year, so it would start in January. Yours would not start until FY '27, which is July 1 of '26.
right, there we go. Michelle? Oh,
Oh,
Jim.
mine isn't working, so.
Okay.
I'm ambivalent when it comes to me, but I'm not ambivalent for the future.
Yeah,
And so I'm going to support this, even though, quite frankly, I have the same attitude that you did, Earl. I didn't know. I assume we didn't get paid whenever I did this, so it doesn't matter. I'm going to eat every day. But we need people that are younger than me that can come in here, and Danny.
younger than you and
that are early on, so they can be long-term if they want to be, and bring different perspectives. And so I'm going to support the motion, even though it doesn't matter to me one whit.
Debbie?
Well, Madam Chair, I'm still probably going to vote against it, just because I do think that I represent the young people in my district, and I know that they're not going to quit their job for this day job, even if it gets a pay increase. But I don't know, I lost my train of thought.
That's okay. Betty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I couldn't get the thing to work. The thing that I want to share, and I did have a legislator say to me that, you know what, you guys do this just for the honor. Now, and that's why we didn't give you the compensation. What I'm saying, it's not about whether you need it. It's about looking at how do you entice other people to step up? Because there's not always going to be a you sitting here. And you have to look forward to the fact that we need individuals that are forward-thinking, that probably are younger, and there may be some that's our age, but still can't afford to do it. Why limit those individuals that could step up and serve, that could step up and serve with integrity? And for some reason, when it comes to education, we always feel like, well, if you get paid, that means you have no integrity. Maybe that's why we don't pay our teachers adequate money, because you think you're supposed to have integrity. Okay, where's the integrity with not being able to eat? Or when you have teachers that end up on poverty, having to get additional funding. So it's past what we think. It's looking to the future. It's increasing the field of people that could care about education but can't afford to sit in these seats. So don't just think about you. Think about the Board of Education, and are we limiting potential talent from sitting on this board?
Jim, you have 30 seconds.
That won't be possible. It's a matter of respect. The fact that we were not included is disrespect for this board, and I believe on a larger case, disrespect for public education. The statement about being monolithic was directly related to us because we didn't do everything that the President of the Senate wanted us to do. It was directly an insult to this and disrespect for this board. So I think that we need to say, we need to be respected.
Okay. We're done.
Is my
We need
30
to-
seconds up?
No, everybody's put their viewpoints out. We really need to move on, so we're going to continue. It's everybody has said it, so we all have differing opinions. I feel like we put it out. Yes, we have pontificated probably way too long. So we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, thank you.
All right, so now we'll move on to the second E-rate topic. So this is different in that this is services that the department is required to provide to districts as they apply for E-rate funds. So one of the things that matters on E-rate funding is poverty. So we have to include information on their applications about rates of poverty. We have one staff member that does some of that. The majority of this is a contract we have with a company that provides direct services for questions and providing training for districts on how to apply for and use E-rate funds. So that's what this is for. We have been getting actually this year, so last year we can get funding from KBOR, which actually came from a different type of E-rate fund that sat in a fund for years and gave us $90,000 a year or some version that we needed to pay for things. That fund is now gone. And so if we don't get the $95,000 to do this, we will have to continue to provide the service, and it would end up being a $95,000 cut. We are looking at non-SGF ways to do this. We have not secured that yet. So that's why it's worded the way it is, that the state board would ask for an enhancement. Even if we found the funding from another state agency, it would still take the legislation to move that money into our budget. So we're not going out and asking, having bake sales or anything like that. So it's not a fundraiser. The money would come from another state agency that deals with some of the same issues that we're talking about. But in general, to begin with, it would look like an SGF request. We hope to have another plan to provide to the legislature before we get there.
Gotcha. Yes.
Madam Chair, are you ready for a motion?
Yes, ma'am.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of $95,920 to replace funding required to support school districts with the E-rate process for the fiscal year 2027.
Do I have a second? Melanie? All in favor? Opposed? 4. Okay.
All right, so the next two are non-agency requests. So we met with a couple of agencies. One was Spark Wheel and the other one is Junior Achievement. In meeting with them, these are good programs. I'm not saying anything about this program, but in this example, Spark Wheel is asking that the state board request $1.33 million to support expansion in 12 schools. I told them that when we met, that it may be difficult for the state board to say that we want to ask for this $1.3 million, which could be in direct competition for the $1.3 million you asked for mentor teachers. So I can't make a recommendation that the state board, what's that?
This is what I was thinking.
Yeah. So I can't make a recommendation that the state board should do this because I think it hurts the chances of some of the other things that you have requested. The same thing is true for Junior Achievements 3-E. Again, this can be a very good program for high school students and can be a good thing for doing that. Again, it would be a $950,000 that would be competing against other interests that are more central to the state board's goals and have a much wider effect. And so I don't want it to sound like I don't think these are good programs. I just think that at this time in the current budget, I can't recommend that the state board make that request.
Right. And my personal opinion is I have no desire to touch either one of these. So that's me. I have no desire to touch either one of these personally. So my words would be 0 to both. No motion for either one of them.
Next slide.
Nope, we're done. I think this is done. Are we done?
Well, you'll really like the next slide because that means we're done. Yes.
So if everybody's on board with that, then unfortunately I can't say we're done, but we're done with this. We all good? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Harwood, for pushing through with us. Oh my goodness. Is he a part of this next deal though? Yeah, we still have you for more though, don't we? Okay.
Thanks for losing John. So I know it's late in the evening. We apologize for that. Frank's going to bring you up to date on the ESSER funding. I know I've done that in the Friday notes, but we haven't had a public discussion about it. And he's also going to bring you up to date on title programs not called Title I, and bring you up to date there. And then we also want to discuss the Attorney General's letter that you all received.
I'm going to go do that in executive session. Yeah.
Are we ready?
Okay, no, not yet. We're going to hear about federal funding first, and then we will go into executive session to talk about the Attorney General situation.
All right, so for some federal funding issues, I'm going to go with good news, bad news, good news, so that we can end on some good news. So the first good news is the ESSER and EANS fundings. We received a letter, I think on the June 28th, that basically reinstated the ESSER funds. And so basically the letter said that the states that sued get to use the funds, and it's not fair to the other states that didn't sue. So they were reinstating everything. So the way we are addressing that is we have already submitted for reimbursement for the $1.1 million that we had paid but not reimbursed, because our system just opened back up on Monday for the new fiscal year. We have started the process of paying $1.6 million in invoices that we had received but not yet paid on direction from the Division of Budget. Randy had a meeting with the vendors, and we've said as soon as we get some money back, we will restart the contracts. The idea being that we don't want to get into the hole we were in, which was difficult. So as soon as we know we can draw money down, we will start the process of reinstating the contract. So what we said is, because we were getting ready to cancel them, we are continuing the pause until we know we actually will get funding. Good news is, in the states that sued, they've been able to draw down funds and it's flowing. It's just a more cumbersome process than our other federal drawdowns. So just making sure we have everything right.
So basically, as soon as they show us the money, we'll continue with the rest.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, the Division of Budget knows that it's likely that we will be more in debt by paying all of our invoices before we actually get anything back. So we'll be more negative for a while. The good news is, for the state board, the vendors that you had contracts with will get paid for the work they've already done.
Mm-hmm.
So, which I think it's very important that we honor our contracts. So I'd say that's important.
Absolutely. Yeah. Good news.
So I wanted to just make sure that I go on record thanking both our state and federal delegation, because they all worked on your behalf on this. And Jake Steele, literally every day, was working on your behalf. So thank you again, across party lines.
Yes.
Everyone worked hard to coordinate this effort.
Yeah. Debbie, did you have something?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that we don't, well, one, I'm a little thrown off that we would be in arrears terrible much because we cut things off right away. But even still, is it, I don't know how these things, do we have to wait until the work is done before we charge them? Or can we charge them off the invoice prior to the work being done? So we have money in our account and not doing it off of credit, because I don't want us to be in the same boat again where we're counting on something. That's
So in order to get reimbursed from the federal government, we have to demonstrate that we have already paid the bill. Mm-hmm. So we actually have to pay the invoice with state funds before we can submit reimbursement for the federal funds. So the reason it was so big is that we received information on March 28th that anything that had not been submitted would not be paid. The contracts are set up to bill quarterly. The end of the first quarter was March 30th, 3 days later. So what happened then was our vendors had done the work according to the contract. They were submitting invoices that we then didn't have authorization to fund. We have already talked to the vendors that we were going to start asking them to invoice on a monthly basis. The contract says quarterly, but what we're trying to tell them is that you would like to do it monthly as well, because we just want to make sure we don't get as far behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just wondering, I mean, is there anything that we can put in, amend the contracts to make it to where if I mean, something happens beyond our control, that the school districts are able to,
This isn't district level, though. This is just state level.
well, if they're getting like RT and TP training or whatever, I
I
mean.
don't know what that is, but it's letters training and
You voted
leadership
on it,
things.
but, yeah.
But this
Yeah.
is not what that is what I'm saying.
So we have in the contract that we can cancel the contract if we no longer have the funding to pay for it. However, we are still obligated to pay for any of the work that the vendor already did before that time.
Right.
So that's what we're just working towards is
Getting all those.
we want to pay on a more regular basis. So it decreases the chance that we would have bills that we need to pay that we can't get reimbursed for.
And maybe in the contract, subject to federal funding might be a good
I think
lingo,
I think it is,
That's
except
already
that
in
this
there.
was stuff
Okay,
was
so-
already paid for, is what,
well, then it wouldn't be on us.
Yeah.
yeah. We have to pay it before we can be reimbursed.
All right. So then, bad news. We received word on the 30th that the U.S. Department of Education would not be releasing some funds that were supposed to be released on July 1. So the day before they were supposed to be released. And those are Title I, Part C, $6.2 million. That's migrant education. Title II, Part A, which is the teacher and school leader support. So that's professional development, which is $15.8 million. Title III, Part A, which is for English learners, $4.8 million. Title IV, Part A, which is student support and academic enrichment. This is actually one of the most flexible funds. It can be used for enrichment as opposed to most of the other ones are more for remediation. And then Title IV, Part B, which are 21st Century Schools programs. Those are after-school programs and those are with school districts as well as with boys and girls clubs. So Title IV Part A was $8.3 million, and Title IV Part B is $7.8 million for districts for a total of $42.9 million that is being held for review.
Probably with the caveat that it was appropriated by Congress and signed by the president, but yet.
So, yeah, this was appropriated and signed by the president in March of 2025.
So we're not real sure.
Some of the other confusion is that some of these other funds have been proposed to be zeroed out for the next budget, but that would not impact school districts until 26, 27. These are $25, $26.
Right. Okay.
And I know they were here earlier, but just so that you know, this really, it impacts public school, this impacts private schools too, because the money also goes to them. So I know I was talking to Jamie and Nick earlier, and they said it really is going to hurt their professional development start the year because that money cuts them.
Yeah.
All right, so not a lot of information there. We only got that last week, and so we're still working through that. Good news is E-rate funding, which we had quite a bit of conversation about, was before the Supreme Court about whether the funding had been constitutionally or legally appropriated. I mean, whether or not the organization that did it could legally do that. Also on the 30th of June, or the 28th of June, the Supreme Court ruled that it is indeed legal, and so the E-rate funds will continue to continue in the same fashion unless changed by the FCC, which is an administrative organization, or a change in the law by Congress.
Okay, thank you. Do we need a break before we go into executive session?
You'll need a little one to clear people, so.
Yes, but do we need a break? I just want to know that before we move into the timing on the, okay, we'll power through. Okay, Danny?
I have to read.
You have to read.
What time we want? 6:30? To, how long?
6:26.
About 20 minutes. 20 minutes? Okay. 6.
I think we should do 30.
Okay, 30.
Do 30.
Okay. You know what's coming.
Yes.
I move that with Kansas State Board of Education recess into executive session to discuss the subject of a potential legal matters with legal counsel, which is justified pursuant to the exception for matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under COMA, in order to protect the privilege and the board's communication with an attorney on legal matters. The session will begin at 6:30 for 30 minutes. No action will be taken. The session and the open meeting will resume in the board at 7 p.m. And we are invited, Commissioner Watson, Scott Gordon, Mark Ferguson, and Frank Harwood are invited to join this executive session.
Second? Melanie? All in favor? 9 opposed? Present not voting. 901. Okay. Okay, we are back. There is no action after our executive session, so we are recessing until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Peace out.